lot of individual mistakes. When every pass goes wrong, you have a problem in defense. That's what happened.
Unfortunately, very unlucky, especially in the first match. We were playing quite dominant, forcing them to defending very low.
We are prepared for victory in the lows.
We are a little bit disappointed because we think we played a little bit better in the first game, and we are very unlucky in that corner. It's a game, we can't do anything.
First, we have to accept this loss and then focus on the next match day, hopefully the next 2 weeks. So
I think you have video material for 2 weeks of mistakes, so try to make it different next time.
We are gonna look to that game to win and do our best.
For the next match, my expectation is a victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adam Butcher and welcome to Matchday 3 of eFootball.Pro. I'm joined in the studio, of course, with the dream team, really. We've got Harry Channon, our main commentator, and we have, of course, Stuart Westley, or the Wesmeister General, our PES expert. Guys, how was Matchday 2 for you?
It was full of surprises, full of disappointment for a lot of the teams, full of jubilation for other teams as well. As we'll break that down for you before we get into Matchday 3 here today. But yeah, it was a great day, full of goals, and no doubt we'll see the same here today.
Any standout moments for you, Wes, of Matchday 2?
Bayern Munich completely proved me wrong with beating Barcelona to show up and play the way they did, and obviously some of the passages of play they had was superb.
Yeah, proving an expert wrong, that's a bit embarrassing,
yes,
but hey.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we will take a look at those results from Matchday 2. Harry, how did it happen? What were the scores?
Well, it was, as we said, full of thrills and spills. First match was an all-English affair, Arsenal against Manchester United. Both teams getting a 1-0 win in both games. So we are going to see both the points go to both teams. And then in match 2, as we just alluded to, 6 points going to Bayern München, 2-1 and 1-0 wins against Barcelona, who looked like they were on the uptrend after match day 1. Match 3, Juventus really put Schalke to the sword, and as we heard there from the Schalke boys, lots of mistakes to fix here on match day 3. Boavista were able to get a point against AS Monaco. Monaco remaining undefeated though, as they were able to take the win in game 2.
They pushed them all the way, didn't they, Boavista, in that first game?
They were able to get a couple of goals, and then it's a real sorry sight for Celtic FC in the league table at the moment. Yes, they score a point after that 1-1 draw in game 1 against FC Nantes, but they were leading up until the 3rd minute of added time. So that could have been 3 points. Instead, it's just 1, and then they went on to lose the second game 4-1 against FC Nantes. So
yeah, it was real drama in that game. And another fact for you, Celtic. Jos Sonneveld's birthday today, so happy birthday to you. Hopefully you'll get some good luck.
Also Indijawa.
And Indijawa as well, so there you go. And we also have a fun little fact, is you two have the same birthdays, which I found out this morning.
Yeah, a bit strange. We were in the airport yesterday,
yeah,
and we were talking about certain dates, and then our birthdays came up, and then all of a sudden we were pulling out our passports and saying, you know what, we actually have the same birthday, which is kind of crazy. We didn't know that.
And enough of that. We're going to get straight to the action. Of course, we are doing best goal, sort of highest goal scorer, best assist and best defence as well throughout the season. But today, right now, we're going to go and see who won best goal from Matchday 2 and the MVP from Matchday 2 as well. Let's see the action.
Guendouzi and players like that, but Aubameyang's through.
Aubameyang is through here for Arsenal. Is this the first chance? And it's a goal!
Really trying to get too emotional when he plays PES, so I think we'll see a bit of a cooler head from as Goretzka makes his way in.
Goal.
That might be the goal of the match day, and you can see what it means.
There's a question about our plan B. They have a very solid plan A, but to be able to change games in-game, and it's 3-0, it's a Torre again. Strong start here from Boavista as the ball gets played over the top. A lovely chance here, and Boavista have potentially shot the eFootball.Pro League.
Anything is possible in eFootball PES.
Well, they look like getting the second goal right now because Johan's in and they've got the second goal, and that might be a crucial goal in eFootball.Pro. Yeah, some huge action there from Matchday 2. I'm actually joined on the stage by EMR Executive Director Jordi Orciu. Nice to have you here. He's going to present the award for the best goal. Let's go and see what goal actually won.
He get too emotional when he plays PES, so I think we'll see a bit of a cooler head from as Goretzka makes his way in.
Oh, great goal.
That might be the goal of the match day, and you can see what it means.
A truly lovely goal there, and the winner was, of course, Bayern Munich's Matchday, taking away €10,000. Amazing, amazing. Congratulations. We also had Bayern Munich's Thomas Müller tweet out the goal. How does that make you feel?
Well, that's amazing. I mean, a real player that is Müller, and that's this tweet. It's totally amazing for us. It's an honor.
It is an honour indeed, an amazing achievement, and yeah, congratulations again. We're now going to go and see who won Best MVP as well. Let's take a look at the action for the Best MVP. There's a question about a plan B. They have a very solid plan A, but to be able to change games in-game, and it's 3-0, it's Ettore again. So, you know, the winner of MVP from Matchday 2 was Ettore. Congratulations. Another €10,000. Ettorito, obviously your gamer tag. What do you think brought you to become MVP? Was it goals? Was it assists? What?
Well, I think Konami decided to send MVP to the best player in each game, because the totality of the point is composed from dribbling, kick, defense. So I think the best player in each day, it's the best form.
So all-round perfection then. Do you think you can do it again this week? Win MVP again?
We try, or maybe my teammates. We will see.
Okay, congratulations again. We're going to go back to the stage soon, but let's take a look at Ettorito's action from Matchday 2. Douglas Costa on the left-hand side. It's a frightening front three. He's played through in towards the danger area. Left foot shot, saved by the goalkeeper. Time for Juventus. Now, Ronaldo wins it back again, plays it through. Real chance here for Juventus if he can steal a march. Yes, he can. Chips the goalkeeper. Oh, and it's kicked into the back of the net. There's a question about a plan B. They have a very solid plan A, but to be able to change games in-game, and it's 3-0, it's Ettore again.
Do you switch from a possession game to a counter-attacking game?
It's a real chance here for 4, and this is turning into an absolute whitewash here. Ronaldo, not a player you want to face on a counter-attack. Back towards Costa, in towards Dybala, another chance here, onto his favourite left foot. Yeah, so that was the action from Ettorito from Matchday 2. We now turn our attention, gents, to Matchday 3. Some incredible fixtures again. Harry, what's happening today? Talk us through it.
Well, the MVP from Matchday 2 is up first here in our very first game today. We are going to be seeing some tremendous matches all throughout here, Matchday 3. Let's go through them, shall we? Boavista are the team that Juventus are going to be taking on. So, Ettorito going to be trying to replicate his performance there after Matchday 1, winning MVP.
I think we might have some stats actually from MVP.
Stats, yeah, but now we're going to be moving on to the fixtures. You missed it, so
well, whatever.
What are you going to do?
Live shows are always great, aren't they?
Matchday 1, match 1 of the day, I should say. Boavista versus Juventus. So the hard games keep coming for Boavista. They're doing okay in the league at the moment, but they really want to try and get these difficult games out early. AS Monaco versus FC Nantes, an all-league affair. Also, first versus second in the league, that second game of the match day. Celtic FC versus Manchester United, both teams vying for supremacy in the league so far. The games are slowly running out though for Celtic FC, and they need to turn around their form very quickly. FC Barcelona versus Arsenal, both teams certainly want to be towards the top of the league table come the end of the season. And then, as you see at the bottom, Bayern München versus Schalke 04. I mean, an all-German affair. Bayern,
it's a huge game.
Bayern are on some tremendous form after match day 2. Schalke very disappointed after shipping so many goals against Juventus. They're going to want to try
after looking so solid in match day 1. It was a real surprise, wasn't it, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, to see, you know, as they mentioned in the video package, you could see that they referenced a lot of individual mistakes, and again, it's quite uncharacteristic of Schalke to have that many mistakes in one sitting. You're hoping, if you're a Schalke player, you're hoping that that's all your mistakes out of the way now, and you can go on and just get back to winning ways, as it were.
Yeah, we might be able to go to backstage and actually see the Schalke 04 players and some of the others as they prepare for the match day that's coming up. You can see live footage here from the training room. And of course, Wes, you know they seem very well. What's going through their minds right now? Just minutes for some of them before the big event kicks off.
Well, the general vibe was different up there from the previous 2 match days. As I went up there, I spent some time with some of the players. It's more tense.
More tense.
There seems to be a little bit of nerves around the place. I think people are slowly realising that, as Harry alluded to, games are running out for teams, and you know every game is vital now. And I think people are starting to realise they're actually now involved in a league rather than it being, you know, knockout tournaments they may be used to from previous tournaments.
I actually spoke to Lotfi just a few seconds ago before we came on air, and he actually mentioned how they've been here since Thursday. So they've obviously come out and prepped for this again, and that preparation, as we've seen up there, it seems to be quite key at this highest level, you know, determining who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it's all about being comfortable in your environment, and some of the teams who might just turn up for a match day here and just sit down and start playing might not be as comfortable and might not be able to perform to the best of their abilities compared to a team like Bayern München, who come out here early, they put the time in, they put the work in, and try and be as best as they can be for the match day.
Yeah, so without further ado, we are going to kick things off with the first match of match day 3, which is of course Boavista FC versus Juventus. And for Boavista we have Barbosa, Joker and Yiu, who should be on your screen there. Beautiful players there, have to say, moody pictures. And of course, for Juventus, we have Eterito, Luca Gibelli and Lo Scandalo as well. I mean, 2 of those, Luca and Ettore, have played a lot together. Lo Scandalo's joined them, and let's see how they get on in match day 3. So let's get straight to it now.
Today we will fight for both victories because we want to get back into the top 6. We know Juventus are a strong team, but we feel prepared.
Perfect.
We're training a lot, like last time. We try to win for go up in the table, and well, just we try to win, and hopefully only this.
Perfect. Yeah, lovely to hear the words of wisdom there. A couple of vox pops before the kickoff. Anything that you picked out from those 2 interviews?
I think it's realistic for Boavista to maybe look at that top 6 threshold, you know, try and get into the playoff round as a bare minimum. Juventus obviously chasing AS Monaco at the top. They're hoping, you know, because Monaco have somewhat of a tougher game against FC Nantes a bit later on, that maybe they drop points, maybe they can gain a bit of ground. So, yeah, pretty level-headed, I think, from both sides.
Wes, who's this game most important for? You've got Juventus, who are chasing for the top and probably would feel themselves as one of the favourites. Perhaps slightly less ambition, you could say, for Boavista, due to the fact that they were more of a, you know, an unknown quantity going in. But it's a hugely important match day for them due to the lack of points so far.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important for both teams. I think as we mentioned there, Boavista don't really have that many expectations coming in. They're just wanting to hit top 6. I think Juventus, on the other hand, they're looking to break away from that pack that seems to have emerged of, I think it's about 3 or 4 teams or 7 points.
Yeah.
So they're looking to try and break out of that pack. It's very hard to call. We had Boavista that, you know, took points off of Monaco when they weren't expected to. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out.
Get ready for a huge day of esports action. We're going to go straight to match day 1 now. It is Boavista FC versus Juventus FC. Let's go.
guys. Shake your hand.
Sí, le he dicho que se tiraron, pero bueno.
So the players have taken their seats for the first match of the day. All smiles from both camps, actually. You may at home be listening at some point during today. You may be able to hear some of the sort of background stuff that's going on between the players. We have, of course, mics down there as well, so anything that is picked up hopefully will give you a bit of an insight, guys, into what's going on, you know, in the heads and tactics and stuff like that. Intrigued? Excited?
Yeah. Some top-level analysis from me right here. Both teams with the black and white strip. Some funny sort of stories behind the Juventus kit. Some people might not know an English league team actually gifted the Juventus strip back in 1903. Thanks to team member John Savage back in the day.
Is it a Notts County by any chance?
It most certainly was. I was avoiding using the name, but there we go. It's out there now.
Well, Wes told me, so blame Wes.
And yeah, from then on, they just went on to be called the Zebras, thanks to their, at this point, you know, sort of unanimous and world-renowned black and white strip.
And people say that research doesn't get you anywhere. Anyway, so today, of course, listening in for this game, on comms we have myself and Harry Channon, and we also have Wes giving us all the expert opinion and telling us what's exactly happening in terms of the gameplay, because obviously he has a long history in the game. How do you see this one panning out then, guys?
For me, again, it's all about the differing situations between the two teams. Boavista chasing that top 6 spot. Right now they're sat outside of the top 6. They're sat 7th in the league, a -6 goal difference, which might come back and bite them come the end of the season. Whereas you look at Juventus, they're flying high.
Did you say Juventus?
They're 3rd in the league,
Great
7 points, plus 6 goal difference, with some tremendous goal-scoring form against Schalke last week. So some very differing teams, both in terms of ideology, where they want to be at the end of the season, as well as form coming in from Matchday 2.
But Wes, Juventus have been, let's be honest, indifferent. They had a pretty average to poor first week, and then they were brilliant last week. What are we going to see this week? Are we going to see them back to their best, or is this going to be a real test? Because Boavista have been pretty decent as well.
Yeah, I think if you looked at the game plans as we started out there, you could see that Boavista have actually set up with a 5 at the back. They seem to quite respect the attacking force that Juve can be. I think we'll see more of the same from Juve this week. It'll be more about how Boavista actually combat this going forward, though.
Indeed. So it's Boavista who start from left to right in the black and white kit, and Juventus obviously in their away kit, kicking from right to left. And it's been all Boavista FC in the early few minutes. Good hassling there, though, from Juventus, and now a chance to win it back, and they have done, and it's in towards Cassiano. Good challenge from Bonucci, and it's out for the first set piece of the day so far. It will be a corner on the far touchline. 4 minutes gone, and a chance to really remember, Wes, they produced some brilliant set pieces in Matchday 2. Perhaps they can try something again here. It's out towards the edge. Oh, he could take it first time. Takes one touch, drops it off towards Bueno. Can't quite get the shot in, but whips it across the face, headed away. They camped inside the penalty area at the moment. They can't get out. Now they can, and a chance to counter through Cristiano Ronaldo. First real chance of the day, Harry.
Yeah, and for me, it was important for Boavista to come out as they did, but oh, look at this massive hole at the back.
It's in towards Douglas Costa. Left foot shot, saved by the goalkeeper, as you were, Harry.
Yeah, good save there from Barbosa. It was Lo Scandalo, I think, who had that chance. Obviously, a little bit on fire after Matchday 2, was able to scoop a match ball thanks to 4 goals back 2 weeks ago in Matchday 2. So he's going to be someone in fine goal-scoring form you have to look out for.
Wes, what are you seeing in terms of formations and any sort of personnel things going on at the moment?
Well, as I say, in terms of the way that this is going, it's a lot of the ball has been in Juve's half, to the surprise of playing 5-3-2, whereas Boavista have to be very careful of this counter-attack that Juve have got with the likes of Dybala, Cuadrado, Ronaldo. Piazza, you have to be careful.
So how the two teams have set up so far, who do you think this is going to aid in the game? So are you saying this is going to help Juventus more than anything?
Well, I think it will allow Juve a little bit more room to move because you've got less men in midfield, you've got less men tracking forward. As you can see here, Khedira into Douglas Costa. They have a bit more room to breathe. So I think Boavista have really got set up to really just build a wall and try and nick a goal.
Indeed, as the ball gets played forwards, we saw the table that came up on the left-hand side. AS Monaco, of course, top of the tree with 10 points so far, as the offside flag is raised for a slight stray of the right boot there, and a chance for a free kick to Bonucci. It's been a very, very non-existent 20 minutes, Harry.
Yeah, a little bit pragmatic so far from both sides. Joker there just a little bit too eager to try and jump the Juventus defence, and hopefully he can reel that in as we go later on in the game.
It's another solid challenge there, and a chance for Bueno out towards Paulinho and forward towards Cassiano. A lot of the action has revolved around that man, popping it into him and getting it back, but they've not been able to feed off him at the moment as the ball gets played up towards that area again. Idris now maintains possession. That's a sloppy pass, but it will stay with Boavista FC. It's been a promising start for the team who are on paper considered possibly not favourites here, as Marlon now has the ball and plays it in towards the danger area, and it is Tavares now pops it off towards Paulinho, blocked by Sami Khedira, and a chance to counter again for Juventus. This seems to be the best chance that Juventus have at the moment because they're really struggling to get out. What's happening?
Yeah, well, they just seem to not be able to really break free and get that final chance. But again, I think it's more a case that with Boavista, they're looking to just consolidate what they have. If they can get a goal, great. If they don't and it ends 0-0, I think they'll be happy with that. But you can see there, that's the way that they're played.
Yeah, you have to think about this game as maybe a throwaway game, I want to say, for Boavista. Yes, they have ambitions further up the league, but Juventus are one of those teams we expect to be within the top three, very minimum, come the end of the season.
Yeah, certainly big pressure all on the Italian Giants as Dybala picks the ball up. He's been in tremendous form this season as Fabiano clears his lines. Half an hour gone. Boavista 0, Juventus 0. We are deadlocked here, but look at that possession. Boavista have 63% possession in these opening stages, and they'll be very, very impressed with that. We will go shortly to Harry, but it's going to drop into the danger area. First chance for Juventus. Good save. Good
shot there from Il Distratore. So close. He was on fire as well on match day 2, but for me, I think Juventus have set up as saying, you know what, we think Boavista might try and keep the ball. We're going to have faith in our counter-attacks here, maybe strike from the corner.
They've changed personnel on the kick, and they've changed it again. Could this be possibly a bit of mind games here from Juventus? Whipped in towards the dead. Oh, right across the face. A swing and a miss for Cristiano Ronaldo. Couldn't get any purchase on the scissors volley, but it's still in the danger area, and it's a chance for Juventus. And again, just can't quite get that final ball as Rabiot now finds Khedira. Another chance here. Good defending again. Oh, no, it's not. It's a penalty. Real controversy here in the opening stages. The referee has pointed to the spot, and Cristiano Ronaldo has the chance from 12 yards. It's Captain Fantastic. Save on the goalkeeper. Unbelievable drama here inside the opening 37 minutes.
Joker with the save up against Lo Scandalo, I think it was, taking the penalty. Joker from Boavista with the save down to his right. Unbelievable.
No jokes there from the goalkeeper as Khedira plays it across the face. And Juventus are really turning the screw now. Douglas Costa tries to get away from the defender. Yes, he can. It's in towards the danger area again. And Boavista just managed to smuggle it clear. And it's all hands on deck as Boavista, after a really bright start, are now really struggling to come to terms with the trio from Italy. Cassiano, now Paulinho. Whoa, that was a real breathtaking 5 minutes there, Harry.
Yeah, it really was. You might have seen some of the statistics there flash up. The one for me is looking out for Luca Tubelli again. Il Distratore, 4 goals, 4 assists, helped by, of course, Eterito and Lo Scandalo, but now on attack potentially here for Boavista.
Tavares out towards Paulinho, now to Cassiano, gets it back off him, plays it in towards Tavares again. Good defending this time from Chiellini, and now, oh, that's a naughty challenge from Paulinho there, but the referee plays a good advantage through towards Dybala. He plays it on again. It's a really sloppy pass in the end, though, and that wraps up a half that promised so not little and delivered quite a lot in the last 10 to 15 minutes, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on that penalty save, for those watching at home, you saw the goalkeeper just inch to the right. It gives onus to the person taking the penalty to put it in the opposite
bit of a
side.
bluff.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bluff. They pointed to that side, and, you know, it's a great save.
So you can hear the players speaking now.
Let's have a little listen.
How's your Italian, Harry?
It's not great.
Seems to be a few fiery words in the Juventus camp there.
My Portuguese isn't great either.
I mean, to be honest, there's only one thing they would have been talking about at half-time, and that is that missed penalty from Cristiano Ronaldo. You would usually put your house on that flying into the onion bag. Cassiano. Now, Buono, lovely chance for the 1-2, gets it back. Great challenge again. Juventus defensively, Harry, have been pretty brilliant.
Yeah, they have. It's going to be tricky, I think, for Boavista maybe to break them down again.
You feel
they seem to just get bodies behind the ball and are happy to or content with playing on that counter-attack, and when they do pin Boavista back, that's when they really strike.
Yeah, you feel that it's only a matter of time before Juve get another chance. It's just whether they can take it this time. It's in towards Dybala. Oh, he just couldn't pull the trigger. Another big chance for Juventus comes and goes. Are they going to rue these missed opportunities?
That's surprising. Luca Tubelli there, 4 goals, 4 assists. Just needs to pull the trigger there with Dybala.
Douglas Costa in towards a near post. Ronaldo again. Wes, is it a lack of ability in the attacking third, or is it just brilliant defending at this stage?
I think it's just been really good defending. As we said, you know, playing 5 at the back, it has its faults with having not a lot of players going forward, but you have a lot in the defensive half that are able to really take control of the game.
Ronaldo again, just whacked away by Fabiano. You feel the longer the game goes on, we know that 1 goal might be enough here, but you feel the longer the game goes on, there's going to be a few more chances as tired legs come into play. Substitutions, of course, as again, Dybala can't get on the end of that final pass, and Marlon has the chance to counter here for Boavista. Possibly one of the better chances to get something from this game now, as Juventus seeming to be bossing most of possession. Now Dybala pops it on towards Ronaldo. Oh, he's away for surely a foul. Referee says absolutely not, waves away the appeals. Harry?
Get on the weights, that's what I say. Just muscled off the ball.
Harry says good decision.
Absolutely. But one thing I've seen so far, as Juventus are going to queue up a pause here, next time the ball goes out of play, Barbosa has been tremendous defensively for Boavista, so watch out for that.
Ronaldo. Again, the final pass is a poor one, but they win it back through Rabiot. Twisting, turning, trying to get away from the defender. Now Douglas Costa, offside flag, possibly will be raised. Referee plays on because it's in Boavista possession, not for long. They just can't seem to get out at the moment. The pressure is building in Suede. It's in towards the danger area. Now it's all Cristiano Ronaldo. The studs away from turning that home. But still, Juventus come. They just can't get out Boavista. It's Douglas Costa. Another tremendous save from the Boavista #1. And as things stand, he's got to be man of the match so far.
Yeah, I mean, this defensive performance from Boavista is something else.
And could they possibly cause problems on the counter-attack? They've only gone and done it. It's an unbelievable counter-attack from Boavista just when it looked like Juventus were going to go 1-0 up. Harry, it's gone the other way.
It's Barbosa, the goal scorer, leading goal scorer for Boavista. 3 goals entering today's match day, make that 4. And what a clinical goal it is as well against Juventus. The man who I was praising defensively earlier on in the commentary sat 3rd league-wide in defence points, slams it home for Boavista.
And you saw there, Wes, you saw Eldridge O'Neill celebrating upstairs for Manchester United, possibly thinking this might benefit them going forwards in the competition.
Yeah, well, that's our VIP zone camera that you can see, and you can see that everybody's invested in these games when we see them going on. And
there it is again.
Yeah, you just see pump fist in there.
Well, the thing
you can
is,
hear a lot of jeers upstairs now. He's been found out.
Tactical changes coming in here, but the thing is that definitely benefits Manchester United because they are one of those 3 or 4 teams that are sat on 7 points alongside Juventus. So
absolutely,
this has massive implications going throughout the league.
Now, Wes, We've almost down-talked Boavista. In fact, we're just going to hear from the players here what definitely Eterito, the sort of captain figure, isn't he? But we've seen Boavista last match day go up against Monaco. They weren't able to hold out, but they played really well in that first game. Are we not giving them enough credit, Wes?
I think the way that they've played, the way that they've set out their team, they've set it out to combat Juve. It's not been, they tried to go a little bit toe-to-toe with Monaco last match day. I think this match day they've looked at it and gone, actually, we can play in a particular way here. We can get ourselves a result. And as Harry alluded to, pragmatism has kicked in for Boavista. And this 5 at the back formation plays into their hands perfectly, Harry.
Absolutely, it does. And confirmation there of the goal scorer for Boavista. Man on 4 goals now. Barbosa, the captain.
Wow. What a game so far we've had. Even though we've only had the 1 goal, it's been full of drama. And can Boavista not only hold out, but they're looking for a second here.
Looks like this will be a corner. I think this just took a deflection after the first time shot. We'll see it here again. Is there a little touch? We'll see what the referee points.
All eyes on the linesman here. And he's given a goal kick. So Juventus have 15 minutes to salvage anything from this first match. Of course, we do have a second match coming straight afterwards, so they still have a chance of 3 points in that game. But this would be, you'd have to say, a blow. And potentially, we could be looking at the end of the tournament that Boavista were the dark horse.
And what's really strange for me is seeing Eterito, MVP from the last match day, really struggling to string together that vital pass that releases the defence and relieves a bit of pressure in midfield. He's just playing it straight into the Boavista hands here. Very strange to see from such an experienced previous world champion in Eterito.
Yeah, they've done such a great job to nullify the former world champion. Usually one of the hottest prospects on the tour as the ball gets played back, and Boavista just keep possession, but they've lost it here now.
Dangerous.
Chance to counter through Khedira now. Cuadrado forward towards Higuain. The changes have come thick and fast for Juventus. Dybala is one of those who did stay on, but again, it's a sloppy pass. And we keep saying it's the attacking passing that's a bit sloppy, but defensively, as Wes keeps pointing out, has been brilliant from Boavista. And they're in again here. Chance to wrap up this first game. It's 2-0 to Boavista. And look at the celebrations. They are going wild.
Absolutely unbelievable from a team who expected just to be on the fringe of the top 6, taking down in a dominant fashion a team in Juventus who we thought maybe might be champions-elect here in the eFootball.Pro. I think it was Barbosa once again with the goal.
Yeah. Well, you look at it, it's just it's Boavista's game plan that have won this. We said it time and time again in match day 1, match day 2. You will win and lose these games in your game plan screens. They're hitting them on the break, and they're absorbing all of that defensive pressure. Their players are all sinking back in. At times, it looks like they've got 8 people in the box just to break down the Juve attacks. We do talk about sloppy passing, but I think we're underplaying a little bit of the Boavista game plan here, who have clearly gone away, looked at this Juve side and gone, we park three centre-backs on Juve's 3 forwards, it locks them down.
You've got to love his celebrations there. But it's, a few eyebrows were raised in the close season when Boavista decided to completely change their personnel going into the new campaign. They've gone for homegrown talent, potentially homegrown talent that we were saying are a little bit unknown on the tour. But, it's paying off right now, isn't it?
Yeah, let's have a little listen to what they're saying. As we had there some tactical changes, but you're right, it really is paying off. Boavista so far have really produced some shocks. This would be the biggest of the lot after stealing a point from AS Monaco, who are at the top of the league so far. Last week, or last match day I should say, potentially 3 points minimum here against Juventus would be massive.
So barring an absolute miracle, Juventus will be going into that second match with 0 points from today, as Boavista with 74% pass completion. Look at that though, 68 for Juventus. That tells a story in itself. They just simply haven't found their players enough, as Dybala has the chance to play it in towards Higuain again. You have to say, Fabiano has been tremendous. Just as I say that, he goes and almost gives the ball away in a dangerous area. But that back line for Boavista have been absolutely incredible so far. And we're into the dying embers of the first game, of the first matchup. And that is not a great challenge from Idris, but he will simply not care, because time is ticked away. And even if they were to score from this set piece, it looks as good as done here, as Dybala has the chance onto his left foot in towards Higuain. And that pretty much sums up Juventus' day so far. Harry, not good enough.
No, certainly not. And that tackle from one of the Boavista players, certainly one you would class as a professional tackle to stop play, you know, get men behind the ball. It looks like Boavista will be cruising to 3 points.
You can't say it's not deserved. They have looked, Wes, pretty comfortable throughout the whole of the match.
Yeah, I mean,
barring the penalty, obviously, which is quite a huge thing, I suppose.
That in itself is a massive talking point. That penalty goes in, the game is completely different. It's a completely different set of circumstances. We saw warning signs of how good that they could perform last match day when they were playing against Monaco, and they've kind of took it up even more of a notch by, like I say, just by setting out to disrupt the Juve attacking unit. And it's enough to get them the points.
Yeah, and it has finished here. Boavista 2, Juventus 0 in the opening game of match day 3. And well, if you were thinking about switching off, that pretty much goes to show that anything can happen here, because we are at such a high level.
You can see the post-mortem analysis already starting there from Eterito. He's certainly going to be demanding more from himself and from his teammates after losing that game, not by just 1 goal, but by 2, when you had a penalty saved as well.
Wes, what do they do? What because Juventus were completely nullified. I know we're perhaps giving them a bit of a disservice because they should have scored the penalty, and that is quite a big point, don't get me wrong. But outside of that, I can think of maybe one more big chance.
Yeah, there wasn't that many chances in it for
How
you.
can they break this Boavista team down?
Well, if you're looking at five at the back and you've only got 3 in midfield, you pack in midfield. You might switch to 4-5-1. You might have a bit more of a possession game in midfield. Granted, you'll give them time to get back, but if you were to set out your formation in the right way, you've then got abilities to then bring players into the game. So you could have 2 attacking midfielders as opposed to, you know, having just a centre midfielder. You can bring players into the game, and you know, if you've got a point man, especially with, you know, the likes of Ronaldo, Higuain, who's quite a physical unit as well, you've got players there that have the ability to hold up the ball. Use them, use those players, use them to effect, because at the moment, the way that Juventus are playing, it's just getting absorbed by what is a pretty stout Boavista defence.
I think with those 2 goals that we just saw from Barbosa, I think that he has launched himself up the table in terms of goal-scoring ability.
And possibly MVP for next match day as well.
No, ma io non sto, il rigore è ok, non sto dicendo che è sbagliato il rigore. Ci sta che l'hai messo a sinistra. Sto dicendo però che le azioni vere e proprie si devono sognare. Se arrivi davanti al portiere, o la passi, o te lo smarchi, o tiri a di trivela col sinistro, hai tutte le opportunità. Non puoi tirare tu qua e il portiere qua. Non puoi.
What's interesting listening to these guys is that Eterito is certainly the main captain there, whereas Boavista, they're all kind of chirping in. Maybe that's something that's happening at the moment, you know, this sort of team spirit that's building.
Well, you raised the point about Barcelona in matchday 2 in regards to you want to see more communication from them. With Juve, like you said, it's Ettore that's leading it and is leading that, whereas if you have a bit more of a collaborative approach, you might get a better play.
Well, straight from the start, it may have pulled off, but again, it's that man, probably my pick defensively from match 1, Fabiano, who makes the challenge, but it's in towards Douglas Costa again. Juventus starting on the front foot, and certainly Boavista are going to have to sort of be pretty tight at the back early doors.
Yeah, looks like it was Barbosa with both those saving tackles there for Boavista.
Rabiot now finds Dybala. Now back towards Rabiot again. Good challenge coming in, and Boavista have the chance to clear their lines up towards Cassiano. It's going to be a very, very tight and tense affair, certainly in the opening 30 minutes or so, as Boavista looked to maintain what they did in the first game. Because Wes, I can't imagine them playing any other way.
Yeah, if you've already gone away and worked on a game plan, you're not going to deviate from it once you've won a game 2-0. You know, you're looking at Juve.
It's a perfect first game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's perfect. They've nullified their attack. They got a good penalty save in there, and they're able to hit 2 goals on the break. I think here it's going to be similar. They're going to be looking for opportunities. They're going to wait for people to get tired, and then it will open up opportunities. You can see here, Boavista just absorbing every
They're
attack.
sitting so deep right now, and Juventus just can't quite find that needle in the haystack at the moment.
The thing is, when you do sit deep, though, it can leave you susceptible to runs in behind. But so far, defensively, Boavista have been very, very solid.
Well, I think, Wes, you know, if they are sitting deep, you've either got to, you know, try your luck from distance or possibly try and get wider stretch to play, as Douglas Costa does just that. And now Dybala is challenged by Marlon. One back, though, by Rabiot. And this siege mentality is continuing here from Juventus, but they still, after 15 minutes or so, haven't really created a major chance.
You talk about taking long shots. I mean, we spoke about this again in previous match days. These guys will look for percentage shots. They'll look for the opportunities that are guaranteed as Douglas Costa works his way in. They're looking for opportunities where they know there's no risk to the opportunity. It might take a risk.
That's what I'm saying. The trouble is they might have to take a risk to break this stubborn Boavista FC defence down. 20 minutes gone here, still deadlocked in 0-0. This will certainly favour Boavista, because they'll be more than happy with 4 points if it stays the same. So I can't imagine them changing too much, and if they can hit them on the counter, that is an added bonus. As Cassiano's in again here. Great challenge from Bonucci. First sniff of a chance for the Portuguese Giants, and Marlon is there to play it back to the goalkeeper.
And more to that point, I think Boavista right now would be happy with 3 points. I mean, obviously they want more out of this game considering it's still 0-0, but I think they would have bit your hand off if you said that they would take 3 points against Juventus coming into this match day.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, they've got 3 more points than they anticipated they'd start out with at the start of the day. I mean, a lot of people weren't picking this as a game that Juventus would look to drop points in, but like I said, the way that they've equipped themselves, it's playing the way that your team should be set out to play. It's finding what works for your team and what works for your co-op team.
And we will be going to the mix zone after the match to hear from the players. Our wonderful Harry, who has his voice back, will be interesting to see those questions. But one of the questions I'd like to know is, do they see themselves as that underdog, or do they seem to fancy themselves as a late challenge comes in and it gives Juventus a real chance from a pretty dangerous position? And of course, it is that man, Cristiano Ronaldo, as Bueno picks up the first caution of the match. Very even percentage possession, and also very similar or the same pass completion as well. But he's going to give it to Dybala, and now it's in towards Ronaldo again. Oh, good strength shown by the Portuguese captain. Wins it back. They can't get out. Dybala plays it to Costa. Surely someone's got to have a shot. It's Rabiot! And Juventus take the lead, and the pressure was building. And now, Harry, we're going to see what Boavista are made of.
We'll see. But it's got to be said, Juventus, they needed that goal. Belief might have started to just maybe start slacking a little bit. Drained of confidence against a very stout Boavista defence, but they finally cracked the puzzle. Bit fortunate here in the box, it's got to be said, but the composure to find Rabiot and his right foot from that distance, always going to find the back of the net.
And I suppose, Wes, we keep talking about Juventus and what they need to do. I mean, they're good enough. We know that. They've kind of just been, you know, poking away at the defence and you know, probing and confident that they'll find a breakthrough and that they've got it.
Yeah, I mean, if you know, like we said, we talked about how crucial the penalty was in the first game. They now have a chance. They've now had their chance. They've converted their chance. That's the first kind of clear-cut chance I can remember from Juve. But you know, Boavista are still dangerous here.
1-0, challenged by Douglas Costa. Of course, Boavista now have to come out, although you wouldn't think they'd come out too much. We're still in the first half, 1-0 scoreline. If we can keep that towards the end of the last sort of 20-15 minutes, and then they can then go on the assault. But yeah, certainly nothing too drastic so far. I would imagine, Wes, from them to change.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, they're not switching formations. They clearly believe in the system that they're playing at the moment. However, you know, as you get to the latter stages of the game, you're going to need to press, and you're going to need to press hard to really affect the game.
Oh, it's a lovely 1-2 there. He gets it back. Chance to get the shot away. Oh, the goalkeeper's come and gone. Ronaldo's hit the foot of the post, and they are inches away, a hair's breadth from a second goal, which might just have wrapped up all 3 points. And as it stands, Harry, Boavista are hanging on here.
I'm sat here with my hands on my head. I know it's an acrobatic attempt, but
he's got to score.
He has to do better there. Very unfortunate not to be 2 up.
Whack downfield anywhere will do, as Boavista are crying for that saved by the bell moment, the half-time whistle, as Ronaldo plays it in, blocked again, back to Ronaldo again, in towards Rabiot, still can't get the shot away, queuing up here, and finally the shot comes in, but it's straight at the goalkeeper, and a huge sigh of relief for Boavista as the referee trots up towards the halfway line, whistle to his lips, and it's finished at the end of the first half. Juventus 1, Boavista 0.
It's going to be very interesting to hear how the mentality is on the Boavista side after finding themselves down for the first time in this match. I would love to listen in and hear what they have to say.
Again, it's still Eterito leading the communications. Still smiles, though, from the Boavista lads there.
Yeah, it's a shame we listened into Juventus there. I would have loved to have heard of what the Portuguese outfit had to say for themselves, whether or not the mood in the camp might have been dampened by that Juventus goal. But yeah, you're right, still the world champion, or previous world champion I should say, Eterito, and Matchday 2 MVP barking the orders at his teammates.
Oh, slight miscommunication there from Boavista. We mentioned how that penalty miss in the first game was so crucial, and could Ronaldo's acrobatic overhead kick onto the foot of the post be also equally as crucial in this one?
So those 2 goals in the first game for Barbosa now lifts him up to joint first, leading goal scorer in the league with Lotfi and Özmakabil, both from AS Monaco. So good performance there from Barbosa. He'll be happy with that.
And as things stand, Juventus are sitting second in the table. Obviously, games have been played more than the opposition. Monaco still top the table with 2 games to play with 10 points as Douglas Costa finds Cristiano Ronaldo in towards Rabiot and Dybala as well, and that might be the goal that sends Juventus to the first 3 points of the day, the only 3 points of the day for them after the 3 for Boavista earlier in the day. It was a stunning team goal again, and not quite as many cheers in that background shot there, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at it, it's that shock factor of coming up against 5-3-2 in this environment. In that first game, you could probably say that Juve are a little bit shell-shocked of, oh, well, how do we play here? How do we play this? Because we haven't come up against the 5-3-2 in probably some time. But they've kept faith with their system, they've kept faith with their personnel, and it's paying dividends right now.
So Juventus 2, Boavista 0 in this second game. The same scoreline reversed from the first one. What's happening, Wes? What are they doing?
So you can finally see a switching formation. So they've seemed to have just gone, well, we'll chuck away the 5-3-2.
Caution to the wind.
We're 2-0 down. We can go for it.
I mean, dangerous against Juventus?
Well, 1, it's dangerous against Juventus, and 2, latter stages of the season, goal difference may become a factor as well, so they've got to be careful.
That's a very, very valid point, that.
Eterito was the goal scorer. Second of the game for him. The captain of Juventus really stepping up to the plate.
Well, I think it is moments like these that make the good players great, as the ball gets played up straight through the middle. There's been a lot of, well, through the middle action as the ball gets played in, all tipped wide by the goalkeeper, only as far as Tavares, and what a response from Boavista. The changes have made an instant impact, and it's game on.
Absolutely amazing response there. It was Joker, I think, the goal scorer for Boavista, the 2019 International Esports Federation finalist. And yeah, maybe a bit fortunate, maybe if you're expecting maybe the keeper to push it a little bit wider, get it a little bit further out, not push it back into danger as he did, but Boavista, they'll take that one.
Now, I was going to say, Wes, it was all getting a bit close confined in that midfield area, and I was going to ask, why don't they push it wide more? But then I suppose if you keep probing the quick one-touch football in and around, you're going to start getting mistakes as well with tired legs, and that's exactly what happened there.
100%, you'll end up getting ricochets, you'll end up getting poor passes, poor touches, and it gives you more of an opportunity to get into goal-scoring positions.
Ronaldo has a chance to put the third in for Juventus. to give them that second goal cushion again, but just shut out. Oh, lovely little flick there down on this near touchline in towards Idris in the heart of the midfield. Juventus midfield have gone all at sea as Matteo has a chance, but Bonucci is there and he's had a great game, as did Fabiano for, of course, Boavista in that first game. Similar performances for the respective teams. And now Juventus come again through Rabiot, through the heart of the midfield, in towards Dybala, one of the goal scorers, onto his favourite left foot. Game over, surely. You would think right now it's a wonderful finish from the little man.
That really should be all said and done. I'm not sure how Boavista can come back from this again. It's a well-worked move to find Dybala. As you say, left foot is his favoured. And as soon as he gets on the inside of that defender there, kills it. Yeah, maybe should do a little bit better, a little bit close to the Boavista shot stopper.
Now, Wes,
stop that one though.
Wes, we often talk about manual goalkeeping, don't we? Is there anything? I know we generally see it with one-on-ones and set pieces. Is there anything they can do manually from a shot from that sort of distance, or would you always leave that down to the AI?
You'd entrust the AI. I mean, it would take a brave person to gamble with a manual goalkeep at that point. You can move the player over and make a good save, but I think you'd be a very brave man to do so.
So 61 minutes gone, and Juventus, we mentioned what a great response from Boavista, but equally you've got to say the mettle from Juventus to then go pretty much straight down the other end and restore that 2-goal cushion is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it comes back to that experience, and I think it was Il Distruttore, the goal scorer. There is confirmation on that, now on 5 goals and assists. Juventus man clearly quite pivotal in terms of their attacking intentions.
Now, just to clarify for the people at home, for you guys, you wonderful, beautiful people watching, just how strong this competition is. Boavista, who have performed absolutely brilliantly, you have to say, through large parts of today, are sitting, having played an extra couple of games, with 5 points and in 7th position. So that just goes to show what a strong league it is as the shot comes in and tips wide, pretty much straight at the goalkeeper, not going to trouble him, but again, good build-up play from Juventus.
Yeah, it was. It was just, Lo Scandalo it was that time. The man taking the shot, but now Juve are starting to move up the gears a little bit. You know, they've got this win in the bag. They can sense blood, they can sense goals, maybe start to regain some of that goal difference that they lost in the first match. They've already done that now, up by 2. So maybe they can smell blood in the water, maybe want more goals.
So the goals today from Juventus have enabled Il Distruttore to jump to 5 goals alongside Matchday 2's top goal scorer with 5 goals, also alongside Kilju and Barbosa, who's also got on the score sheet today. So it's really starting to tighten up at the top across all different competitions, not only the league but also the Golden Boot and the assist makers as well. As Rabiot now has a chance of playing towards Gonzalo Higuain, wins it back. Wonderful play from Rabiot. He's hit the crossbar. What a shot. The power is still rattling around there. And finally, they managed to clear their lines, and that would have been all but done. Now a chance for Boavista to come back down the other end in towards Tavares, the goal scorer. Just possibly should have pulled the trigger, went for the dummy shot, and again Juventus can count, and this game is getting really stretched now, and it's forward towards Dybala. The pass was poor, but Rabiot wins it back, and he has been pretty impressive in the heart of that midfield.
Yeah, I'm surprised the referee's not blown up for that one.
Well, he listened to you and he's gone for it.
Yeah, tried playing the advantage there, I think, but I think Boavista will be happy about that one, because Juve, every time they attack now, they look very threatening.
Oh, it's in towards Tavares. Oh, and it's a goal back. And could we see a late equaliser? And we're going to possibly see that as we just lose a bit of sound. We're just waiting to see what's happening here. But what I mean, where'd you start with this game so far? We've had everything pretty much other than a red card and a penalty.
Yeah, it's been really Juventus, once they found those first couple of goals, really starting to push forward, started finding their feet in the game, and once that happened, we started to see more and more goals from Juventus, but it looks like we might have some technical issues there on the stage.
Just to keep you updated at home, as close as that last 15 minutes could have been. It could have made for a real nail-biting finish. We have had some technical difficulties, and we're under the impression we will be restarting match 2. I mean, it's really difficult to for either team to mentally prepare for that after seeing this. You'd be disappointed being Juventus because at the end of the day you were leading the game, but equally, if you're Boavista, you'd also fancy, with 50 minutes to go, a few tactical changes. You could sniff out a 3-3. You could even turn the game on its head. So it's not ideal for either, Wes.
No, it's not. And as a player, you will be focused at this point. I mean, you saw the reaction of the Boavista players as soon as the goal goes in, as soon as they realise that there's an issue, that their immediate reaction is one of a little bit of dismay. You can see the ball goes in, and you saw the reaction of those players. But mentally, you've got to reset. Not only have you got to reset for the fact that the game has now kind of stopped, you've then got to mentally reset. Like you said, you've got a completely different match situation. You'll be back to 0-0, and all of a sudden, it then becomes something completely different.
I mean, the good news for you watching at home is we get even more action.
Oh, yeah.
We get an extra game bonus.
It was EU, I think it was, who poked that goal in, obviously representing Portugal at the Euros, trying to qualify for the finals alongside Arsenal captain Christopher, who we'll see a little bit later on today. But yeah, there were plenty of goals there for Juventus. As you can see, they got 3 and the game wasn't even finished. So maybe you're expecting, if this is a full restart, Boavista, maybe you're expecting the sting to be taken out of the tail, so to speak.
We're just seeing some highlights from that match. You probably have to liken it to physical football, the floodlights going out in the stadium, maybe.
Yeah.
It does happen. Professional football players would have to deal with that, as we see the penalty save again, and what a save it was. One thing I did notice before that game was rudely interrupted, guys. There seemed to be a slight change in the communication in the Juventus camp. The confidence started flowing a little bit, and you started hearing a little bit more from Lo Scandalo and certainly Luca there.
Yeah,
Wes.
yeah. I mean, you know, once you have that confidence, once you are in a leading position, you suddenly become a little bit more open to actually voice your opinion and get that kind of information to your captain.
I think that's how it should be, really. You don't want someone barking orders in your ear and, you know, going through that totalitarian attitude. You want it to be a group atmosphere. You want everyone's voices to be heard, and you want everyone to sort of chime in with their ideas and how they think the game should be going, I should speak.
So we'll keep you updated with what's going on. We're under the impression now that we are, because of this scoreline as was, we're going to keep that scoreline and we're going to play a second half again. So you kind of get a bonus 20 minutes or so, but the score will remain 3-2. If that is incorrect and I'm talking absolute rubbish, I will, of course, update you further. But that is as far as we are aware right now. Guys, is that fair? Do you think that's a good resolution from this situation?
I mean, I think so. I think so. Again, you're thinking Boavista might be expecting, you know, a time for a fresh start with this extra half of play. You know, with that second goal that they scored just before these technical difficulties, now they're within 1. If they can get a goal quickly within this half of play, they might be able to rescue a point.
I think the key thing here, though, is that because you're starting a game from the first half, you've got full stamina, full legs. You've got
same for both teams.
It is the same for both teams, but you know, you have a different set of circumstances to what you had before. You could have argued that Boavista had that momentum.
Yep.
Second goal goes in, all of a sudden it becomes a snowball. We've seen it before in previous match days. I think that's where, you know, this might become a little bit more contentious.
I think the trouble is you'll never know, and that's the thing. And whatever outcome we get could have happened, couldn't have happened, and whoever comes off on the wrong foot is going to feel a little bit disheartened. But equally, if you come out of it on top, you're like, brilliant.
Yeah,
so
great.
Again, it's fair. It's the fairest way we can possibly do it. I just hope that the half of football we're about to see is as entertaining as what we have seen already.
It should be, purely because Boavista now know they need a goal. With those fresh legs, with everyone at full stamina, yes, obviously you have the defenders full stamina as well, but usually that tends to play into the attacker's favour. I mean, yeah, you have defenders who are able to muscle out attackers if they are able to, you know, jump those runs and get a head start on the ball in front of the attacker. But if you have, like on the Juventus side, Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, full pelt, it's definitely going to benefit them as opposed to someone like CR7 who might be yeah, a little bit worse for wear. That, you know, the years are ticking down now. The stamina might be not all that it used to be there for Mr. Ronaldo.
I think looking at it, I think it's going to be interesting to see how this game is approached now with this kind of you know, situation that I don't think anybody was anticipating. I think it's going to be fascinating to see if players go all out attack. Will they, you know, they play it a bit more conservative? You know, how is it that they're going to try and play this out? And I'm not too sure. And like I say, as a player, it's disruptive. I've had it happen to me before in previous tournaments where, you know, we've had to replay halves, and it's jarring because then you go, you know, you do get into the realm of, oh well, what happened? What would have happened? You know, funny enough, you know, the game in question was a co-op game against Eldridge O'Neill, so, you know, he'll know the situation. You know, you'll understand that how these boys are feeling now.
So let's have a little listen then to the Juventus boys, see how they feel about this restart.
So we are seconds from kickoff, and this game feels like it's been on for 3 days, but I'm not complaining because it has been action-packed. And just to give you a rundown, top goal scorer currently sits with 5 goals. Usmakabal, Luca, Subelli, Barbosa and Loscandalo. No, Loscandalo's got 4 goals, should I say. Kilshu is the other player with 5. Top assist maker is Usmakabal again, 7 to his name so far in the competition. Remember that he's also not played any games yet, which is worrying, as we hear again from the players down here.
How do you think, Wes, they might set the teams up differently now they know that there is full stamina at play? I can see already a substitution from the Boavista boys. Do you think maybe they set the teams up a little bit differently to either strike on the counter or just get a grip on the game?
I think both teams will just. I think for Juve, I think they could easily try and ride this out as one half. I think Boavista will go all out for this. I think that's how I see it going down. Whether it's Juve or Boavista that win it out at the end, I'm not so certain just yet.
So your score on the screen says 0-0, but it is, of course, 2-3. 2 for Boavista and 3 for Juventus. We will play 45 minutes of eFootball PES 2020. And the score from this 45 will be added to that 3-2 scoreline, resulting in our final score.
It's fascinating.
Happy?
I think so. It's quite fascinating that we get to see this sort of restart situation, and usually it tends to...
We just like to test the players,
Well, it tends to play more towards the more experienced of the two teams. That certainly would be Juventus in you know, a several-time world champion in Eterito, you know, several-time runner-up as well. So we'll see how it plays out.
So it's going to be Boavista who get the game underway and straight on the front foot, as we thought they might be. If they could get a goal, it could be really interesting. Wonderful save from the Juve #1, and it is all hands on deck already, Harry.
Yeah, it is. Boavista know what they have to do within this half of football is get at least a goal without conceding. It's a good start, but can they break through and really get that goal to put Juve on the back foot?
Remember, on the counter-attack, the likes of Ronaldo, Piazza, Dybala, all top players in that attacking third, so they've got to be careful, as it almost found its way through. Piazza now heads it down, but Idris with the interception, and it's that man again forward towards Khedira. Lovely 1-2 with Douglas Costa. Now Costa again, Ronaldo forwards, Rabiot to the right-hand side. This is a free-flowing, lovely one-touch football. Juventus attack, and it's in towards Douglas Costa again, and Boavista just managed to smuggle it towards the edge of the area. Still, Juventus have possession, finally whacked away, and that is always the threat, Harry, of going forwards for Boavista.
Yeah, it is. It was a tremendous exhibition there of, as you said, free-flowing, one-touch.
I said all of them, all of the superlatives.
I mean, it was perfect until the very last moment when, again, that defence from Boavista, the last man always seems to make that tackle. And as long as you have a Boavista man in front of a Juve player, it's going to be tricky for them to get anything going.
In towards Cassiano, headed away by Chiellini for a throw on the near touchline. 10 minutes gone in this potential last 45. And it is 3-2 to Juve. Thrown in, Cassiano, completely unmarked there, but zonally Juventus did their jobs. And now Idris, who's picking up a much deeper role now after bossing large parts of the midfield battle. He now sits nearer the defence, and Douglas Costa now finds Sami Khedira forward towards Piazza. Now Dybala, Costa and Rabiot all spin off the right-hand side. And, well, the pass to Rabiot looked like the better option, but he still finally has possession. Dybala challenged by Marlon. Still, they can't really create many inroads, but are Juventus happy so far with this?
I'm not sure they'll be too happy with the amount of chances they've created, but certainly happy with how the passes seem to be flowing on the counter-attack. But again, it's just that Boavista men just hounding as soon as they get the ball. Goes out for another Juventus throw-in, but it's just constant hounding of the ball here from Boavista.
Wes, is this a real test of the Boavista lads? Because, of course, we talked about big game experience, the likes of Luca and Eterito, who have obviously been on the big stage in the co-op. Is that something that we're now going to see from Boavista?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's now a case of how do you combat these types of situations. I don't think Boavista would have been in this type of situation before. What's interesting for me, though, Juventus are attacking. They don't need to. They just need to
It does seem pretty interesting.
They just need to win the game out. They don't need to attack.
They keep almost inviting pressure, don't they, by going forwards themselves. Yeah, it's a very odd one, considering there's only 20 minutes left.
I think the type of players that you have on the Juventus roster are always going to want more goals, and they'll be chasing the accolades and those leaderboards, of course.
I suppose what you'll have to think as well, one more goal pretty much kills the game off, whereas, as we know, momentum, as we build towards a nervy last 10 to 15 minutes, they don't want to leave it open to potentially walking away today with 1 point, because if they concede in the last 10, it's
You also have to think about goal difference. After losing by 2 goals, they're only up by 1 here, so you'd be at a net loss in terms of goal difference coming into today.
Another chance here for Boavista. It's in towards Cassiano Chiellini, who's been an absolute stalwart at the back there for the Italian Giants. They can't find Khedira, who seems to be a bit of a passenger at the moment, I might add. He seems to be not able to contain the drive of the Boavista FC midfield. Now Dybala picks it up, who's very deep. Pressure just beginning to being invited the other way now, because we talked about them going forwards too much. It now seems like they're playing a little bit too deep, Harry.
Yeah, they might have heard you and realised that they are within. Although the game on their screens will say 0-0, they are up.
It says 3-2.
It is a 3-2. That's only for us, though. The players in PES will still just see that 0-0 scoreline because they are playing a fresh new game. So, yeah, it's important for Juventus players to really remember where they are within the grand scheme of this match and not get too ahead of themselves.
So, Fabiano picks it up, long ball downfield towards Tavares. 15 minutes is all that stands between Juventus and 3 crucial points in the eFootball.Pro Matchday 3. Marlon. Matthias in towards Paulinho. Another chance to possibly shoot. He's not going to. He's going to pass it when, again, Wes. A little pop shot, try something, risk something, may have come off.
Yeah, I mean, you're in that scenario. You're in that scenario of, well, we've only got, 12 minutes left of the game. You need to try something else.
Oh, it's a lovely turn from Piazza in towards Douglas Costa. They can't get out here. It's Dybala. What a save from the goalkeeper, and it looks like possibly the offside flag might be raised.
It was a foul, I think.
A foul of tugging of the shirt. It's all going off inside that 18-yard box, and with just 10 minutes remaining, that would have sealed proceedings, but Boavista are hanging on.
Yeah, 10 minutes or so plus added on.
It's Piazza. He's in here. Chance to seal the game, to make it 4-2.
He's
got support in the middle, doesn't use them, and perhaps that might have been a better option. He's gone for the near post, and it's a smart stop in the end out for a corner.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he really had the options on here. They certainly seem to have been, or at least had their angles cut off by the retreating Boavista players, so I think that was the right option. At least get a corner, burn some more time off of this clock. That certainly is in the favour of Juventus at the moment.
The wonderful phrase, the overused phrase of game management, as Dybala whips it in towards Khedira, headed away, and as far as Rabiot, my standout player, certainly from a Juventus point of view, as Dybala now picks the ball up on that right-hand side, plays it in towards Douglas Costa, now finds Khedira, chance to win the game here, onto the left foot, onto the right foot, cleared away. In terms of the actual players here, who would you say your pick of the game has been? Well, I'm actually going to cut myself off because we've got another chance here with only 5 minutes remaining. It is Boavista who still have that pressure. whacked away downfield towards Dybala, and the offside flag is raised, and it is do or die time for Boavista. Last chance saloon for the Portuguese Giants.
If you're asking me that question again, I'm thinking the two captains. I think Eterito and Barbosa, both with tremendous goal-scoring form throughout these 2.5 games, also defensively putting a shift in as well.
Wes, I know what I'm seeing on my screen, but what are you seeing? Because that looks pretty defensive.
I can see a handbrake being applied to a bus.
A slight automobile looking like on the field.
But that's what you need to do in situations like this, where you know that it's, what, a matter of moments away, and that you know that this ball, I mean, you can see on the opposite side, they're chucking the kitchen sink at them on the other side. So you know this is coming, so you've got to try and defend against it.
I mean, the Boavista lineup looks very similar to the Brazil of old, with Cafu and Carlos flying down the wings. Obviously, big players in PES.
Looks reminiscent of a crossbow. That's what it looks like,
yeah.
As a formation goes.
It certainly does, and equally, looks like a bit of a pit on the Juventus side, just soaking up that pressure, that rainwater.
I am looking at that Juventus lineup though, with Higuain up top. He might be a counter target they try and exploit, with Dybala playing just behind him. If Boavista don't get that clear-cut chance and Juventus can get it out to a release valve like a Higuain or a Dybala, I mean, anything could happen. Juve could get a goal, or Boavista could.
They could indeed, but we only have 3 minutes remaining here at the end of the game. If you're just joining us now, this has had to be restarted, this second half, due to a technical difficulty. So the scoreline was 3-2 when we begun proceedings, with 45 minutes to play. So this will be the end of the game as soon as 45 plus injury time is up, and time is up, and it's down the wrong end of the field for Boavista, because Juventus are sailing towards their first 3 points of the day, and going up the table as Higuain's in there. So is Dybala, left foot shot blocked by Fabiano. It's behind for a corner, but the time is ticking away.
Yeah, this is the end of the pitch that you want it at if you are Juventus. Just taking the sting out of the game. Very nice block there from a Boavista player. That potentially could have been flying goalwards, and if Juve get a goal at that point, it's game over. But still a tiny chance here for Boavista. A very slim glimmer.
This would be one hell of a counter-attack if it were to happen. 2 minutes of added on time. They're going to play it short in towards Higuain, and there's frustration kicking off there. Naughty challenge on Higuain, should I say, and it is going to be Cuadrado who's going to leave it and waste even more time. And surely now we're looking at points shared across the board. 3 for Boavista in match 1, 3 for Juve in match 2, unless they can find some kind of way of getting out. It's in towards Rabiot now. Khedira finds Dybala, back towards him again. It's Dybala! What a save from the goalkeeper, and that should have wrapped it up. But as things stand, it has finished here. The 45 minutes are done, and it's finished. Boavista 2, Juventus 3, and it's 3 points apiece. And Wes, I'm pretty sure both sides on the whole will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, given how it kind of broke down in game 2, obviously with the technical difficulties, I think they'll be pleased with having, both come away with 3 points. I think, looking at the way that Boavista played, I think, as we mentioned in commentary, had you had offered them 3 points at the start of the day, I reckon they would have snapped your hand off.
Yeah, it was a great performance from them in that first game. They gave Juventus, barring the missed penalty, pretty much no sniff of a chance at goal. In the second game, it was a bit different, because, of course, Juve were able to get that goal, and then it's just a completely different ball game. And Juventus are probably, Wes, the hardest team, possibly maybe Monaco, to, once they get a goal up, they're so strong, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about physicality being important with stat balancing and things of that nature. You look at the likes of who they have at the back, as you mentioned quite a few times, Bonucci. You've got the likes of De Ligt, you've got Chiellini. You have those players that are able to lock down a defence, and having those players at disposal is brilliant.
Certainly is indeed, and we will be going shortly to the mix zone with Harry as soon as the players are up and ready after that enthralling first match in match day 3. We've got some interesting words to hear from them for sure. Wes, is there anything that you want Harry to ask? So many questions off the top of your head that you really want answers to.
I think really were Juve shocked by how Boavista set out in their a 5-3-2 formation, like we mentioned. is not something you're really encountering when you're playing competitive PES. You very rarely run into a team that's set out.
We often see the 4-3-3.
You see a very narrow 4-3-3. You see 2 second strikers. You see a centre forward. You sometimes see 3 CFs. But in this type of environment, you're very rarely going to come across somebody that, you know, and were they shocked by that? And was it a case that the second game that shock kind of wore off and they got back to playing the way that they normally do?
And what do you think they did using that formation, which nullified Juventus so much? Why does that formation change such a difference in the game plan for Juventus?
Well, if you look at the way that Juve was set out, they had their 3 up front. You know, you had Piazza, you had Ronaldo, you had Dybala. You've got 3 centre-backs that can cover those 3 players. It allows you to just have options, as you alluded to the likes of Cafu and Carlos of old. You have those wing-back options that you can then push up the pitch and create a 5 in midfield.
Overload.
Yeah, you can create an overload. And that was the way it was kind of how it looked like Boavista were playing.
Indeed, indeed. So, of course, we will be going on to match 2 of match day 3 shortly. We're just seeing some highlights of the game that we've just seen. We touched on the players when we kept seeing close-ups and the conversations between them. And we touched on how the big captains were kind of coming out. Did you feel Etorito, the captain for Juventus, did enough over the course of the 2 games?
I think so. I think there was a couple of manual saves that actually Ettore pulled off, and he led the line pretty well. Not even in the sense of scoring goals and creating assists. He was able to kind of lead his team. Sometimes it's not necessarily about what you do on the pitch, it's about how you behave off it. And I think he leads that team as better than anyone.
And we weren't sure about Boavista in terms of there wasn't really a elected captain, so to speak. They were much more sort of a bit of a free-for-all in terms of their team talks, etc. But the 2 goals for Barbosa, do you see him as their main man?
I see him as their guy. I mean, some of the manual saves that we saw were Barbosa. You know, the 2 critical goals in the first game, Barbosa. But again, they're more of a sum of the parts team as opposed to whether you're looking at how good the individuals are. It's when they come as a collective that they seem to shine.
He's got a hell of a celebration, I know that much.
Oh yeah, no,
lovely
100%.
to watch. It's also great to see, certainly in the eFootball PES community, that when the game's done, they do then kind of come together as players, and they're more than happy to shake hands. And you very rarely see that sort of trouble after the game, which is nice to see. It's a real community, isn't it?
Yeah, and in terms of the the eFootball PES community, both on a pro level and just the community as a whole, it's a collaborative kind of environment. You look at particular streamers and things like that. It is that kind of family feel to it. So these guys will shake hands and come away with it, and it's key for sportsmanship at the end of the day.
Yep, indeed. The mix zone is ready. Harry is ready. Let's hear what the players have to say, starting with, I believe, Harry, Juventus.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. I'm here with the Juventus team. Ettore, 2 goals for yourself, reigning MVP after match day 2. You said to me before we came over here, not happy with the result. Can you tell me a little bit why that is?
Yeah, sure. I'm not totally happy because in the first match we missed a lot of chances. Maybe 3 times Luca, 3 times Renzo, the penalty miss. So maybe in the first match we need a win, but it's the game. In real football it's the same. So if you don't score, maybe you can lose. So it's okay. In the second match we play well, and of course we win. So only this. Just a little bit disappointed about this, but it's okay, 3 points.
You play against Manchester United on match day 4 in a couple of weeks. Do you think you'll tweak anything against Manchester United, or maybe try and take more of the chances that you created here against Boavista?
Yeah, maybe we need to stay focused all the time in front of the goalkeeper and try to understand how to play now, because Piazza is out from Juventus, maybe. So we need to understand how to play in next match day versus Manchester United.
Cool, so maybe a couple of transfers there happening in the January transfer window. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Harry. Interesting to hear that, of course, transfers going on in the physical form of football, and that affecting, of course, eFootball.Pro. Anything that you picked out from that wonderful interview that sort of springs to mind that you can pick your hat?
Well, it was interesting to hear about the you know, Ettore talk about the chances that they missed. You know, also on commentary we didn't really see, you know, clear-cut chances, but I often define them as chances to have chances. You could see, and you could even hear it at some points, where they know that there's a pass on that could lead to a chance, and it was those final passes in the first game that didn't quite come off. And then he mentioned the penalty miss,
the post.
The penalty miss was vital in that first game. And like I said, the little bit of gamesmanship from Boavista was perfect. But it was interesting to see that they had seen chances that we hadn't.
Yeah, we gave them the underdog title before kickoff. We now have Boavista FC. Let's hear what they had to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here with the Boavista boys. 3 points. A tremendous result from our point of view. Do you guys see it the same? You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, we are happy with the 3 points, but we always work for the 6 points. I think in the first game, we tactically wise were really superior to Juventus. We had a good plan and we showed in the stage. In the second game, we had some moments when we could execute better, but the luck of the game wasn't with us, and we felt that in the end of the game, and the stop didn't benefit us.
So maybe the technical difficulties coming into play there. Next matchday 4, you guys play against Bayern München. Obviously, they're on some tremendous form right now. How are you guys going to prepare for that? Are you looking forward to that game? Maybe you can get another result, because you guys are certainly the surprise packages of the eFootball.Pro League so far.
Yeah, we will work like we worked against Juventus, against Monaco or Nantes, because we always come here to take the 6 points. We don't care about the team, and we'll try to do our best to get the top 6, and that is the main goal for the team.
Awesome. Well, you guys are well on your way. Congratulations, guys. 3 points against Juventus, certainly a great result. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Nice of you to have a voice this week, as always. Really great to hear again the Boavista talk there. One thing that I picked out was the fact that they seem to be far more confident than we almost give them credit for. We've given them this underdog tag, but I don't think they see themselves as that.
No, and I mentioned it in Matchday 1 in relation to when you were talking about the changes in the off-season. A lot of people may be watching this. A lot of the pro players who are playing at the moment may not necessarily have a read on these guys. You may not have enough game film to watch what they're doing, but in regards to the Portuguese community, these 3 players are very well known, and they're very, very good players. And as a collective, as I mentioned there, their tactics were absolutely spot on game 1. I think it was just the shock value that then wore off in game 2. Otherwise, they would have been on for I think it was, 35 minutes before Juve scored. Yeah. They had them pretty much in a realm where they needed it, and it was just, it was a pass here and there, and Juve were able to execute.
And one final thing, Juventus, obviously now the pressure's really on, because Monaco, if they win both games today, are really stretching that lead out in front of them.
Yeah, I think that's a warning sign for the whole league, to be honest. But looking at it, they've got it's first v second. Not on their tails for a reason.
Yep. We're now going to go to match 2, and that is, of course, AS Monaco versus FC Nantes. So for Monaco, we have Kilju, Lotfi, and reigning world champion Us Makabail. For FC Nantes, we also have AS Babisk, Kepa, and Roska as well. We actually managed to speak to the players before today. Let's go and hear what they had to say.
Like always, we want to win. We are here for 6 points. We trained hard since the last time, and we have to make better versus Nantes. And let's see.
My expectation is try to win at least 3 points. Monaco is one of the best teams in the football. My team and I will be happy with 3 points.
Yep, so
I've returned.
Harry joins us back on the table. A mad dash across. How do you see this one planning out, Harry?
I'm a busy bee. I'm a little bit out of breath. But it's a really tantalising affair. Another one. I mean, all match days really are here in the eFootball.Pro. But this one, particularly when you think about where these 2 teams could be come the end of the season. AS Monaco is certainly on an upswing, top of the league, undefeated. No one's been able to really trouble them so far. We saw maybe a bit of a blip last week against Boavista, but
after watching today, maybe not a blip.
Maybe not, yeah. Maybe Boavista are stronger than maybe we're giving them credit for. Then on the other side, FC Nantes, again, another surprise package. I mean, yes, we saw last season them do very well, but I don't think anyone really expected them to be this high up in the league as we stand here on match day 3.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you, Wes, very shortly for your opinion. We are going to go to that match right now. So it is AS Monaco versus FC Nantes. So yeah, back to you, Wes. We talk about Boavista being an underdog, potentially now not anymore, clearly. FC Nantes, a similar sort of tag. They've kind of came into the competition not considered potentially one of the favourites, but they've been pretty explosive at times, and they could really hurt Monaco today if they're on their game.
Yeah, and that's the intrigue to this. We talked so much about Koulibaly, we talked so much about Simon and about the players that
the
they
physicality.
have. The physicality. It's going to be very interesting to see them go up against Glick, Naldo, against Badashile. It's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out, and same way it goes with Silvani as well.
And Harry, you won't see on off air, but I'm actually holding Harry's arm. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Harry.
No,
I know you got a bit excited there. Obviously, we did the draw for the E-Euro tournament, and you mentioned one of your dark horses, the likes including Kepa in their ranks. So.
Yeah, we have a fair few that will be featuring in the E-Euros later on this year, representing their country. We obviously have Kepa and Roxa from Serbia, and then on the other side, of course, we have Lotfi and Uzmakabil, two of the stars really of the eFootball.Pro since its inception. So this could maybe be a bit of a preview of what we might see at the final tournament.
That was kind of the question. You mentioned in that live draw that you felt that Serbia were a dark horse. For the same reasons, do you see FC Nantes as a bit of a dark horse in this competition?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when you look at the impact that Kepa's able to have, considering he wasn't here in the first match day. Match day 2, 2 goals, 2 assists. Roxa, again, his fellow Serbian, 4 goals, 4 assists, is up there in the leaderboards. But then when you look at the third man in the team, Asbabisk, first in the league overall in defense points, I should say. So, I mean, it's a really well-rounded squad, something that Monaco might have trouble with here.
And that was my next point to Wes. AS Babisk, of course, came up just then from Harry. Knows Uzmakabil quite well. Obviously, they've been in and around the sort of same training facilities for quite a while. Do you think that's going to aid FC Nantes, knowing his game inside out, Uzmakabil?
Well, with Uzma and Monaco as a whole, I think their game plans can shift so rapidly in terms of how they conduct themselves. But if you've got little intricacies that that players can utilise, it's always beneficial for your team that okay, you need to watch out for this pattern, you need to watch out for this pass, you need to watch out for what this guy's doing. And if you've informed your team of how to do that, it should be of a great benefit to Nantes, especially today, of all days.
Okay, I'm going to ask for predictions for this one, and if you get it right, I'm going to buy you an apple juice carton after the show.
I think it's tricky for me to see anyone troubling AS Monaco at this point. I think FC Nantes are a good match for them. I still think Monaco might stay undefeated though. Maybe 2 draws, but I'm going to say a win and a draw for Monaco.
Wes?
I'm going to put my colours to the mast. I'm going to say it's a Nantes victory in the second game and a draw in the first.
I'm going to go with 1 win apiece. So we are split across the panel. I do see Nantes really troubling Monaco today, but of course, due to Monaco's ability, I also see them getting the 3 points, and it will be AS Monaco kicking from right to left in their famous home red and white strip. It's a wonderful save from the Nantes number 1, and early warning signs for FC Nantes.
Yeah, both these two football clubs in the real world sense, 8 French league titles together. So each football club able to win the French league 8 times. They'll be looking to do the same here in the eFootball.Pro as the player there just walked by the offside trap of FC Nantes. But going back to what I was saying about Azdin Ayazbabisk, so solid defensively, something that Monaco's explosive attack might stumble upon here. It'll be interesting to see how they break down that puzzle at the back.
7 minutes gone here, and it has been a bright start from AS Monaco. Of course, two French clubs as the ball gets played over the top. Oh, it's a real miscontrol, and he's almost in here. What's going on at the back? Disarray right across, and somehow they've smuggled it behind for a corner. Warning signs for AS Monaco in towards the near post. Wago, and punched away by the goalkeeper, and it's a real chance that for FC Nantes, but this is where AS Monaco can be so dangerous. It was a poor pass in the end, and back come Nantes again. Breathless stuff here inside the opening 10 to 15 minutes, and finally the referee brings it to a halt with a free kick and a chance to breathe, Harry.
Yeah, FC Nantes will take that free kick all day long. They're in here again. Ayaz Babis down the left with Ewan.
Ewan, left foot shot across the face, tipped out by the goalkeeper. Koulibaly just inches away from turning it home, but as it stands, AS Monaco clear, and AS Monaco certainly know they're in a game, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're very much rattled at the moment. It looks like Nantes have got an answer for everything at the moment. Here comes Augustine. It's a good challenge, pass to Slimani.
Oh, Augustine's in the post. Flags up. Harry, where do we start to dissect this? Because it's been absolutely incredible so far.
This is two of the leading goal-scoring clubs in the eFootball.Pro so far this season going up against each other, and this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see high-octane attacking gameplay, almost in there again, but who else but the captain, Ayaz Babis. I've been singing his praises in his defensive responsibilities.
Johan, it's in towards Koulibaly. A wonderful save. Still in the danger over Simon. Back towards. Oh, it's in. And FC Nantes have taken the lead. And you'd have to say, Wes, deservedly so.
It was such good awareness, and it was such a good choice. You had two choices where you pull that ball back. You either go back across the face of the goal, where we've seen the goalkeeper go so much and take the ball, but they've spotted a runner at the edge of the box. It's great play. And you can see that there's tactical switches from what Nantes have set out as well. Palios is now playing at the back. It's a different change to combat Slimani. So you can see that players are making these adjustments and making these changes. It's great. It's a great spot here.
It really is a great spot. You are right, Wes. The power on the header from Koulibaly. You thought the danger was over after a truly magnificent fingertip save down to his left-hand side, but it was just rolled back across the face to the on-rushing midfield player. And Harry, that's as good as it comes at this stage.
Yeah, Roxa, the goal scorer as well.
Chance for an instant response from AS Monaco! And it just looks like it's gone the wrong side of the post. With the goal at his mercy, you'd have to say, it hits the stanchion behind the goal. You have to say that is a huge chance for a team of this calibre, Harry.
They've had their chances, and that's another one that maybe they could potentially be 2-1 up here. Instead, they find themselves 1-0 down. Going back to that, Roxa, the Serbian goal scorer, back in the WESG in PES 2019, took home the bronze medal in China. So 5 goals and 4 assists now for the Serbian.
Augustine tries to find Slimani. Good block, though, from Palios, and fired downfield by the goalkeeper. Oh, it's over the top of the defender. The referee brings a halt due to an offside decision. We talked, Wes, before the kick-off about the physicality of FC Nantes, but we're seeing that in abundance so far. Look at the goal. The ball came across, and what a powerful header it was from Koulibaly. And it's really causing AS Monaco problems, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was the intriguing thing for me, pre-match, is to see this matchup of, can the physical defenders of Monaco take on the physical attributes of Koulibaly. As you can see, they're constantly causing issues.
Oh, it's almost an own goal, crossed in towards the near post, and AS Monaco fans for a split second thought horror had struck. A disastrous backward header, fired goalwards again. They can't get out here, AS Monaco, and FC Nantes are looking to turn the screw, but the counter's on now for AS Monaco. A chance to go right up the other end. They could have been 2-0 down. Could they now be 1-1? It's out towards the left-hand side, support in the middle by Balde. It is into that man now, but Slimani can't get on the end of that pass. But it's another mistake from FC Nantes. Mistakes happening right across the board from both teams right now, and finally it's cleared down the field.
It's crazy to think that AS Monaco, the team currently undefeated in the eFootball.Pro season, find themselves 1-0 down when they could have been 2-1 up. But they also could have been 2-0 down.
It's been end-to-end as it's in towards Slimani. Wagu with the challenge. And at the moment, Wes, they're just doing enough, FC Nantes, but you've got a feeling there's going to be a few more chances from AS Monaco to get this equaliser.
Well, we talked about the game with Boavista versus Monaco last week, and we were curious to see what plan B Monaco have. And I think I can just see them playing the same way. They believe in their philosophy and they believe in the way they're playing, which is great up until a point. However, when you're met with a physicality that not have on offer, you may need to figure out a different way of going here, because at the moment, you know, Nantes have got an answer for everything at this point. But as we see, as they make their way through,
Baldi, lovely pass, left foot shot into the corner, a stunning finish from AS Monaco. And just when you think FC Nantes are going to go into half-time at 1-0 up, the equalising goal comes in, Harry.
Yeah, Kilju, the man to put it in for AS Monaco, and I believe that goal will propel him to the very top of the goal-scoring chart.
It's like you read my mind. I was literally going to ask you how this affects the scoring charts, and you just come in. I mean, it's just like majestic.
That would make him the leading goal scorer in the eFootball.Pro. He has his two teammates really breathing down his neck after this goal. I'll come back to that in just a second. But that pass, the 1-2 composure from AS Monaco, something that we've seen all season long, and no doubt they will continue to do it in further match days. But they have Lotfi on 4 goals, there's Maccabiel on 5 goals, and now Kilju on 6 goals.
And Wes, just as we saw the instant replays there, the goal coming from a pass into that front man and then the spin-off pass. AS Monaco do that a lot, don't they?
Yeah, and they do it to nigh on perfection. The interesting thing is we were talking about how real transfers may affect the eFootball.Pro squad. Soleimani's linked with a move away from Monaco.
Transfer news, you've heard it here first.
Which could potentially, force Monaco into playing a different way.
Wow, Baldi. Forward towards Gildias. He's got support from that man, Slimani. He's in the news all over the place at the moment, and Augustine almost snuck his way through. And as we tick towards the end of the first half, the dying embers, seconds away. Can we get a second goal for AS Monaco? It's in towards Slimani. He plays it to Baldi. Support from Augustine, and it's cleared away. And as the referee puts the whistle to his lips, it has been an enthralling first half of eFootball PES 2020 in the eFootball.Pro League.
Well, when we came into this game, both these two teams were in the top 2 of the eFootball.Pro standings, and I think this is about the sort of game that we were expecting to see. High octane, very quick passing and very direct attacking gameplay as well. We could have had 5 or 6 goals in this. We're very unfortunate actually to only be 1-1 at this stage.
Yeah, with our predictions being so split, I mean, this has been a perfect example of why our opinions were so split, because collectively, the two squads, the 22 players on the pitch, have been absolutely incredible so far, barring maybe a few shots that have gone a bit awry and could have been a bit better timed, as Glick now mops up the danger. Fire downfield by the goalkeeper. Chance for FC Nantes to build another attack, ball over the top. This is another something, Wes, that they like to do. FC Nantes, the ball over the top, because they know the strength that Koulibaly has.
Yeah, they just like to bully defences, but I don't think, when you statistically look at Monaco's defence, they're not the type that can be physically bullied.
One thing I've noticed from FC Nantes as well is the exploitation of the flanks. Bit of an unfortunate cross there from Roxa, trying to find Kepa, I think it was in the end, but Ayaz Babisk has been absolutely lethal, not only in the first half, but early in the second here as well, down those flanks. So just watch him on the right and the left, trying to break in behind the Monaco defence.
Bakayoko finds Augustine, challenged by Torre, but almost finds its way through to Slimani. It is going to be a free kick in a very dangerous position here. Gildias is over the ball, 53 minutes on the clock, 1-1 the score. It's finely balanced. You feel anything could happen at this stage. Fine margins at the greatest level. What an effort. It's inches away from being one of the most incredible free kicks we've seen in eFootball.Pro, as Bakayoko has the chance to turn the screw again, and the chance goes away.
Well, you talked about taking risks. You very rarely see a free kick that's taken as a shot in eFootball.Pro. That completely caught everybody off guard.
You know what that was? That was Lotfi standing over it, seeing his two teammates above him in the goal-scoring leaderboard, saying, you know what, lads, I fancy a piece of the action here as well. Let me try and get up to 5 goals.
You've got to love a bit of friendly competition as FC Nantes survive, you have to say. But with half an hour to go, they'll be more than happy with this. They're still well in this tie. It's in towards Kulabai, headed away, and Bakayoko now has a chance to counter here. And get my words out, put my teeth in. FC Nantes have got to be careful, though. They don't want to overdo it, do they, Wes?
No, they don't. But you're starting to feel that Monaco are growing into this.
Baldi plays it across, looking for Augustine, but it's going to go all the way through to Slimani. Oh, the shot was on. Good block, though, because he went for the pass instead. And Palios fires downfield. Like you said, Wes, you feel that the longer the game goes on at this scoreline, Monaco, being the favourites, are going to push for this late winner.
Yeah, you would put...
Oh, my word!
You would put money on it being that way. But, you know, just as an interesting byproduct of this and of last match day, starting to feel this Monaco mystique is starting to slip a little bit.
Well, we did, that's again to harp on about the predictions. We weren't really sure which way to call it because FC Nantes have been pretty strong and AS Monaco have not been at their best throughout the competition, even though they have been winning. As Baldi into Slimani, and it's another missed opportunity. And again, like I said, at 10 minutes into the game, the sort of chance you expect Monaco to score.
Yeah, Uzmakabil was the recipient, and it's again just a little bit too far past the post. And now we're going to see some changes. One thing I have noticed, the difference between the two attacking gameplays. Nantes seem to favour the wing and try and cut it back to a player, whereas Monaco like playing that one-touch, two-touch football.
Very close-knit.
Try and split the Nantes defence. So we'll see if that changes for the rest of the second half, as well as the second game still to come.
So Wes, as an ex-player, would you be making personnel changes and tactical formational changes, or would you just be doing one or the other?
I'd probably be making personnel changes. You know, you talk about this golden window between 60 and 75 minutes in the game. That's where your substitutions can really make an impact. And it's not surprising, 67th minute we see tactical changes.
So we're in the final third of the match. Another game to come straight away after this between these two. But this is the first 3 points up for grabs. Can any of them nick it? It's in towards Slimani to win it. Oh, it's tipped over the top. What a save from the goalkeeper. And that might be the fingertip that keeps FC Nantes in breathing space with a point.
Monaco have had so many chances. I think it was Roxa there with the manual goalkeeping. And kills you with a chance to extend his lead at the top of the goal scorers leaderboard. Cannot take it.
Time and time again, the goalkeeper's come up trumped, but it does not matter because AS Monaco, from the resultant corner, have taken the lead, and it's 2-1 to the French side, and you had to say, Wes, it was coming.
Yeah, and that's that set piece that we talked about all of match day 2. It's the set piece that people seem to try to replicate. You put the power on the cross full bar, you select a man in the box, and it becomes a drilled, targeted cross. And who better to be targeted than Slimani? It's that man again.
And Harry, we talked about Kulabai being such a threat for FC Nantes, but shoes on the other foot. What a powerful header that was.
Yeah, I think it was Pellegrini in the end, actually. Bang. Front post header, nothing the keeper can do about it. But, I mean, Monaco, they have been worthy of that lead. I mean, the amount of clear-cut chances they've had have been unfortunate not to be rewarded with goals. It's Uzmakabil, the captain, to slide it home. Or power it home, I should say, for the Monegasque side.
The old footballing cliche, the sign of potential champions, you could say, because they've not quite been, as we keep saying, at their best. And FC Nantes has certainly tested them, but they lead with just 15 minutes remaining. What have FC Nantes got in response?
There's the updated goals and assists, but it's an intriguing question because it seems like AS Monaco have figured out what not like to do, targeting those wings. Once they've shored up those wide areas, they're pretty confident that Nantes aren't going to be trying to play it inside. So it seems to have been working for them so far.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether they change tactics for the second game, FC Nantes, to counter that as the ball over the top goes through, looking for Indelou, but Toure with some good defensive awareness there to shackle it back towards the goalkeeper, and now AS Monaco have the chance on the counter again. 10 minutes remaining now, time ticking away, and the ball is in the right half if you're an AS Monaco fan, as Martins now picks it up, now finds Bakayoko. Can he possibly have a shot? No, plays it short again towards Pellegrini. Oh, almost a mistake there at the back from FC Nantes, but they finally clear their lines. Time running out. Is guys, there going to be any more chances for FC Nantes? That is the dying question.
I mean, I'm thinking the next goal might come in favour of AS Monaco because they are so direct when they attack. They slam it straight down your throat, and it's really tricky. You can see them again coming.
Well, they're in again here through Pellegrini, and Slimani's inside. It's a poor cross, you'd have to say, in the end, straight at the goalkeeper with no real power.
But they're so direct when they attack, and it leads to how many goal scorers they have. I mean, the lowest goal scorer on their squad is Lotfi with just 4. I mean, that's more than some players coming into today's match day actually had. I mean, that's more than Celtic entirely.
It's in towards Gelson Martins, and he tried to go for the manual goalkeeping, but it didn't help in this occasion because the drop of the shoulder from Slimani was incredible. Away from the defender, and then just a calm finish into the bottom corner, Wes.
Yeah, if you go too early with the manual keep, if you move one direction or the other, you're just leaving a far...
You've shown your hand, haven't you?
Yeah, you've shown your hand, and you've very much got an easy goal to tuck away there. And as we said, Monaco growing into the game, and as we said, they believe in this philosophy. You know, their substitutions have been brilliant. Pellegrini, since he's come on, has been superb. You know, they've used those substitutions. There's a little bit of a question mark on Nantes and in terms of their attacking options off their bench. Once Koulibaly gets tired, what have you got?
And Harry, does this concern you if you're an FC Nantes player now? Because going into the second game, you've almost pretty much given it your best, you'd have to say. They've not been bad.
I think a total reset is needed for, like you said, they haven't been bad at all, but for game 2, you just have to reset. Worth noting, Uzmakabil with his 7th goal. He's got 7 assists as well. I mean, Kilju had his time at the top of the goal-scoring leaderboard, all for about 10 minutes.
Swatted him away, didn't he, the world champion? As Pellegrini now has his back to goal, turns, right foot shot, good strong hand from the goalkeeper.
There is confirmation again, Uzmakabil regaining the lead in the goal, or the race for the golden boot.
It's been a really impressive second. You'd have to say, after a sluggish first 45 for AS Monaco, they've been pretty imperious in this second spell as Coco comes across to close the angle. Remember, AS Monaco did score their second and probably most crucial goal of the day from a set piece, and they've almost got another one there. Good punch away in the end. It was a last gasp save from the FC Nantes number 1 as Paulo Touré now plays it infield, one back by Pellegrini, but time running out. We're deep into added on time at the end of the second half, and AS Monaco are strolling towards a 3-1, potentially 4-1. It's Slimani! He's put it wide of the target. A huge miss, but it won't matter a squat.
I mean, if he kills you, it matters quite a lot, because that was his chance to tie up his teammate up at the top of the goal-scoring leaderboard. He has fluffed it. He saw his name in lights.
Yeah, he fluffed his lines. It was a poor finish, wasn't it, Wes? What did he do wrong?
Well, he could have set himself. He could have set himself, and like we said, wait for the manual goal kick, which would eventually come, and he spot it on the other side.
So the first game is done and dusted. It's finished. AS Monaco 3, FC Nantes 1. Of course, AS Monaco, not for the first time in the eFootball.Pro League, found themselves behind, but found the answers, and they are looking just so strong right now.
Yeah, they've certainly found the answers. The question I want to ask is, how do you defend against AS Monaco's attack? I mean, it's so difficult because they are so direct when they attack. It's almost impossible to stop them doing what they do, because they just attack in numbers right down the middle, and there's seemingly nothing that teams who they play against can do about it.
On that note, Wes, how do they stop it? Do they go with what Boavista did, for example, and drop into a back 5 and really pull all the players narrow? Because they don't seem to score any, if not, certainly not many goals from wide flanks. So surely just shoring up that mid-area and almost praying is surely the only option.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're looking at it as Harry alluded to. You've got Nantes that are going down the wings of it. You've got Monaco that go fairly central. It's not just Slimani that's the issue. It's your runners off him, and it's a case of you've got to pin down Balde, you've got to pin down Augustine, you've got to pin down Gelson Martins when he comes off the bench.
You've got, not only have you got, like you said, not only have you got to stop the ball being held up by Slimani and allowing the players off him, you've also got to stop those runners off him. You've also got to stop the ball coming into him from the midfield areas, because as soon as they get the ball on that turnover, they hit so quickly, they fire the ball into the midfield, fire it into Slimani, and then pick off from there. it's just a numbers game. Surely is the only option, just to flood that defensive area in the middle.
Well, it's defending from all over the pitch as well, as we can hear some of the chat. Well, look, feels like it's the not talking.
Now, in both match days, AS Monaco have started poorly and they've done really well in the second game. May happen again.
I mean, it may. I'm looking at that Nantes formation. It's something that last week, or last match day, I've got to stop saying last week, but last match day, match day 2, it does. Against Celtic, a formation they changed to help them get that injury time winner, or excuse me, injury time equaliser against Celtic to snatch that point away was the 4-4-2. The second game against Celtic, they then go on to win 4-1 using that same formation. I'm not sure if there is a transitive property here, or whether or not they shouldn't be using that 4-4-2 and maybe switch up to a more common 4-3-3.
Well, I think that circumstance in match day 2, that's a special set of circumstances. You're playing against a Celtic team that are devoid of confidence. You've sucker punched them in the first game, you switch your formation up, and then all of a sudden it looks like, oh, well, we've won 4-1. It looks like the best formation you could do. This, however, is a Monaco side full of confidence, top of the league. And,
chalk and cheese.
You know, yeah, it's vastly different.
It's not always apples to apples.
So you kind of feel that the opening half an hour here, as always, often, should I say, but certainly in this game, for FC Nantes, they have to stay strong in the opening period, otherwise they could be blown away here. Bakayoko. It's going to go out of play for a throw on the near touchline. 4 minutes on the clock. They've negotiated the first 4, only 26 to go.
Yep.
As the ball gets played down the left-hand side towards Johan, but picked off again. And it is into that man against Slimani. They've blocked the pass from Slimani. Let's see if that continues, because it might be a proper, a specific decision they've made to stop the runners off him.
I mean, stopping the target man often is your first route to stopping defences, or stopping attacks, I should say, for defences. But I mean, there are so many different ways that Monaco can attack you. And if you do plug up the midfield or the middle of the pitch, they'll often spray it wide and try and exploit you there.
Yeah, that's twice in as many minutes. The ball got fired in towards Slimani, and as soon as he got the ball, 3 FC Nantes players were on him like a rash, and they picked the ball off him. It might be something they continue to do, because certainly that is where all of the luck is coming for AS Monaco. And now FC Nantes have the chance to go forward again through Koulibaly. Good challenge this time from AS Monaco. Now this is where they are so dangerous. Again, fired in towards Slimani. Then the runners go off him. It's in towards Augustin. They can't do anything about it. Manual goalkeeping again. And it's 1-0 to AS Monaco. And it is just so easy for them right now. They are head and shoulders the best team currently form-wise in the league.
Absolutely. In a goal-scoring sense, 100%. It's Lotfi this time chiming in with the goal. He wants a piece of the action. I believe it was an Maccabeel assist, but either way, it was such a well-worked move. That touch from Lotfi, just waiting for the keeper to move, and then in the end, it's a simple finish. No, they can't afford to give up a goal, as you said, Adam, within that crucial first 30 minutes in game, and they've done just that.
Yeah, I mean, and just noticing in those last couple of opportunities of Monaco's attacking, starting to pick up little tells that they have. The ball goes into Balde. I'm guessing one of them is holding L1 or LB, depending on your console, which allows then the person who's played the pass runs on. So you've always got 3 or 4 people streaming forward, and the ball is always going back into midfield. So you've got a wave of people going forward. You have more options going forward.
I love listening to Wes. He knows this game inside out as Walongwa plays the ball back to the goalkeeper. Now 5 forwards looking for Johan. Koulibaly picks it off though, now finds Bamba. Support on the left-hand side and through the middle. Crosses towards the left-hand side. Good claim in the end. It was a poor cross coming in straight at the goalkeeper. But it's a little bit more promising, Harry.
Yeah, it is, but realistically, you have to ask yourself, how many of those chances are you going to get against an AS Monaco side that, honestly, every time they come forward, look like they're going to fashion a clear-cut chance at the very least. And I was praising Ayaz Babisk's performance in the first game. Here in game 2, that cross may be a little bit too rushed from him. The captain just needs to settle the team down here, I think.
Yeah, we mentioned about the opening half an hour being so important. I see this game in stages. sort of 4 key stages. We're just going to continue this attack first. They've not been able to negotiate that first half an hour. Now what they've got to do, because of that, they've now got to shore up the middle 2 sections and try and go late on for the equaliser. As Johan plays it through, they might go straight away. They've got the equalising goal inside the opening half an hour, and that is the perfect response from FC Nantes.
Absolutely beautiful. Watch on the replay in just a moment as we see the player reactions, how quickly this ball moves across the pitch. It was out on the right, comes back into the centre, down towards the left. It's Kepa, the goal scorer, the man from Serbia who missed Matchday 1 with his 3rd goal of the eFootball.Pro season. Just watch this on the replay. It's out here on the right, into the middle, backwards, over to the left. It's perfect one-touch passing, and it's a brilliant goal from FC Nantes.
And it's that manual back heel that's there. That's the key pass. That pass is very good, but that manual back heel is what sets that goal up. And the fact is that if you are not, and you are attacking down the wings, you've put all your focus down there, and you've completely forgotten about the other side. And as we said, in transition, if you can get it across quick enough, you'll have open spaces with open players.
Now, what you didn't see off air was Harry's fist pump as the ball went in there, not because he's necessarily an FC Nantes fan, but he was so wrapped up in the drama. It's 1-1 here. What do I know? I said keep it tight till the end of the game and then go for the 1-1. But they only know one way, don't they, Wes? And that is attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's it. They only have attack mode. I can't imagine Monaco or even Nantes in this situation. I can't imagine them going into defensive modes to try and seal the game. I think they'll want to seal the game by emphatically winning it one way or the other.
If it stays this way so far, then my prediction would be right. So
it won't, don't worry. As the ball is fired clear, and certainly the wind has been taken out of the AS Monaco sails. Can they raise the anchor and get going again as Gildias now plays it across towards the Marnie, again blocked out from Blast. It's certainly something they are trying, isn't it, Harry, to stop that feed in towards the Marnie.
Yeah, and it's working so far. You can see as well the amount of aggressive defending coming in here from Monaco. It's not working out.
Oh, it's in towards Blast. Chance for that's such a massive chance. It's straight at the goalkeeper, either side of the goal, Harry, and that's 2-1.
Yes, cynical foul, a professional foul there just to stop the counter-attack, but Monaco need to be careful here. They need to realise they're still in this game. They're committing so many players towards the defence and drawing them into the ball. It's allowing that space in behind.
It's in towards Baldi, cleared away. My only concern, Wes, if you're an FC Nantes fan, is that they are pressing so high with so much pace and aggression. Later on in the game, if it remains this scoreline, their legs are going to suffer, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's it. It's a risk v reward. Do you go early and do you press early, or do you leave it late on and press them late? If you don't press them early, you're giving Monaco the run of the place, and they can cause carnage. If you leave it too late, then they may actually just have already turned into a defensive mindset and potentially ran away with the game already. As you can see there, it keeps coming back into centre midfield and allows the runners to then carry on their runs. So it's that little kind of interplay. They're playing passes that you wouldn't necessarily expect them to play.
And what's interesting now is because Slimani is being starved of the balls into him, he's actually dropping deeper, and when he is picking the ball up, he's not being as effective because the runners off him are in a deeper position, so they're not able to create as many chances. And they're in again here though, FC Nantes. Oh, surely a shot coming in from Blas. He completely missed it, and it allows AS Monaco the chance to counter any sort of contact, and right on the stroke of half-time, that's 2-1.
That's where the lock-on system in this game can sometimes make you suffer.
Lock-on.
Yeah, is that if you already have control of a ball, it's very, very hard for then somebody to come in and then take the ball away.
Well. I mean, it's similar to what we saw in the first game, isn't it? We saw clear-cut chances for both teams. They've both had a sniff of having more goals than they've eventually secured. Hopefully both teams could be a bit more clinical here in the second half.
It's a very rapid first start from FC Nantes, almost found its way to Johan. One thing I did say in the first game is that I couldn't see FC Nantes repeating that level of performance in this second game, but they've been better, haven't they?
Yeah, they seem to have kind of learned a little bit from their mistakes, but again, mistakes are starting to creep in here, and it only takes...
They only need one sniff, don't they? It's in towards Augustine, and it is that one sniff, and that's exactly what we keep saying. They only need one chance, and it's in the back of the net. Ruthless from AS Monaco.
They always are, and there's a reason that they're sat on now double-digit goal difference in the positive here in the eFootball.Pro. It's Lotfi with his second goal of the game. One of the players that we often look at as almost a build-up man, not often the goal scorer for AS Monaco, is now sitting on 6 goals for the club. And this one might be the most important to secure the 3 points to take all 6 here against FC Nantes.
Wes, mentally so disappointing from FC Nantes' point of view.
Yeah, and you know, they're working hard to try and keep themselves in the game, but again, like we said, it only takes one half chance from Monaco, and they're clinical with it. And you know, we saw a little bit of manual goalkeeping there again, and it's, you know, if you then start to mark the near post, you're leaving the far post open. You can't win with these types of, you know, chances that are cropping up here.
It's difficult from an FC Nantes point of view, which we'll get to after this attack as Johan goes down the left-hand side. Or great strength to get away from Glick. Support from Koulibaly. It's a poor pass in the end. So frustratingly disappointing. But it's so difficult for FC Nantes because if they don't go to manual goalkeeping when they're in one-on-one, AS Monaco score. If they go manual goalkeeping and go near post, they hold the shot and then go far post, and vice versa. So it's almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, and that's the attacking force that Monaco are. They're able to improvise to whatever situation they have got going on. I know I talked about the mystique of Monaco wearing off at this point, but they're certainly reinforcing it back in again.
So impressive. As Johan, who has been also equally as impressive for FC Nantes down the left-hand side. Glick comes across, this time shows the strength required. And it will be a set piece, something we haven't seen too much from FC Nantes. Have they got anything in their locker? Have they been working on anything in the close couple of weeks we've had off? Let's see.
We're still seeing FC Nantes stick by this 4-4-2, and again, I think this formation is certainly situational. Yes, they've gotten a goal against AS Monaco, but defensively they've looked quite frail.
It's in towards the near post, and almost glanced in back into the danger. You kind of feel at this stage in the game the legs are going to tire Wes. Probably a set piece is the most likely outcome to get a goal for FC Nantes.
Yeah, I mean, that is the gamble they're going to have to take. They're going to have to figure out some type of set piece combination because passes like that aren't going to get it done.
And that's because of tired legs.
It's tired legs, but you're then if you're not effective with your set pieces, keeper comes out, gets it, Monaco are on a counter, and you're leaving yourself open. They're going to have to be clinical, and they're going to have to get a chance and put it away. I would probably say within the next 10 to 15 game minutes. So I think once it gets around 75, I think it's Monaco's to lose then.
And at that point, you'd have to say another goal is looking more like a Monaco one, unless they can get one in the next 10 minutes. As you said, it is a free kick. I'm not quite sure which way it's gone. We're going to double check.
It kills you with a foul.
Oh, it's a dangerous position for Coco. And there's a few numbers forwards. He's in towards Koulibaly. Good header away. Simon picks it up on the edge, twists and turns back onto his left foot, in towards Koulibaly and Blas, and fired away, and a chance to counter here for AS Monaco. Had to get there, win the man or the ball, it didn't matter. He had to stop the attack, and he did so.
Yeah, good identification there from Roxa, realising Monaco again deadly on the counter. That stopped them in their tracks.
Take man or ball, just stop the attack as it's fired downfield by the goalkeeper, but doesn't find an FC Nantes player, and that 10-minute that Wes identified to get an equalising goal is vastly running out as Wagyu now finds Simon on this right-hand side. Support from that big man, Koulibaly. He's slightly been nullified more in this second game, but he's picked it up again here. Now plays it through. It's Indalou. He's hit the post. Surely had to go in. They will not get. You wouldn't think they'd get a better chance than that. And now there's a counter up the other end. It's Silla. Support from Pellegrini. Slimani's there as well. Great defending. But that was a huge chance for FC Nantes, and now this could be a sucker punch. It's Gelson Martins, Pellegrini, and the offside flag is raised. It will not count, surely.
Or is it?
Unless I've seen something else. No, it looks like an offside flag. A free kick and a chance to breathe. That was a huge chance, guys.
Yeah, both ends of the pitch. I mean, both teams really leaving it on the pitch here, but AS Monaco now can come again.
And it is through towards Pellegrini to win it for AS Monaco. It's just too easy for the massive French giants. When they get through on goal, you know for a fact it's going to end up in the back of the net. You put your house on it. Wes, how are they doing this? How are they this good?
They're just their composure. That's what the key part of this is. It's nothing to do with the game. it's to do with their own composure. They're waiting to see where the keeper moves to. They're waiting to see if they've got enough room off the back of a defender. You see that Pellegrini's got all the time in the world. Even with a defender on his back, he's still able to pick the right spot. And you're waiting to see what direction the keeper moves in before you select where your shot goes. It's that simple. You know, they do the simple things very, very well. They pass the ball well. They attack in numbers. They get players around the ball in defence. It's all the basics of a game of PES that you need to get to this type of level. They just do everything in a very simple way, but it's effective.
Harry, where does that leave us in terms of the tables, the goal-scoring charts?
Well, it was Kilju with the goal, fed on the assist, not for the first time this season, by Uz Makabil, the captain and world champion. So they're both at the top of the table now in terms of goals scored.
Slimani, he seems to have found a bit more freedom in this second half. He's evaded a few more of the presses from FC Nantes. And with 10 minutes to go, guys, you have to say, barring something that I don't think we've ever seen in eFootball.Pro, it's going to end with a Monaco victory, isn't it?
With all due respect to FC Nantes, this is just, I mean, it's magical to watch from AS Monaco. It's you just simply marvel at watching them play 3 versus 3 PES. It's absolutely fantastic to watch. And they just goal.
It's in towards Pellegrini again, another chance for 4.
They score goals against whoever they play against. I mean, Ayaz Babis coming into this match day was the #1 ranked defensive player. I mean, they still shipping 3 in each game. It's absolutely wonderful to see.
And 3 could quickly turn to 4 as Gelson Martins, another fingertip stop from the goalkeeper. Otherwise, this could turn embarrassing here for FC Nantes, and not through lack of trying, just due to the gulf in class in that attacking third, as FC Nantes just managed to clear their lines. But Koulibaly, every time he's picking the ball up now, he's looking very leggy, and that press, Wes, as we mentioned, is really coming back to haunt them now.
Yeah, tired legs are saying everything in this game. You can see there that they've tried their best, Nantes, to their credit. They have tried absolutely everything, but it then lends itself to how good Monaco actually are, that they've been able to see what's coming in terms of the attacks and have been able to nullify them.
Palios now blocked by Pellegrini, who's becoming an increasing figure in this Monaco rank, someone who wasn't heavily utilised early on, but certainly now is at the thick of everything good about the French Giants going forwards, as Bakayoko also strong in that midfield. That was a poor pass, so curse of the commentator. It has finished here. A truly impressive double victory for the current league leaders, should I say. AS Monaco 3, FC Nantes 1. And Wes, how do we dissect that? Because as far as I'm concerned, FC Nantes were pretty good, and AS Monaco were just simply sensational.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the only way you really can look at it. Nantes threw everything they had at it, and it wasn't enough. And I suppose the question for the rest of the league is how do you stop Monaco? I mean, we saw it from Boavista previous match day that, you know, they managed to take a point off them, and even then we thought that was a brilliant result. And to be fair, that result is kind of even more enforced when you look at, you know, the second-ranked team that go up against Monaco, lose twice. You know, you've got to look at it and go, what is it going to take to stop these guys? I think for Nantes, they'll be disappointed, but they're still in the running. It's not a disaster. You're playing against the #1
It's
team.
almost a free hand, isn't it? The
Yeah.
game against Monaco at this moment in time. They're looking, can we say, invincible?
Well, they're certainly looking like they're not going to lose anytime soon. And you know, we hear it from their from their interviews, and we hear it from their different opinions. They're here to win this from the outset, and that was their confidence, that was their bravado, but it was also their right. They're coming in as defending champions. You'd expect them to say, we're here to win this. It's exactly what you'd expect. And like I say, the addition of Kylian has been a masterstroke, because it's somebody who didn't need that much time in the off-season, because he knew Uzma and knew Lotfi for a while. And it's once you have that inbuilt
and was one
chemistry,
of the standout breakthrough players of last season as well, wasn't
exactly, and it makes the choice of Monaco that much easier. And I think looking at it, that's exactly what they needed. They needed an easy fit. You know, Lotfi and Uzma together are pretty good. You add Kylian to that mix, all three of them are outstanding. There's no other word for it.
I mean, you really need them to have an off day, but it's so difficult to see that happening, considering they prepare so well as well.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. What is a Monaco off day? Is a Monaco off day that they win 3-1, or is a Monaco off day that they drop points?
I believe we are ready to go to the mix zone because Harry is there with the players. They were considered a dark horse, Harry, but they fell at pretty much the 4th hurdle today. What happened?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I'm about to find out. I'm here with the FC Nantes guys. Disappointing result for you, obviously. A Ligue 1 derby, I suppose you could say. You must be disappointed about those 2 games.
Yes, we are really disappointing. We expected at least 3 points. We have 2 lost. We need to training more and prepare for the next game. I think this win was deserved for Monaco, but maybe we could play a little better, but we will training more.
Do you think maybe missed chances are the reason you didn't get a better result out of that game?
Yes, in the second game we have a chance for 2-2. Kepa miss. He was alone with the goalkeeper, but this is football. What to do? They score almost all. We miss. Next game.
A little bit of time now to prepare for Matchday 4. You guys play against Arsenal. How are you going to prepare differently after that, or those 2 disappointing results from Monaco? Anything to take away maybe from the formation you guys used?
Yes, next game is against Arsenal. They are really good. About formation, we try 4-4-2, we try 4-3-3, maybe some new, I don't know. We have 2 weeks to training, but we will see.
All right, guys, thank you so much. FC Nantes, unfortunate there not to get more points out of that game against AS Monaco.
Yeah, thanks for that, Harry. Very disappointed camp there. We talked about the formation quite a lot in the actual in-game commentary. They alluded to possibly looking to change certain things. Do you think they will?
Yeah, I think so. I think with all teams in eFootball.Pro, I think you should be looking at analysing what other teams do well and map your tactics to how they play against you. We saw it with Boavista with 5 at the back. We've seen it with adjustments that players have done before. I think we need to see more of that because not every team has the same types of players or has the same strengths and weaknesses. You need to be able to analyse that and take it from there.
Yeah, we talked about strengths and weaknesses. I mean, AS Monaco don't really have any weaknesses at this stage. Harry, how are they doing this?
Thanks, Adam. I'm here with AS Monaco. Lotfi, a tremendous result against the guys who were second in the league coming into today's match day. You guys must be very happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. We are very happy. It was a difficult game, a very good opponents. They are second, we are first, so we had 3 points more. Now we have 9 points more, so it's so good to have this advance in the ranking. But congrats to them because they are very good, and I think they will take more points in the next days.
You guys score so many goals throughout the eFootball.Pro season. Is there a bit of competition between you guys? Who's going to be the top goal scorer at the end of the season?
No, not really, to be honest. The most important is to win all games. If we win 1-0 all games, it's okay too. So we have 6 points. We are happy of this match, and we hope to play like today in the next days.
Speaking of match day 4 coming up in 2 weeks' time, you guys play against Celtic. Is it more of the same? Do you prepare the same way that you've prepared all throughout the season, or maybe do you inspect Celtic a little bit more and try and dissect how they've played so far?
We will, like always, we will train a lot. It's not because we are first or that we will stop to work. It's important because all opponents are better and better day after day. So we will work for the style of our opponents too. We know Celtic have a special style, so we will work for this and to take the 6 points.
Well, you've taken 6 points here today against FC Nantes, guys. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. Adam, back over to you.
Harry, cheers for that, Harry. I mean, listen to them, bit of friendly, talking about golden boot, etc. But they finished season champions last year. They're top of the league and by a mile at the moment. They're not bothered, are they, about who wins golden boot at this stage?
No, and the great thing that I've noticed by looking at through them is how relaxed they are. You've got Usmer in just like hands in his pockets, like, yeah, we've just kind of took 6 points. Killian again quite relaxed, even though he's fairly new to the league. And then obviously Lotfi is your statesman. I think the way that they conduct themselves, they are confidence personified at this point. I think it's going to take something very, very special to rattle them. And I'd be interested to see how they work when they actually are rattled. I didn't really see it against Boavista because they got the draw and then they took the win. I'd like to see a team really put them under some type of pressure, a sustained pressure over a game, because we're seeing it in drips and drabs, but we're not seeing enough of it.
Yeah, indeed. Now, remember, you can follow us on all of the social media channels, Twitter, Instagram, all of the goodness, and make sure you do for all of that information. And remember, we do have a MVP and best goal as well coming in the next match day from this. But right now, Wes, we're going to go to the third match of the day, which is, of course, Celtic and Manchester United. Playing for Celtic, we have Indojua and Indominator, birthday boys, and Yorka as well. On your screen there, lovely smiles there across the board. And then for Manchester United, we have Eldridge O'Neill, who was seen celebrating in the upstairs backstage earlier. He's now going to try and celebrate in a different way, actually playing alongside Kams and Ostrubuc as well, who won best goal from match day 1. And we heard from them earlier. Let's go and see what they had to say.
It's going to be difficult, but we are aiming to get 6 points against Manchester United. Of course, I know O'Neill playing in the team. They have a great team of 4 players, great 4 individuals. And we have been preparing to play against all 4 of them, actually. But yeah, the thing is we have to believe in ourselves, in our playing style, and hopefully we can get the 6 points.
I think tomorrow will be a hard game. We play against Celtic, and even now that they are last and have 1 point, they are extra motivated to get a win. So it will be hard for us. So we have to be at our best.
Yeah, so we often hear from Eldridge, a player who's very, I wouldn't say outspoken, but certainly knows what he wants to get across. This is also a hugely important match day for them to push their way up the top to match the likes of AS Monaco, but certainly you'd have to say Celtic it's huge for them, isn't it? It's bigger for Celtic, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I mean, seeing Juventus earlier arguably drop points against Boavista, that's going to give Manchester United confidence when they look at their opponents here. Celtic, bottom of the league, just 1 point. I mean, they've only scored, I think, 2 goals with a -5 goal difference. They're thinking Celtic here, right for the picking. And then on the other side, yes, Celtic have to have 2 wins here, realistically, to propel them back in contention of getting that top 6 spot. So more to play for, I would argue, Manchester United, but at the same time, it is do or die for Celtic. So it depends.
Wes is also shaking his head. Wes agrees. I like Wes. I don't like Harry. He likes to you know. No, that is the beauty of it, because the opinions are so different across the board always, but also because the games come thick and fast, it is so. Every game is so crucial, so I appreciate what you're saying, but Wes, why is this so important for Celtic now?
Well, you hear the term in football about games when they're 6-pointers, so if you're heading for relegation, you're in a 6-point game. This is very much a 12-point game, to be honest. It's so critical to Celtic to really get themselves back amongst this, because like we said, United again will be looking to break away from the pack, but Celtic, if they come away with potentially 1 point or even no points, you've got to be asking questions as to what they do in that scenario.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can look at the formation, look at the chemistry. You then have to look and go, well, what is exactly going wrong in this Celtic team? I have no doubt that they've gone and worked on it, but if they meet resistance again, and you look at the games they've got left, they've got Monaco, they've got Bayern, they've got other different players, different teams as well. You're running out of games where you could say they're winnable.
Yeah, we'll talk more about Celtic shortly, but we are hearing some late news in terms of formation. Ostrubuc is actually not going to be playing. It's going to be the Almighty instead. We'll wait for clarification on whether that's a tactical decision or possibly a thumb injury. You never know. But we are going to go to that game because we are ready to rock and roll. So it is Celtic FC versus Manchester United. Let's go. So guys, the almighty DS comes in for Ostrubuc to play alongside Kams and, of course, Eldridge O'Neill. Thoughts on that? Does that strengthen them, weaken them, about the same? What are we getting?
First thing you have to say about Ostrubuc as a player is he is Manchester United's leading goal scorer in the eFootball.Pro. He scored 3 goals as opposed to the rest of the team who've only scored 1. So, yes, it's a strange one, but when you look at his replacement, the Almighty is the 2008, 2011 and 2012 Dutch champion. So he's no slouch to high-level competition himself. So it's quite a good replacement to have if you need it.
And obviously having that Dutch heritage, he's played alongside Eldridge, of course. So they probably know each other's games inside out, Wes.
Yeah, and the amount of practice that United have probably put into their off-season, you'd imagine they're all quite comfortable with one another now. We're into, what, third match day plus a bit of time in the off-season. You've got a lot of, you've had a lot of time to look at this. I think it'll be interesting to see or listen to the team speak in relation to these players, because I think there'll be a lot of words and tactics going along. I think looking at United, at their front three, Mella, Greenwood and Rashford, I saw a lot of them playing with them upstairs in the practice room, and they seem to be quite potent with them, and it'll be interesting to see how Celtic really approaches it. It looks like Celtic have gone with a 5-4-1, so again, interesting to see them try and nullify a 3 up front with a 5 at the back, whether that's a late choice or not.
We can't also play this down, how important it is for Celtic to get these points. And I said Manchester United might be looking as the more hungry of these two teams. Celtic right now, after 2 match days and a potential 12 points, have just 1. So if you're sitting at the bottom of the table, that's where no one wants to be. Obviously someone has to be there, but if you just have the 1 point, only 2 goals scored, you have to turn that form around sharpish if you want to be making it to the playoffs and into the finals.
Yeah, we said last game week was a crucial one for Celtic, and they weren't able to take anything from the day, which is concerning. But we talked off airways that something that was possibly more concerning was the fact that they didn't, in the post-match interview, have any real answers for where they felt it went wrong.
Yeah, and that was slightly confusing for me, because I mean, when you looked at the previous match day when they played against Nantes, and you looked at the way they conceded 93rd minute equaliser, that kind of shock really went into that second game, and they never got off to the races. It's going to be a case now of, do United turn up and have a really good day and it becomes even worse for Celtic, or do Celtic finally break out from this kind of slumber that they're in at the moment and they come to the party?
All will be decided in the next few minutes, because we are very close to kick off here. Predictions, guys?
Yeah, I hate it when you put me on the spot.
Did we work out what happened in the last game in terms of predictions? I'm not sure. We'll find out.
No one was right. I was closest, but
so
no.
It will be Manchester United kicking from left to right in the home red and white and black strip, and Celtic in the famous green and white hoops, kicking from right to left. Also, of course, they are home strip. 3 minutes gone, and it's all Manchester United early dominance, but not territorially. It's across the middle. Now they get the chance to go into the attacking third. It's in towards Paul Pogba, and it's cleared away by that man, Dimani Mella.
Early signs for me that I'm going to be looking out for here from Manchester United. How are they lining up and how are they adapting to using a new player when you consider, well, I mean, you assume that most of their preparation would have been with the first team members that they've fielded in the first 2 match days. So the Almighty is going to have big shoes to fill. As we said, Ostrubic, leading goal scorer for the club, not featured here against Celtic FC.
An interesting challenge coming in there. It was given as a free kick. It looked, to me anyway, slight graze of the ball, but the referee has given a free kick, and it's going to be, by the looks of things, Greenwood who's going to step up. He's also got Pogba to his right-hand side, both decent strikers of the ball, as is Rashford, who's further forwards on the left-hand side. It's in towards Melo again, and now a chance for Forest to counter for Celtic. First real chance for them to grace the attacking third. Johnston fires forwards towards Forest again, and Marcus Rojo with the interception now finds Greenwood. Greenwood pops it off to Marcus Rashford. Good possession here early doors for Manchester United, Harry.
Yeah, maybe that's something they expected to work on, maybe thinking that possession against Celtic might be key, and maybe that's an area that they...
In towards Mella, Greenwood, first chance, smart stop.
Coming back to my point, might be an area they weren't as strong with Ostrubic in the lineup, so we'll have to get confirmation. I'll ask in the interview, whether or not it was strategic or whether he was forced out with maybe illness. I know there's quite a bad bug flying around at the moment, so maybe
you should have stayed at home, Harry, if you're going to start bringing those into the studio.
Sorry about that. That was my fault.
Paul Pogba to take it down on the far touchline in towards Nemanja Matic, headed away. Another chance comes and goes in towards Damani Mella. Right foot shot blocked, and it's going to be another corner. And Wes, they can't quite get out at the moment, Celtic.
Well, we saw it in previous match days for Celtic. You put them under enough pressure early doors, and there's cracks there to be exploited. And I think the way that United are setting up and the way that they're playing, they've got enough pressure on it. It just needs a goal.
We talk about pressure. You feel that Celtic are on a knife edge, because if they were to concede, it would just... The implosion potential is incredible, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah, it is, and that's why it is so important to try and keep it as close as possible and hopefully score first if you are Celtic. I mean, that being said, against Nantes last match day, they did score first but conceded late.
Damani Mella skips a challenge, referee brings it back, but he plays it into Greenwood early. Early free kick, almost caught Celtic off guard, and the goalkeeper now has made 2 huge saves for Celtic.
It's Celtic mistakes that are leading to these chances, though. It's a pointless backheel in the middle of the park, which it just allows that front three to become alive. It's careless.
It is indeed, as we have another set piece for Manchester United, who are looking to turn the screw. It's Paul Pogba, the French international, fired in towards the near post. Chance for Bayo to clear his lines, and Celtic deep in their own half. Now they have a great switch out towards that right-hand side with El Hamad. Now Julian, a bit of a breather here for Celtic, and a possible chance to pick it off towards the right-hand side. But everything, Harry, seems a bit slow at the moment from Celtic.
Yeah, a little bit lethargic, and I wonder whether or not they still haven't found their rhythm with this new lineup for this season. I mean, Horcha is a great addition in my mind, certainly a great 1-versus-1 player, but slotting into the dynamic between the two brothers, Indijawa and Dominator, so far you can see in the goals and assists compared to a club at the top like AS Monaco, nowhere near, just 1 goal and assist.
We say all that, but it is still 0-0, and shouts for a penalty there, waved away by not only the referee but the 4th official as well, having absolutely nothing to do with that. But it looked a tight call as Roderick has the chance to play it in towards the danger area. Now it's in towards him again, it's in towards, oh, he's almost put it in, but I lost my words because it was just ricocheting around and it was hard to pinpoint what was about to happen. But that is a real chance for Celtic, Harry.
Yeah, good signs though, signs of promise that will build the confidence and maybe steady the nerves. We are again talking about the team at the foot of the table, so any little confidence boost you can get, like that one from Horcha, great defensive work as he has been in the first 2 match days, that will again steady the ship and really start to build the confidence, and maybe they can use it as a launch pad.
Turns to both players and says, calm down, this job is no way near done. But that is the perfect response to those nervy 20 minutes, Wes.
Well, no sooner did we say they're applying pressure and they're getting chances. Now all of a sudden the dynamic of the game is totally different, but I will venture to say this though, we've seen Celtic in this scenario before. They went 1-0 up against Nantes. Now it's a case of what are you going to do to either protect that lead or increase it.
Defensively, Harry, that was pretty poor, wasn't it?
It was, but it's the man who was defensively solid for Celtic to score it. It's Horcha, the Spaniard, flanked by the 2 Dutch players, to score his 2nd goal of the eFootball.Pro season, and what a critical one it could be for Celtic's chances of turning their fortunes around and trying to propel themselves up the table.
So we talked about the addition of Gjorka for Celtic, but key pre-game news of the change between Osterbuch and the mighty DS, and it's not paid off so far for Manchester United, because Celtic come again here.
They smell
Johnston,
blood.
They did indeed, as Nemanja Matic hooks it clear. Only 5 minutes plus stoppage time remaining in this first half. One that's started very well for Manchester United, but it's gone the other way in the second half. Another chance snuffed out there, and Marcus Rashford plays it forward towards Damani Mella. Now Rashford again, in towards him again, and hacked away. And just hanging on here, Celtic.
They are for now, but one thing I've noticed with this change of Osterbuch being swapped out for the almighty DS is the communication so much more on point. We can hear it at a low level around the stadium, and the communication is, there's so much more talking, there's so much more communication about where they're going.
So is that down to confusion, do you think?
It could
not
be.
Not knowing your roles?
Could be. Maybe they're just favouring the almighty's teamwork aspect. Yes, Ostrovic was firing in the goals, but maybe United making the executive decision. They need to be a bit more on the same page in this match against Celtic. So far, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, it's finished here at the end of the first half. Manchester United 0, Celtic 1. The change to take out Ostrovic pre-game has not been a welcome one so far because they are missing their main goal-scoring threat for sure, Wes.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a kind of a psychological blow to it. I mean, as we mentioned, United DS is by no means a bad player at all to bring in, but like you said, the dynamic is slightly different. There's more communication. Is that a case that they're, like you said, they're unsteady in their roles? You know.
Well, if you've been training for months on end for, it's not to say a first team, but it is certainly a team that they've gone with throughout the tournament so far, it must be a little bit difficult to then go and change that, you know, so late in the day.
Yeah, and it could easily work the other way. You know, we could be sat here talking about the almighty DS has scored a hat-trick and it doesn't become a talking point.
And he still might. Let's be honest, we've still got a lot of eFootball PES to play. So Pogba picks it off towards Nemanja Matic. There just seems to be a slight. We were talking about how slow Celtic were in the start of the first half, but now it's Manchester United, Harry, that look a bit lethargic.
Yeah, and Celtic, when they attack on the counter, as United turn the ball over, certainly like playing, again, direct, a bit like Monaco do. But realistically, it's about what Celtic can do now to, again, I use the phrase steady the ship, but really make sure you don't ship the next goal and really just throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have the lead right now. Let's, not make any silly mistakes.
El Yunusi tries to play the ball, and as you said, Harry, that was a mistake. And it's a difficult one for Celtic to approach this remaining half an hour or so, because remember, they've been here before. They were 1-0 up in Matchday 2 in the first game, into the 93rd minute when they conceded the equaliser, and then went on to lose the second game. And we don't want to see that again if you're a Celtic fan, for sure, as the ball gets played in towards Greenwood, but hacked away. Now Paul Pogba maintains the attack. McTominay challenged. Oh, referee's pointed to the spot, has he? Which way's it gone?
I think it's the other way.
Has it gone the other way? Real drama there. There were fans all over the stadium, didn't know which way the referee had given it.
I mean,
hearts in your mouth moment there.
Even Indajawa was in the player camp questioning what the referee was doing there, but
it's a 50-50 that.
It is. We had no idea which way it was going, but maybe we'll take a little listen now. Nope, we're ready to get back into the game, but I would love to hear what the communication and how the chemistry is between the United players. Again, we keep talking about it. Ostrovic, leading goal scorer, subbed out for this game. It's a big talking point, and if United don't come out with a result, it's a question that's going to have to be asked after the game as to why that was. Maybe forced into it because of illness. We still don't know at this point.
Something we can ask in the mix zone for sure. The burning questions. And if you have any questions at home, remember, jot them down on Twitter, etc. and tag in official PES, of course. We'd love to hear your thoughts all the way through this match day and on from here as well, as it's hacked away there. Looked like Bixen down there, and Johnson can't keep it in play. 66 minutes gone, still just the one goal.
Yeah, there's been a couple of passages of play that captain and dominator, the birthday boy, has cut out here for Celtic. They're going to need more of that throughout these two games.
Paul Pogba, challenged by Christie, now towards Forrest. Support from Edouard through the middle. Lovely first touch. Can he find the pass? Yes, he can. It's on here. If Forrest can stay onside, the flag stays down. Good tracking, though, from Marcus Rojo. Great defending there in the end, but it is a throw, and it's down the right end of the pitch, because Celtic can really press here. They might get a bit of joy. Can they get a second, Wes?
Yeah, I mean, it's within the realms of possibility. It's whether they want to go and push it that far.
They will be nervous, won't they, after what happened last week?
After what happened last match day, you would be hesitant to try anything different or to try anything out of the ordinary. But as we saw from match day 2, it takes one chance, and United are, you would say, are more potent than not.
The different, but you say that, but the difference is FC Nantes were really starting to press, and we kind of feel this game is starting to stagnate a little bit. We're not seeing enough forward impetus from Manchester United. Am I wrong in that, or is that how you're seeing it as well?
No, I think you're right. I mean, sorry to cut you off, Wes, but certainly they're just waiting for that clear-cut opportunity.
Which they might get here through Jesse Lingard. Shot comes in, blocked and up and over the top. Curse of the commentator, just when I said nothing was happening from an attacking sense, they go and create probably their best chance of the second half. But really, from looking at it from here, hindsight's a great thing, but possibly a shot from Martial might have been a better option from that midfield area.
I mean, you've got options all around the pitch at the moment. I think there you could probably have taken the shot and took a bit of a risk. I think here, though, I think these are your types of areas where you're looking to win it back, as Matt does.
He nearly did there.
You can see they're starting to ramp up the pressure in certain areas.
Are you surprised we've not seen more changes with 15 minutes remaining?
Yeah, I'm surprised, but the United guys will know their team. The United guys will know their team better than anyone, and it's just a case of what you want to bring off the bench. They've already brought Martial on. You know, they may look at it and go, well, actually, it doesn't benefit them to bring subs on at this point.
El Yunusi finds Johnston. These are some of the most crucial minutes in Celtic season for sure. Just 30 minutes are all that stands from them and their first 3 points of the calendar season as Juan Mata plays it through towards Anthony Martial, in towards Danny Miller, and it's in towards Marcus Rashford. Another chance here, and it's an equalising goal. And just when we say Celtic were minutes away from the first 3 points, it's been snatched away again, Wes.
Whether you picked it up on the talk or not, I'm not too sure, but as that header goes back, I'm pretty sure I heard a United man say, perfect. So they knew what they wanted to do. The minute that ball came back to Juan Mata, they knew where they were going. It was this little slot here, and that's where they knew that ball was on. They played it into Martial, it went to Melo, went back to Martial. It was enough to disorientate the defence. And again, clinical, but again, it's the same type of scenario. It's Celtic going 1-0 up, and now they've got to go again.
Is it that they're not showing enough ambition, Harry?
Maybe.
Going 1-0 up and just sitting on it.
Maybe it's a mental state thing. I mean, both sides, once they've scored, saying, you know what, let's calm down. But it's the same old story with Celtic, and at some point, questions have to be asked about the mentality of these players and what can be done, whether or not it's a choking syndrome or whether or not it's a case of them just being really brutally unlucky here in the eFootball.Pro.
We're watching the scenes of the players now at the moment, everyone chipping in across the two teams. You are right, Wes, I didn't hear that perfect in the coming out of the players' microphones, but seeing the instant replay, you saw exactly what had happened, and that almost blocked pass from Juan Mata. It suddenly, as soon as it hit Anthony Martial, it completely opened up, and Dimani Mela was able to feed the goal scorer, and Anthony Martial, they're away again here, and this could really turn into a 1-2 sucker punch. It's in towards him again. It's Anthony Martial, and what a turnaround from Manchester United. They've dragged themselves out of the fits of despair to lead here against Celtic by 2-1. Incredible.
It's superb.
How does this keep happening to Celtic? Let's take nothing away from Manchester United. Let's dissect this a little bit more as the goal sinks in. We saw what it meant to the Manchester United players, but
Dimani Mela again.
But it's so brutally unlucky from a Celtic man. Once he's got his body in the right place, you're expecting that player to maybe do a little bit better, but Manchester United, they'll take it all day. It's an absolute rocket into the back of the net.
We see it time and time again, the power of momentum. Being 1-0 down, 15 minutes to go, grab the equaliser. All the impetus is then with the attacking team as they go in search of a late turnaround winner. And look at the passion and exuberance from Eldridge O'Neill championing the three at the moment. And now we're talking about what a stroke of genius it might have been to put the almighty DS in the first place. Maybe this was all part of the master plan. That's why he said perfect.
It just goes to show that, you know, talking points will change. At 1-0 down, we're talking, oh, is it the right idea to bring him in? Now all of a sudden we're looking at it going, well, Celtic's mentality, we're talking about their mental state in this environment, and in this moment, I think it's almost like they're crumbling before our eyes.
Now I look at this now, and I say this very, very carefully, and I don't say this often, but are we witnessing now a potential crisis for Celtic?
I mean, maybe. We spoke coming into this match against Manchester United. Yeah, fair enough. There's still time to play in the first match. There's still time for them to get a result out of this. But The games are running out in the eFootball.Pro. We are zipping through these match days. We're on match day 3 now. Match day 4's coming up. And if Celtic end the day still on 1 point, it's getting to the point where you're wondering, where are these points going to come from?
There is no easy game, another cliche, but it is so true. And my hands are gesturing all over the show. You can't see it, but it's so entertaining to watch for us with none of the pressure, and I do feel for those guys over there.
Well, you talk about where points are coming from. Harry just interviewed their next opponents. It's AS Monaco next match day. That literally
could potentially be a write-off.
Yeah, and you're getting into the scenario where there isn't a last chance group as there was last season. It's the top 6, that's it. So these guys have really got to step this up and salvage a point here.
Now let's just calm down for a second, because they still have a chance to equalise, and they still have another 3 points to play for today. So if they can come away from today with 3 points or 4 points and finish on 4 or 5 for the season so far, they will be pretty happy. So let's not count our chickens just yet. We are just making it clear that they've got problems they need to solve. And this is a potential problem that they could solve with a risky free kick potentially, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily chance the shot. If you're chancing the shot here, you can, you know, again, with manual goalkeeping, if you move the keeper across, you're going to leave it open. So, but it's a case of how much are you going to gamble. We saw with Bayern Munich where they had the deflected free kick against, I believe it's against Barcelona. You can see those moments where it's becoming a, you know, do you go for it or do you hold back?
So there we see the bus being parked again. Just Damani Miller up top.
Yeah, not entirely though. I like how they're keeping a couple of options open, just like Juve did in the game previous today.
Oh, it's a dummy shot, and it's going to be Edouard, and that pretty much sums up their afternoon.
That's just landed in my back garden.
Remaining 20 minutes of this game, and we're all sat here not quite sure what's just occurred, because that's certainly not up to the standard, the high standard that they've set in previous tournaments, as Anthony Martial now plays it out towards Damani Miller, who's been everything good about Manchester United today. One back, now it's with Anthony Martial, and deep into injury time now.
You could hear on the comms there, Eldridge just saying, keep the ball, keep the ball. Unfortunate there to play it out, give Celtic one last chance.
They have got that one last chance. Are we going to see one of the greatest bits of drama of the eFootball.Pro League? It's in toward Edouard. This is the moment. This is the biggest chance of Celtic's season so far, and they've snatched a point from the depths of despair. And this is why we love this competition. And look what it means to the players. It's stunning to watch.
And it's the birthday boy in Dominator, captain of Celtic FC, to rescue the points. Wow. Drama, drama, drama.
Apologies to everyone listening at home if your eardrums were broken by my shrill voice there, but such was the excitement. Wes, where did they manage to pluck that goal from?
It's defensive errors. You can see there, Maguire and Taylor both going to the ball. You can see them both going to the ball.
Is that tired legs or tired minds, or a bit of both?
It's tired minds.
Tired minds.
You know, you're going to both of you are going to the ball. You're leaving players open, and that's why there was the 2-on-1 that was left there for Celtic to take advantage of.
Look at that from Indominator, smacks the chest of the badge of Celtic FC, and it happened against them last game week. They've managed to do it to Manchester United in this game week, and can they now, as we said, go from potentially having no points from Matchday 3 to getting 4?
Well, look at where the goal was scored, 90+3. You cast your minds back to Matchday 2, the exact same thing happened to Celtic. So maybe they come out and they take an early goal, and it becomes a kind of a reverse of what happened to the Matchday 2.
It's a mindset switcher is what it is, and it might be, as you said, Adam, one of the most vital goals in Celtic FC's season. If we see them turn this really poor start around at the end of the season and they somehow finish in the top 6, remember Matchday 3, remember that goal from Indominator, because if they're able to get a result here, and again, as we said, turn it around, get into the playoffs, then, I mean, it would be one of the moments of the entire season.
You saw the sheer disdain from Eldridge O'Neill there, Wes. I mean, what's going through their heads right now? They've they've had done what happened to Celtic. They've had 3 points completely in the bag, probably on the balance of play. You'd have to say for 60 minutes at least, probably deserved it-ish in terms of chances. It's gone. Where do they go from now?
Well, they need to, as we said, they need to mentally reset. They need to go, right, that game's done and dusted. Now is a new set of players. It's a new game. You need to not take that kind of negativity and put it into your next game, because again, as we saw from Celtic previous match day, it feeds into the next game. You lose points then, and then you're losing ground on the rest of it. I think the reason for the frustration from Man United side of things is that they had 3 points. They're in that bunches of 7, or that bunch of 7, or teams that have 7 points. You had 3 points, that puts you up to 10. Then all of a sudden, then it looks a little bit easier, a little bit brighter to get back up there. Now it's 2 points dropped.
That's taken all the wind out of the sails of Manchester United. Not only did you see in the replay the frustration from Eldridge, also after full time, maybe 30 or 40 seconds had elapsed after the result was final, and you just heard a scream from him. He was so disappointed. He knew those 3 points were in the bag, and when you are in that cluster of teams vying for not only a top 6 spot, but potentially, you know, one of those top 2 spots to get that bye in the playoffs, then I mean, 3 points can be the difference maker.
We talked about Celtic being in potentially a bit of a rot, a bit of a hard place. Manchester United now, if they come off this next game with a loss, after a pretty bright start to the competition, they are in danger of stagnating.
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we ask that same question about them. I mean, we wouldn't be doing due diligence to not only Celtic, but you know, every other team in the league if we're not asking that question about Manchester United, considering where they are in the league.
El Yunusi challenged one back by Roderick, and it's Celtic that come forward again. An early goal here for Celtic could be on the cards. It's Bayo, tipped out by the goalkeeper, and anyone there to turn it home, and it's 1-0, but there was no one there.
No, last-ditch defending by Manchester United. They'll take it, though. Good early signs for Celtic. That, again, that goal could be the catalyst. That last-minute equaliser really could be the catalyst here.
What
for them
a
turning their
difference a
fortunes
goal
around.
makes, Harry, eh?
Exactly.
That old chestnut again.
What? I mean, that nicking that point, that could be a defining moment for their season. That could be, we could look back on this in 4 or 5 match days time and go, that was the time where they really turned it around.
Yeah.
You know, it could be that crucial.
Well,
however,
it's Damani Mella, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, everyone is silenced, and it looks like it's Cams who's got the goal. A sweetly struck left foot high into the top left-hand corner. Goalkeeper, let's be honest, had absolutely no chance, and we were talking all positive for Celtic, and it's been snatched back to 1-1.
Yeah,
so
still
it's so difficult.
Glaring problems you'll see here from the Celtic defence. It's parting like the Red Sea. The first man, first of all, should never win that header in the first place, but the fact he's able to knock it down to someone in the box, in a goal-scoring opportunity, I mean, it's really frustrating. Very fundamental defending mistakes from Celtic. It's really what cost them that goal.
The sort of left foot we've seen not unakin to the late Robin van Persie in terms of late of being Manchester United player, of course. A lovely left foot strike there from Damani Mella. Wes, what happens now in terms of do they just both keep going the same, or is there a switch now?
I think you'll see the pressure go back onto Celtic, and it's
a mistake. Almost fell to Marcus Rashford. Sorry to cut you off, Wes.
It's ebb and flow. It's ebb and flow at the moment. At one point we're saying that it's Celtic that are under pressure. The next, something else happens in the game, and all of a sudden it's United under pressure. I think, there's a bad touch there from McTominay, but they got lucky again.
There's a lot of mistakes starting to creep in from both sides. You can see what it means to these players. It's Forrest. It's 2-1 Celtic. They're back in front.
And it's the other birthday boy, Indajawa, to equalise for Celtic. Game on. Great goal.
You are right, it's an equalising goal, because I was so wrapped up in that last-minute equaliser in the last game, it felt like that was part of this game. Of course, we've had so many games so far today, but it is exactly what Celtic wanted, the response, and really good for their mental state, isn't it?
Yeah, just first of all, the run from Indajawa, promising, so promising. If they can continue to do that for the rest of this game, it's going to lead to many more opportunities just like that, because the run came early. He already knew what the player on the ball was going to try and do, and you can already hear on the team communication, Horcha saying, perfect, that's what we want.
It's another chance here. Celtic flying at the moment. Bayo, he's broken away from Harry Maguire, has he? No, just did enough to get back. Really strong defending.
As much as physicality is key here, if you get a pace mismatch, as we had with that goal, where it was Forrest versus Maguire, you can sometimes actually nip in front of them, take the ball away, and as we saw there, popped it away for 1-1.
In towards the near post, so that's food and drink for the Spaniard David De Gea. Of course, we are live from Barcelona here in this wonderful studio for the eFootball.Pro Season 2. Johnston out towards the right-hand side. Worth noting, guys, the level of clubs this year across the board is really stellar, isn't it?
It really is. Not only the level of clubs, the level of players that these clubs have been able to acquire and bring into the eFootball.Pro has really elevated this competition to give us these exciting games.
And if you're not used to the terminologies, of course, eFootball.Pro is for the professional eFootball PES players, as the ball gets straight in towards Forster. If you are watching and want to get involved, your best route right now is, of course, to play in the eFootball Open competition, which is open to everyone, as Marcus Rashford's left foot shot comes back off the underside of the crossbar, but it looks like the referee's brought it to a halt because it's going to be a free kick.
That's such a crazy, and if I'm Manchester United, I'm feeling hard done by the fact the referee's brought this back, because it came off the crossbar and there's a United man waiting.
Real frustration, but it might not matter. It does not matter, because it's Marcus Rashford and they're back in front.
Well, I suppose you could say that's karma, and the balance has been restored. Manchester United with their second goal, and it was another rocket, second or third rocket we've seen so far today.
We've got a pick of goal of the day, haven't we?
We really do. See it here again. It's just short passing in and around the penalty area, and realistically, you're wanting Celtic players to maybe push the ball a little bit more and trying to harry and hurry the player on the ball, but they just haven't done that, and now they've conceded.
But it just seemed like Celtic fell asleep at that set piece. They weren't alive to a short pass.
They relaxed, didn't they? When they realised that it got brought back.
Yeah, and then it was like they just weren't alive to it. And of all the talk before the game and obviously during the game of Almighty DS being selected, it's Almighty DS that gives United the lead.
Taylor cleared up downfield towards Nemanja Matic, and then Damani Mella pulling all the strings at the pinnacle of that front line as Scott McTominay now brings it forwards. One back though, and a chance for Roderick to turn possession over for Celtic. Now Johnson comes down the left-hand side in towards Bayo. El Yunusi now forward towards Forrest. Oh, almost spins away, does spin away. Oh, it just ricocheted into David De Gea's arms. Another chance, Harry.
Yeah, maybe
half chance.
Hoping for a better ricochet there from Forrest. Just couldn't quite land close enough to him, and De Gea will gobble that one up. But confirmation there of the first goal of the eFootball.Pro, his debut, rewarded with a goal here, the almighty DS. Three-time Dutch champion.
Not a bad goal to get it as well, to go off the mark.
Absolute rocket.
Pogba finds Mason Greenwood. Now Marcus Rashford, good challenge, strong challenge, and a chance for Celtic to counter. We're at the same stage as we were in the first game. Celtic trail by 2-1, and they would have lost that game bar a 93rd minute equaliser. The challenge comes in from Lindelof. It looked a risky one. The referee says it was a fair one. It comes smashing back. Well, that's going to sting in the morning off the cheek of the Celtic man, and it will be a free kick for Taylor. Is it going to stay like this, Harry?
I don't think so. I think we're seeing a bit more of a rejuvenated Celtic. They believe now, after equalising late on, they might have felt if the score stayed the same at the end of the first game as it did last week, that they would have been hard done by.
They're playing with more purpose, they're playing with more speed, they've got the equalising goal, and that's why Harry's here. He knows about this game. A stunning goal, and it's, you'd have to say, deserved. It was brilliant one-touch pinpoint football, and it's Celtic 2, Manchester United 2.
And it's that man on your screen, the Spaniard, Porcha, coming in and levelling things up for Celtic. They certainly seem to be playing with more poise and purpose and, dare I say, belief after that result in the first game here against United.
Wes, good attacking, poor defending, bit of both?
Just good attacking. Their choices of passes were brilliant there. You can see they're utilising quickness And it kind of, again, it disorientates the defence. If you're playing co-op and you're having quick passes, you've got player selections that are then quickly changed. You can see there, Blue was just moving quite quickly. It's a case that you have to be responsive, and Celtic were very, very responsive to score there.
I know it's very easy to make snap judgments from here about what's happening in the actual games, but it certainly seems, from my point of view, that the confidence that's being bred through the Celtic team due to that last-minute goal, they're playing with such a quicker pace, something that we weren't seeing prior to that goal.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And definitely, sorry to cut you off there, Harry, but I think, yes, I think there is more confidence as we see Celtic are actually able to shepherd it away.
So we are just seconds away from the end of the first half here between Celtic and Manchester United. Oh, it's a mistake. It's Marcus Rashford to put them 3-2 up. And that was another more than half chance that goes begging. And it comes from another mistake. 2-2.
2-2 into the half. I think that's fair. I mean, United, they've been good for their goals, but it comes back to that difference in the way that Celtic are playing, the way that they're building up attacks, the way they're working together in midfield. It's so much different from the first two match days. I mean, you can see they seem to be clicking. They're on the same page and a bit more patient. That's a mistake, though.
Mason Greenwood challenged by Julian, but it comes back towards Marcus Rashford, who's been effervescing down this left-hand side. Bit of science for you there as Roderick comes across to block the set piece, get the Bunsen burners out, because this stadium is being lit up. Oh, that was poor. Crossed into, I apologise. It's in towards Harry Maguire. It drops towards Nemanja Matic and saved by Forster. And almost another chance for a goal there, Harry.
Yeah, we're talking so much about Celtic's renewed belief, but we can't count United out of this game just yet. They are such an attacking force and are clinical when they get those chances.
In towards Mason Greenwood. It is another chance for them. Great challenge in the end, you'd have to say. But that left foot from the youngster looked destined for that bottom right-hand corner. 52 minutes gone, and now it's Celtic who are on the ropes. Finely balanced, 2-2. Both sides have been knocked down so far today. They're both back on their feet. Who is going to get the final knockout blow?
That is the question. And again, it seems to be almost every single time that Celtic find themselves in a game where they've conceded 1 or 2 goals. You're just expecting them to maybe calm down a little bit and just try and play with a bit more poise and purpose.
One thing, Wes, that you'd have to say, oh, it's a mistake from Bayer, he's in, it's another goal, and it's Celtic again, and they've turned the game on its head, they're back in front, it's Celtic 3, Manchester United 2, and this is turning into an absolute barn burner.
Oh yes, 5 goals, and it's a second goal for the man in the middle of your screen, Imda Jawa, birthday boy, alongside twin brother in Dominator, and they give Celtic the lead. It's a really well-worked goal here, Wes, but more importantly, it's a goal that gives Celtic the lead.
So, yeah. Wes, the goal, sorry to cut you off, I was just going to say, Wes, you've got 1-0 to Manchester United, 1-1, 2-1 to Manchester United, 2-2, 3-2 to Celtic. You've got to praise both sides' mentality to constantly come back from adversity.
Yeah, and it is to be commended. Yeah, we sat there and spoke all about Celtic and all about their physical, their kind of mental side of things, but you can see just how much it means to them to get themselves back into the game.
Half an hour remaining. It's out towards the right-hand side. Now, am I missing something, or is it 2-2?
It is 2-2.
Okay, it definitely went to 3-2.
No, it's 3-2, yeah.
No, we're just waiting for the graphic to update.
So in towards Damani Mella now finds Marcus Rashford, right foot shot, chance to equalise behind for a corner. So just to clarify, it is Celtic 3, Manchester United 2, even though you are seeing 2-2 on the screen right now. That goal coming in, as Harry said, from Ndijawa, the birthday boy, has given Celtic potentially 4 points from Matchday 3, and that would be a huge turnaround.
Yeah, and it completely changes the dynamic of the league. It completely changes the dynamic of Celtic.
Bayo, challenged by Marcus Rashford. Manchester United turning the screw. It's certainly going to be waves and waves of Red Devil pressure in the remaining half an hour as Bitten fires forwards on a caution as well. There's a lot of yellow cards that have been picked up, and certainly don't want to lose a player at this late stage.
What is he doing here?
What is he doing? Words of one of the players there for Marcus Rojo. They're not happy with certain aspects of the Manchester United defence, and I can see why, conceding 3 goals, which at least 1 or 2 of them could have been avoided.
Wonder if we'll see maybe a personnel change or at least a tactics change there from United. Clearly quite frustrated in their communication.
One thing I've noticed is that the ball comes across towards Paul Pogba. That is high wide, not so handsome. Not a good shot at all from Paul Pogba. One thing I've noticed is Dimane Mel's now moved out towards the right-hand side, and he was certainly the focal point, like Slimani was in the AS Monaco game. Any reasons for that, Wes?
Not really, unless it's more of a use of Rashford's pace.
Middle, yeah.
So I think looking here, I wouldn't be surprised if they bring on Martial. I wouldn't be surprised if they are making similar switches to the switches they made previously. Mata's now coming on. Martial's now moved to the middle. Rashford's moved out wide.
Lingard's come on as well.
So they're trying to refresh their attacking their attacking moves, really.
So the dying embers of the second match between Celtic FC and Manchester United. Paul Pogba off, makes way for the Spaniard Juan Mata, as does Scott McTominay and Greenwood as well, with Anthony Martial coming on. So we've got the triple substitution. These can either turn from poor decisions into master strokes from the managers, as Edouard's in down the right-hand side. Support from Christie, back towards Forrest. Good possession here from Celtic, but they know themselves that they cannot dwell on this 3-2, because they will leave themselves open to a late equaliser, as has happened to them and for them already in the competition, Harry.
Yeah, they should know by now this 1-goal margin is so dangerous, but it comes back to the pre-game. We were talking about which of these 2 teams need the points more and who would be the hungrier of the 2 squads. Right now, I think it's Celtic. I changed my mind. I thought it might have been Manchester United, but Celtic have proven me wrong, for now at least.
It's a chance here for Manchester United to grab the equalising goal. He's still going in towards Rashford. Should he have gone himself, Wes?
Yeah, the option was there.
It was open.
He had room. In Celtic's mind, they were looking for the pass anyway.
It was too easily predicted, wasn't it?
It's too easy. It's too easy to read. If you've got to do something that is going to be different, especially in these moments in the game, you have to do something that is unexpected to give yourself half a chance.
It was team captain and dominator as well, cutting out the vital ball that would have been maybe a dagger through the hearts of Celtic fans worldwide.
So time running out for Manchester United, and what's happening in this game potentially is what happened to Celtic in Matchday 2. A late equalising goal for the opposition caused them to implode in the second game to the point where they finished the Matchday with 1 point, and that might just happen here for Manchester United. They've got 6 minutes to make sure that doesn't happen.
You can hear how frustrated Manchester United are. They want rewards for their press. You can see the amount of players there going to greet the ball early, but what that's doing is just leaving so much space open, and there were 2 options on there, but they've still got this ball.
It's a mistake from Forrest. Oh, it's hacked down by Harry Maguire. The referee will go to his pocket, shouts for the red card. All eyes on the referee. What is the decision he's made? It's only a caution, much to the frustration of the Celtic fans, but importantly, they have possession right in the perfect position. Are they going to allow it to slip? It's a mistake. They've given it away. They've won it back. They don't want to concede another late equalising goal. The real drama inside the stadium as it's played out towards the left-hand side. Just 2 minutes of added on time here for Celtic to hang on, to take 4 points, a crucial 4 points from Matchday 3. Still going down, frustrated challenge, and surely now that's over the line for Celtic.
And you have to remember that goal in the first game scored by captain and dominator. We said it might be a turning point in their season. They've got 3 points here.
We talk about momentum in one game of eFootball PES. We talk about momentum over the course of 2 games, and that goal that we said was potentially the most important goal of Celtic's season might just be that. Look what it means to those 3 players, should I say, on your screen. The real passion, because Wes, that was so important, and they've got off the mark with their first 3 points of the season, and importantly, they've got 4 from today when it looked like they may end with nothing.
It's an outpouring of relief. I think it's the pressure that they were under, the circumstances of the game. There was so much riding on that, and I think Celtic won't underplay that in the post-match interview either. There was a lot riding on that, and like we said, 4 points out of 6 to come away with today. They'd be very happy with that, and it kind of puts them back in the mix to get into that top 6.
I'm just watching the guys off the screen. And just to let you know, guys at home, guys and gals, the fist pumps that are going around there, Yorker pretty much jumped off the stage and punched the air there. It means so much to them, and it's such a tremendous performance to get off the mark with that 3 points. But 4 points from today puts them on 5 for the season so far, and a much, you'd have to say, Harry, sorry, not Harry, Harry's on stage, Wes, you'd have to say, it's deserved, really, on the scheme of things, due to that mentality of it.
Yeah, I mean, and to show that, I mean, they showcased it in absolute droves. The ability to bring themselves back from, you know, it was 2-1. It was 2-1. It was a loss to start with. They get an equaliser. They show that mettle in the dying moments, and then to carry it through again. You know, second game they went down, you know, losing twice. Pulled themselves back into it.
So we are going to go and hear words of advice, or not words of advice, words of wisdom from the Celtic players. What a performance. Harry, what have they got to say?
Yes,
we'll come.
Thank you
there we
very much, Adam. Yes, we are here with the birthday boys and victorious Celtic FC. 4 points from that game against Manchester United. First of all, happy birthday, you two. Second of all, that must be a great birthday present, that result right there.
Thank you, Aaron. It's definitely a great birthday present, getting at least 3 points at this match day and 4 points as total. It's really amazing. My big compliments to my teammates for the games we played. It was really great today.
Talk to me about the feeling when you scored that last-minute equaliser after being on the receiving end of that same thing happening to you last match day.
Yeah, the thing is, looking at the previous match days, we kept playing conservative in defending, also with pressuring, and this time we needed maybe like 30 minutes over the first half just to read their games, and we noticed that we had to go for all-out pressure, frontline pressure as well, and that's the way we got them actually, and yeah, scoring the equalizer this time on our side is really nice to have finally, so really glad to win this game.
And a really great springboard for Matchday 4. You guys play against AS Monaco, currently top of the league. You guys, are you expecting to get a result out of that? Anything you're going to do differently maybe to prepare for that game?
Yeah, the thing is we always expect the result. They're title favorites, so it's going to be really difficult, especially after today. They also got the momentum like us, winning 2 matches actually, and we will try to do everything we can just to get those points. And yeah, our aim is still to get 6 points also against Monaco. We believe in ourselves, the way we're playing, and hopefully we can get the 6 points.
Awesome, guys. Congratulations. Celtic FC finished match day 3 with 4 points. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. I mean, a remarkable performance, really, if you think about it, for the guys from Celtic. And it just goes to show, Wes, that anything can happen at this stage, because we have written them off pretty much, and now they're sat on 5 points when we thought they were going to be potentially on 1.
Yeah, I mean, a match day can make all the difference, and you know, it's the right results on the right match day can put you in pole position to get themselves back in. You can hear the confidence from them. They believe in themselves again. They've kind of really built on that experience that they've got. So, you know, for them to take it against Monaco, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, commiserations, of course, to Manchester United. We are going to go and hear what they had to say right now. Harry?
Yes, thank you, Adam. I'm here with Eldridge and the United players. Not the result you wanted. You come away with a point, but ultimately I can imagine you were expecting more after that game.
Excuse me?
You're expecting more after the Celtic game. You were expecting to get a better result.
Yeah, of course. Actually, we played both games much better. Actually, we made our own mistakes. It's on the team. We lost against ourselves, not against Celtic. You know, in the first game, we came 1-0 behind for corner, but we had 2 chances to score. We didn't. So in the end, we come 2-1 up front, and them pressing and scoring in the last minute. Yeah, it's again a defensive error. We were up, the defensive line was like Maguire was up front, and he was completely free with Eduard. So it's a defensive error, and they score. In the second game, we come 1-0 up. After the kickoff, they immediately score back. Again, a defensive error. And then we scored 2-1. And they scored 2-2. Again, a defensive error. So it's on us. We lost against ourselves, not against Celtic. So for them, it's good for them because they got 4 points. But for us, it's not good. Yeah. So we have to get back to the drawing board and make sure we play stronger against Juventus.
Speaking of Juventus, you play against them on Matchday 4. What are you going to take from this loss that you can improve and potentially get a result against Juventus there on Matchday 4?
Actually, we played good. The thing is, in defense, we have to be more, focused on defense and make sure that whenever we have the ball, just clear the ball. It's on the team, and also paying attention in defense in the last minutes. Because conceding a goal in 90+3, we should have kept the ball, and so against Juventus, it's something we have to work on.
Awesome, Eldridge, thank you so much. Unfortunate there not to get a better result against Celtic. Of course, we had the debutant here as well, Almighty, making his debut and marking it with a goal. Adam, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Very self-critical there, Wes, from Eldridge O'Neill, saying that they were defeated by themselves. Do you agree with that, or do you think there was more to it?
I think in the way that United were playing, they allowed Celtic opportunities, and like was said by Eldridge there, by defensive mistakes, but they allowed Celtic to have those opportunities. Celtic have still got to put those chances away. So to say, oh, we just lost against ourselves, yeah, you gave Celtic the opportunities, but Celtic still need to put them away. It's not like, oh well, we've scored 3 own goals and that's it. No, you've still, as an opponent, you still have to put those chances away. So you can be critical of the way that they played, but for me, to say that they just lost against themselves.
Yeah, really and you could also look at it that Celtic made a lot of mistakes as well defensively. So to blame it or to blame the whole thing on yourselves is possibly not quite.
Yeah, correct. I don't think that's accurate. I think, and as you said, we saw plenty of mistakes where Celtic were playing passes where we didn't believe they should have been. They were trying to play themselves out of trouble when they really shouldn't have. And there were opportunities for United to capitalise as well. Some of their goals were slightly fortuitous, in terms of the way that they managed to pick holes in the defence.
Yeah.
You could easily sit there and say, oh well, like I say, you could easily sit there and go, well, it's the opponent, or we've lost against ourselves, but I don't really believe in that.
And of course, next up for both of these two teams, we've got Juventus for Manchester United. Not an easy game by any means. And then you've got. Just trying to remember the team that Celtic of Monaco. So, after coming off the back of that, Celtic do you think would be a little bit disappointed they've got AS Monaco next? Because if they had someone slightly easier, they would really see themselves as getting another 6 points potentially.
No, I think.
Or do you think they'll thrive off that?
I think they'll thrive, and I think it's more a case of their playstyle may negate how Monaco play. We've seen that Celtic are very much in the line of keeping the ball, possession. And all of that. If they can keep the ball away from Monaco, because Monaco aren't doing damage.
We've been looking for someone a system to stop Monaco. Maybe the slow, lethargic, possessional style, which we haven't really seen from anyone, is, like you said, the way to stop them.
It may just prove true. And I mean, with Man United and with Juventus are obviously going to be coming off the back of their game today with Boavista. They're going to want to kind of improve themselves again.
That's a fascinating game.
It's going to be a very
they're very close now in the table, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's going to and that could decide kind of where we really find them in the latter stages. Is it a case that if United come away with 6 points, that would be brilliant for them, but it really goes against Juve. And the same with Juve. It is like you say, it's a fascinating tie to go into for next match day.
Yeah, we are going to look at a list of the scores so far today shortly, but we've also got some replays of the game that we've just seen. And Wes, you can cast your wisdomous eye over them and sort of talk about what you're seeing on your screen, because there were so many elements to the goals that were both disappointing defensively, but brilliant in the attacking third as well.
Yeah, and it's like we said, in terms of that corner where Julian tucked it away for Celtic, you know, you look there, it just takes a skim off McTominay at the near post, but the way that ball gets delivered into the box is very popular amongst pro players. You drill it into the box, and it can cause, with ricochets and things like that, it becomes problematic. We saw with the goal there, we heard them audibly go perfect. So they knew that there was an opportunity on there, and it's seeing kind of the opportunities before you actually execute them. It's almost, you know, it's imagining and seeing these things happen. And the way that United conducted themselves in front of goal that first time finish, I believe, was from Martial, but it was great. It was great.
And we touched quite a lot before the game on the change, the personnel change, bringing Mighty DS in for Ostojic. It's hard to know how that game would have gone with that not happening, but do you see that as a factor?
I didn't really see it as that much of a factor because, again, in relation to kind of Almighty DS and with those guys and Austria, they're very similar in terms of their kind of play. So it's, you know, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one, and whether they go with that same lineup against Juventus is a question to be asked next match day.
And Harry, you've joined us back on the desk here. How did you see that? What are your overall opinions of where that game was won and lost?
First of all, United were just using their squad. I did get a chance to chat to Eldridge. Unfortunately, didn't get to catch it on camera in the interview, but he said that, you know, there was no injury or nothing like that. They're just using their whole squad. They're, you know, getting Almighty DS involved and maybe experimenting with a few things as well. Coming back to your question, realistically, it was a game of mentalities, and we knew that coming into it after Celtic's really poor run of form and their poor mental states during games, and we've seen them crumble often, and we thought it might be a similar situation here, but in the end it was actually almost a reverse of that, in that United just weren't able to shore up their defence in the last moments.
And you mentioned the rotation. They'd obviously planned which game they were going to make that rotation in. And no disrespect to the personnel going out and going in, but often teams and managers make decisions to rotate the squad based on games they think they're more likely to win. Do you think that there's an element that they were a bit complacent and didn't give Celtic enough credit?
Maybe overlooked Celtic a little bit. I think that's fair enough, especially when you consider where Celtic were coming into today's role and list of matches. They were down the bottom. They had 1 point. They'd only scored 2 goals across 4 games. I think that's a very valid point, and maybe that's something that United, you know, were striving towards. Maybe get some minutes in for the Almighty, see how he plays, see how he settles in the roster. And unfortunately, Ostojic, who was the leading goal scorer for United coming into today, was the man to get the chop. So, you know, maybe that's something to look at going into the next match day. Maybe that's a mistake they won't make again.
What's interesting, Wes, is that we talked about Ostojic's firepower and the fact that Manchester United would miss him for that reason, but they missed something defensively, as Eldridge alluded to as well. Where do you think that breakdown came from?
I think it just came from it. You know, you have games where you have you know, reps, and you have a certain amount of reps where you will get into situations where you get more used to how things work. You could argue that Almighty DS maybe, and it's only a maybe, but it may have been a little bit kind of cold to those types of situations. That's why we saw 2 defenders gravitate to a Celtic forward, leaving one open. It's all about repetition, and you know, the more times that you play in games like this, the more times you play environments like this, you'll get used to those scenarios. And it, like you said, it was interesting from the post-match that it was all defensive frailties. They never said anything about them being worried about how it was going forward, but it was defensive frailties and defensive errors that they were concerned with.
Because I mean, they've scored, you know, I think it was 4 goals across the 2 games. So scoring wasn't the problem. It was being very leaky at the back, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And that, I mean, the faces say it all there.
And often the way that you combat such a leaky defence is through communication, right? And I noted during the commentary, you could hear through the team communication, the chemistry and the communication so much more vocal, so much more precise. It wasn't just you know, shouting over each other. It was very I almost want to say authoritarian totalitarian almost, in that everyone was, you know, listening to one man, and everyone was sort of playing on the same page. So you'd think that would play towards them having a really solid defence and being really sure at the back, but that was anything but the case.
And just being less creative going forwards. But yeah, they created enough to win the game. It's possible, I'm not too sure, but we might be able to get some graphics of the scores so far on your screen, just so you can stay up to date. We're going to see the goals table first, I believe. So the top goal scorer should be coming on your screen, as you can see right there. So we have Usmakabal, Harry.
Yeah,
top of the pile.
I mean, AS Monaco top of the pile, and that just goes to show how much of an incredible goal-scoring form that they are in. I mean, after just 3 match days, look at those goals. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, that's 20 goals scored across 3 match days. Truly impressive. Elsewhere, you have the likes of Roxa and Barcelona creeping towards the top as well. Juventus may be slipping down there a little bit. Obviously, we have Bayern yet to play, the likes of Schalke 04. Barcelona and Arsenal still yet to play on this match day. So some of those players might creep up towards the top depending on the goal scorers. But sitting there at number 13, again, it's that goal scorer, Ostrabuch, 3 goals, leading scorer for United. Not anymore now that Eldridge O'Neill has joined him on 3 goals.
What's surprising, Wes, is that AS Babisk, who's known on the circuit for being pretty red hot in front of goal, is sitting with only 2 goals. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, but that's more about in terms of how Nantes have been playing. You know, Roxa has kind of been their focal point in terms of in front of goals. We saw from the table he's 5th with 5 goals. It can always be a case of, it is almost a case of, they're looking for the kind of their kind of additional players. They don't want to just rely on the captain. They want to look around the squad and go, let's try and bring everybody else into this. You can see Zizou's chipped in. You can see obviously Roxa with 5. You know, you can see that they're trying to just lighten the load a little bit.
Yeah, we're also going to have a look at the assist makers as well. The top of the charts hopefully will be coming on your screen now. And as you can see, well, it's that man again, Harry.
Yeah, naturally when your club is scoring plenty of goals, assists will come part and parcel with them. And you can see all three AS Monaco players within the top 10. Usmakabal top of the pile there. Elsewhere, Roxa actually being a really key influence within that FC Nantes attack. And to be honest with you guys, I wouldn't worry too much about FC Nantes. Based on how they played against Monaco, Monaco are just so in form at the moment. I feel like Nantes against other teams, that performance would have been enough to bring them a win. Elsewhere, let's look at the likes of Yiu there in number 6th ranked at the moment with 3 assists all on his lonesome. Of course, representing Portugal at the Euros. And then a whole bunch of players there down on, or tied on 2 goals. Lotfi there as well from AS Monaco, leading the pack in that regard.
Anything stands out there for you, Wes?
It's interesting to see that Juve have got so many assists for me. I wouldn't have had them down as kind of being as kind of prominent in that table as they are, but it's surprising to see it. Obviously, Luca's up there in 2nd. Lo Scandalo is up in 5th. It's interesting to see that they've got that many assists on their books, really.
Harry, while you were in the mix, me and Wes were talking about how we felt that who's going to stop AS Monaco. We mentioned how Celtic have a slightly different style to a lot of the teams in terms of they actually said, believe it or not, that they have started pressing a bit more, but they're certainly more reserved in that high press, high quick, high intensity. They're more possession based. Do you think that is potentially a way to stop them in matchday 4? Stop AS Monaco, or are they just going to blow them away?
I'm still waiting to see what the formula is. I'm afraid we don't really have the answer to that question at this moment in time, because AS Monaco just seem to score goals whenever they want, however they want. They always find it. We thought FC Nantes coming in today with AS Babisk being the leader in defence points might be the answer. Maybe it might be the brick wall that they hit, but they just steamrolled and kept scoring goals. So I'm not sure if the high press is something that you want to do against the likes of Usmakabal, who is at the top of the assist table and the goals chart as well. I think that's a dangerous game to play. I'm not sure what it's going to take them down. I really don't. I don't have the answer to that at the moment.
We don't have the answer to the formula to stop AS Monaco, but we are going to take a look at some of the best action from today so far with a little bit of music. So get your shirt or dress on and take a look at this. So, we're back, and we've had a few technical difficulties, so you unfortunately are going to be blessed with our wonderful faces and voices for a little bit longer.
It was my fault. I tripped over a cable. Sorry about that.
You can't take Harry anywhere. He always causes problems. Guys, we've had an epic day so far. I'm exhausted already. We're only halfway through pretty much. Next game is, it doesn't get any less enthralling, does it? We've got Barcelona versus Arsenal.
Yeah, a Barcelona team that we thought after Matchday 1's results against Juventus might be one of those teams to contest near the top, but they find themselves coming into today after last week losing both games against Bayern München in eighth place in the league table. 8th place is not something that you associate with Barcelona Football Club, so they're going to be wanting to turn around their fortunes here against Arsenal, and it starts with 2 wins. If they get 2 wins, all of a sudden they're on 10 points. They're going to be a little bit further up the table.
And do they get 2 wins? That's the question. You like to sit on the fence, Harry. So
I do. I'm still not sure that I've seen enough out of Arsenal defensively so far. I feel like, especially in the games against Manchester United, yes, it was only 1-0 both ways in both games. I still see frailties in their defence, and I feel like I can't quite pinpoint the problem, but I feel like if we see the Barcelona that we saw from Matchday 1 here against Arsenal, we could see a lot of goals from Barcelona.
Wes, same question to you. Where do you see this one go? Where's this game going to be won and lost?
I think it's going to be dependent on defensive shape from both teams, as Harry alluded to, in terms of the problems we saw with Arsenal's back line, and in terms of the way that those 3 guys, the chemistry between Alex, between Venom, and between Chris, you have to look at how their chemistry is going to be. I think on Barcelona's side of things, I think it's more a case that with Barcelona, I think it's more a case of how well are they going to function going forward. You know, maybe they were a little bit lucky in the first match day to kind of take it away from Juve. You know, are they going to be able to kind of respond from a disappointing match day too?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the players who are going to be competing for Barcelona. Of course, we have Guifera, a massive talent in the world of eFootball PES, Henriquinho and the Palmer as well. And for Arsenal, we have Alex Giardi, goal-scoring extraordinaire, Christopher, one of the oldest players in terms of his actual experience in the game on the tour, and S. Venom as well, another explosive player as well. We actually talked to those players a bit earlier. Let's go and hear what they had to say.
In this match, we hope to win, and we're training a lot because Arsenal is a very good team.
Like for each game, we will try to win both. So take the 6 points with all the respect you have for Barcelona, that is really a very difficult opponent. But you train really hard, and you are ready for this game.
Now, gents, this game in so many words is pretty similar to the last game that we saw, because we've got a team in Arsenal who have been a bit devoid of confidence. They've had a few pretty murky performances, and equally Barcelona have had some highlights and they've had some not so good results, similar to Manchester United. So are we going to see a very similar game, do you think?
I think with Arsenal, I think it's going to be a case of what, like we said, what version of Arsenal turns up. Is it going to be defensively solid? Is it going to be the team that nicks a goal and then they're going to try and hold off that Barcelona press? Or are we going to see them take the shackles off a little bit and unleash what they have? They have Aubameyang, they have Pepe, they have Lacazette, they have all these different types of players that they can utilise.
Ladies and gents, you don't have to watch our faces any longer. We are ready for the next match. It's FC Barcelona versus Arsenal FC. Let's go.
Welcome, guys. Check your hands.
So, chaps, we are going to start with Barcelona in terms of the discussion. From my mind, I'm watching a team that we haven't seen the best of. The 3 players there, the Palmer, Henriquinho, and of course Guifera, one of the best players in the world. Individually, of very, very talented players, but have we seen the team unit that we would possibly expect so far?
I think we have. I think we did definitely see that against Juventus on match day 1. A lot of people weren't expecting them to get the result that they did there. They got 4 points out of that one, and you could argue that last week they lost narrowly 2-1 and 1-0 against the team in Bayern München that we're expecting again to be towards the top, to be in one of those playoff spaces come the end of the season. So I wouldn't write off Barcelona just yet. Yes, they're in 8th place. They're a little bit off the pace in terms of points, but realistically, goal difference only -1, despite having 2 losses on the board. So it's very narrow losses and it's very narrow margins that separate teams in this league.
And Wes, Arsenal, similar question. We've got Christopher, who played for Boavista last season. We've got Alex Giardi, who played for Nantes FC, and S. Venom is new to the competition. Have we seen quite what they can produce, or are they still a bit of a beast in Waking?
I think they're still a bit of a beast in Waking. I think it's with teams where they've been put together, where you've got individual brilliance. It's a case then of how do you mesh them together. We saw with Boavista, a lot of people don't really know those Boavista players, but when they come together, they have a sum of their parts type of performance. I'd love to see that from Arsenal and from Barcelona, because the 2 rosters are incredible rosters to have.
Because I'm watching the Arsenal contingent there, and I'm seeing a player in Alex Giardi who's known for his goal-scoring abilities. I'm seeing Christopher, who's been there, done it. He's been around the PES scene for a decade. And I'm seeing S. Venom, a guy who, at the highest level, has taken players like Ettore, etc., right to the wire. So they should really be able to start to make inroads in this competition.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting that here today. I'm actually expecting Arsenal to actually, and I'll put my colours to a mast here. I'm expecting them to take all 6 points.
A bold statement there from Wes. I'm going to say 4 points for Arsenal, so I do definitely see them picking up at least 3. Harry, how are you seeing this?
I think all 6 for Barca. I feel like this is a team that, when you look at some of the players that are on it, like the likes of Henriquinho and Guifera.
They're straight in already, and it's Luis Suarez, and it's exactly what Harry has suggested. Within the blink of an eye, it's 1-0 Barcelona.
To get back to my point, Guifera, Henriquinho, De Palma, all incredible players, all young, all hungry, all playing for Barcelona. How can you write this team off? I mean, it's a dream start for them. Nightmare for Arsenal. Defensive frailties come showing themselves again.
They haven't even touched the ball, Wes.
Well, I hate to be a party pooper on this. 2 things. 1, still plenty of time to go in this game. 2, whoever, and I didn't quite pick up who picked up the manual goal kick there, but they pushed it so far out that the touch for Suarez, it was easy. It was far, far too easy, and he was the captain of all people. Was the manual goal kick?
Yeah, we were waiting a little while for the game to get underway, but we certainly weren't waiting for the first goal of the day, as Pepe has the chance for an instant response for Arsenal. Gets to the byline, chance to cross it in. Good defending in the end, and it is going to go out for a corner, and it's a good response from Arsenal. Can they capitalise on this period of pressure? Jordi Alba comes across to block that near post cross. It's in from Pepe, in towards David Luiz, flicked on towards Aubameyang. Couldn't steer at home. Good defending in the end, Harry.
Yep, agreed. And both these 2 teams separated by just a point in the league table. Barcelona on 8th with 4 points coming into today. You can see the goals scored and conceded. The big differential there is the goals conceded column. I mean, 11, yes. Arsenal already having played AS Monaco, who we know are in fine goal-scoring form. But that's a statistic they certainly won't like at the end of the season.
It's been a good response from Arsenal. They're in again here. It is the perfect response from Arsenal Football Club. Alex Giardi, S. Venom and Christopher fight back within minutes of going behind, and it's the sort of mentality that they need to produce.
And it's the latter. It's Christopher, the captain fantastic, standing up once again for his club. And it's a well-worked goal. If you watch here from midfield, just simply finding the man, the run off the ball. You could say maybe a defender there. I think it was De Palma controlling the Barcelona defender. Should do more, but unfortunately it's going to be, at least unfortunately for Barcelona, it's going to be a goal.
Well, it's like we said, there's opportunities there for Arsenal to really press it on, and they have players with the ability to do that, and it was quite simple for them. Although you've now got to be careful of Messi and co coming back to bite you, as we see there, Medley taking it away. This is finally in the balance now.
12 minutes gone here. Barcelona 1, Arsenal 1. Guendouzi with a throw. Going to give it to Pepe. And we waited a little while for the first goal in the last game. We've had 2 in the blink of an eye. Don't go anywhere. So those of you who did put your shirts and dresses on for the music highlights earlier, time to go and put your slacks back on, because we're back to the esports action from the sofa as Aubameyang flicks it around the corner looking for Pepe. It's going to be kept in down on the near touchline. An interesting touch there from Aubameyang, back towards Pepe. This is wonderful football from Arsenal. Great save from ter Stegen.
Yeah, it's good to see Arsenal taking those little bit more of a risk with their shooting. It's very rare that we see a pass coming in off the side, and instead of looking for the extra pass, they're looking to try and score.
And that's what I want to see out of Arsenal going into further match days. I want to see that almost wild card mentality. When you look at this roster, it's certainly, as you said, thrown together by Arsenal Football Club. I want to see that more.
In towards Pepe, right foot shot blocked away. Another chance comes and goes for Arsenal. It's been a really solid response, Wes.
These set pieces are key to Arsenal. If you look at how the makeup of Arsenal's team, it's physical. There's Kolasinac, there's David Luiz, there's Aubameyang. They have that ability to knock down the ball where some teams may not have that ability. And they're using it to great effect here. They're trying to get flick-ons.
And on the flip side, Barcelona are probably most susceptible to that because they don't have the most physical side.
Exactly, it's a weakness for them.
As Pepe brings the ball away, forward towards the goal scorer, Luis Suarez. Still deadlocked at 1-0. Barcelona taking the lead after just a few minutes, but Arsenal have responded in the best possible way, and they've got another chance here. Good defending, and Jordi Alba completes the clearance.
It's interesting we're seeing from Arsenal attempting that almost crossing gameplay. Often in the eFootball.Pro, you'll see players try and do just this, like Barcelona are right now, tiki-taka passing. Messi's in.
David Luiz clears downfield, flicked on by Aubameyang. They are looking pretty dangerous with that front trio. Luis Suarez pops it off to Busquets. And a period of possession here for Barcelona, but they've not really made many inroads.
You can see their intent, though, is to try and play the Monaco style and really be as quick and as direct as possible, straight down the gut, straight down the middle. And there's a potential chance here.
With Luis Suarez as the pinnacle of that. Jordi Alba crosses towards Lionel Messi. Can't get on it, but it's still with Rakitic. Out towards Dembele. Chipped in towards the far post, but it's an easy claim in the end. But Harry was off his seat. He thought that was potentially going to be a moment of magic.
Well, just to latch on to Harry's point there, where you're talking about the Barcelona style of play, it's great and it is direct. However, Barcelona don't have that same makeup. They don't have a Silimani. They don't have a physical presence. Yes, Suarez is robust and will get about the place, but he won't have the same attacking ability as Silimani, especially in stat balancing.
Yeah, so just to remind people at home that might not be so familiar with some of the terminology, stat balancing is, of course, where all stats are equalised across the different squads, but the main difference between the squads is, of course, in that physicality department. That's why we've seen the likes of FC Nantes being hyped so much, with the likes of Koulibaly through the middle, and of course Barcelona on the flip side, not quite so good. But what are some of the benefits of playing as a Barcelona side, Wes?
Well, you have quick feet, you have a room to dribble, you have technically gifted players in the likes of Messi, Griezmann, Suarez, Dembele. You have quickness on your side. So if you can play around those physical elements in a game,
so that's why the direct nature of their game plan almost has to be there at this stage then.
Yeah, I think for here, they need to have it more direct, but it's all on the floor. Whereas you can see here, Pepe trying to get free.
He's found Aubameyang, twists and turns, left foot, it's poor in the end, but the support was pretty much lacking as Guendouzi was flattering to deceive down in that left wing-back position, but he's forward now, gets the ball off the former Dortmund man, and now plays it in towards Pepe. Chance to cross it in with the left foot. It almost ricocheted through, but Barcelona clear, and they have the chance to counter. The dying embers, the last minute of the first half. We're not going to get another chance, and it's finished stalemated at 1-1.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much par for the course at this point. I mean, both teams had their decent chances. I suppose you could argue that Arsenal may be the favoured side based on the clear-cut chances they had there in that first half. But signs of improvement there for Barcelona. Again, when you think about match day 2 for them just 2 weeks ago, really disheartening losses against FC Bayern München. It's tough to bounce back from that. I mean, we saw Celtic earlier on definitely bounce back from that kind of result after the previous match day. We'll see if Barcelona can do it here as well.
What's the hold-up, Wes? What's going through the heads at this moment in time?
Well, there was just small tweaks there from Barcelona's side, and you can see there as well, alluding to your point from match day 2, they're a bit more vocal this time. They're a bit more having a chat about what they're actually doing, as opposed to just being autonomous and it just being that way about it.
Oh, it's route 1. It's in towards Aubameyang. It's just a whisker wide of the post, and it should, knowing how good Aubameyang is, it should be 2-1.
And knowing how good Christopher is as well, he's already gotten a goal in this game. You think about his time back last year competing in PES 2019, those types of goals were his bread and butter, the very direct nature of it, and almost straight from kickoff, you want to say.
It's a gilt-edge opportunity that comes and goes for Arsenal. They certainly won't get many better than that, but that, as Wes has his hands in his head, because he knows that was a huge defensive mistake and they were almost punished. A tremendous save from the goalkeeper, and somehow Barcelona are still level in this game.
I think it was the Palmer there, actually, who shifted the keeper across just to cover his near post, and it's so vital he did, because if that little tweak hadn't been made, that might have been a goal.
Balogun's in again here down the left-hand side. Support from Pepe just behind him, but this time he goes towards Reece Nelson, but couldn't quite find the youngster. And now Guendouzi back to Medley. It's been a really positive response from Arsenal after going behind, and you have to say, on the balance of play, they probably deserve to be in front. But as we've seen time and time again, if you do not take your chances, Harry, you may be punished.
It reminds me of the game against Juventus on match day 1 as Barcelona are in here.
And it's almost exactly what we were talking about. Bar a pretty sloppy pass from Jordi Alba, it could have been a big chance.
But you think back to match day 1, Juve were bossing that game against Barcelona, and it was I think it was a 94th minute winner by Henriquinho, if I remember correctly, that stole.
I think it was actually 93, but
I think you're right. I think it was actually 95, thinking back to my notes.
Pepe on the left-hand side. Half an hour remaining in this first game between Barcelona and Arsenal, and as has been the day, it's been pretty enthralling across the board as Reece Nelson goes down the left-hand side, crosses towards Balogun, behind for a corner, and still Arsenal come and come and come in their droves looking for this winner.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that Arsenal, they seem far more comfortable with their squad now than they have been previous match days. You know, and looking at it, they're not making too many tweaks. Barca, though, seem to be looking at a kind of a formation which is a little bit kind of more, a little bit something that I've not really seen a lot of teams introduce is to try and have it, you know, set up in that kind of rhombus type of shape that they've got going on for their midfield. But you know, for Arsenal, they should be buoyed by this performance because they've played really well.
They have indeed, but they need to capitalise whilst on top. We are hearing that Harry was indeed correct. It is a 95-minute goal for Barcelona. I was, of course, joking with 93 just to put a spanner in the works, but Harry was spot on. As the ball gets played in towards David Luiz, good header down, and where on earth was Aubameyang, Harry?
Oh, such a tricky corner to deal with. The keeper comes out in anticipation, hastily gets back to his goal, but that header across is so dangerous, but Barca have a chance now.
They do. Antoine Griezmann down the right-hand side, cuts back onto his favourite left foot, in towards Lionel Messi, also has a magician, a wand of a left foot, but he couldn't quite pass it onto that, and it's behind for a corner. A decent-ish response from Barcelona, but can they fashion, importantly, a big chance from it? It is going to be a corner. 3 to Arsenal. just a 1-2 Barcelona. It's the first set piece of the match for them in terms of corners as the ball gets played in and headed away by that man, Kolasinac, a monster of a man. It's in towards Dembele. Barcelona still par forwards. It ricochets around and almost goes in from the defender. And this is some serious possession here from Barcelona, Harry.
Yeah, a little bit better from them. You want to try and take the pressure off your own defence. We saw Arsenal with a couple of corners and really threatening to get goal side.
We've seen in tight games, fine margins, set pieces can be so crucial, and Gerard Piqué was seconds away from getting on the end of that. Now Semedo in towards Dembele, swing and a miss again as Mustafi makes a crucial interception, and it's another corner, and this has been a brilliant period of play in the last 5 minutes from Barcelona.
Yeah, no doubt this is why we're going to be seeing some changes from Arsenal. Clearly not having the outlet to try and release the pressure on their defence at the moment. They can't quite find the target man, and elsewhere I think we're seeing some personnel changes.
Now Wes, the formations on the left-hand side for Barcelona, it looks a little bit not like we've seen a lot of so far, with a similar sort of 4-3-3, but one of them pushed really far wide. Any reason for that?
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking to utilise what their best players in their squad. They've got Dembele on the pitch, they've got Griezmann, they've got Suarez and Messi. They're trying to make the best.
So he's putting round pegs in round holes. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I've heard that used before. Socrates down the right-hand side. Lacazette races onto it. Something we haven't said much on in the second half. They've been restricted to a mere few half chances, but there's a potential big chance here in towards Aubameyang. But again, good defending from Barcelona. Are they going to rue that huge opportunity right at the start of the second half for Aubameyang as the ball gets played in, but it's gone wide?
Now, that was almost a half chance as that ball is drilled in, but for me, it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. If you saw Alex Giardi making a late run at the edge of the box with Guendouzi, that would have been, for me, the higher percentage opportunity there for Arsenal. So maybe, again, seeing their name in lights before it's actually happened.
Indeed, as the ball gets played out for a throw, and it's going to be taken by Henry Quinho. Looking for the movement, goes towards Guiafera, controlling Antoine Griezmann, now into Lionel Messi, chance to get the shot away. Good defending again from Mesut Ozil, headed back in. This is some serious pressure from Barcelona, but crucially, it's looking more and more like Arsenal have elected to play on the counter-attack, and this is where they could be so dangerous with the likes of Aubameyang and Pepe and Nelson, etc.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they've set out here. They've got a lucky bounce, but it's evading them again. But yeah, you play to your team's strengths. We know that Arsenal are blessed with pace up and down their kind of offensive line. Utilise it. Utilise your weaponry that you have. Don't try and make your team to be something it's not. You know.
You'd have to say on the play so far, a draw is a fair result, but crucially, we have seen wins and draws snatched in injury time. Are we going to see the same thing again between Barcelona versus Arsenal?
Interesting, we're seeing Pepe actually come off for Martinelli. For me, Pepe's been one of the star men. Maybe some tired legs coming into play there. Some fresh lungs injected into the pace of Arsenal's counter-attack, because like you said, Adam, it's certainly looking at how they are stacking up here against Barcelona.
The likes of the youngster Saka on the bench as well. Is there any other players, Wes, that you would think could change the game for Arsenal?
Well, I think the one that they've brought on is probably the most likely to do so is Martinelli. I think he's probably the most likely to really do something that is gonna change this game.
Down the left-hand side, looking for Antoine Griezmann, who switched flanks. Lovely bit of skill there from the Frenchman. Good challenge, though, from David Luiz, and it's going to be a corner again. The third, or actually I think fourth in quick succession.
Seventh corner of the game.
Barcelona. They had none up to 54 minutes, and now they've had 4 in the remaining 30-ish. Good maths there, as Guendouzi comes across to make that angle tight at the front. Cleared away down the right-hand side. Chance for Aubameyang to race onto it. Lovely pop-off. Just a little bit behind David Luiz, and that's a really sloppy pass from the Brazilian, and it's allowed Barcelona to, it's got really scrappy in here at the moment, guys.
Really has, and it's getting to that time of the game where scrappiness is certainly rewarded if you are tenacious as an attacker. Not too much time remaining.
Messi plays it in towards the danger man. Oh, it's wide of the target with the goal at his mercy. It looked like the net was going to bustle with the left foot. But unfortunately for Barcelona, it's gone the wrong side of the post. And will they get a better opportunity, Wes?
I can't see them fashioning a chance like that again in the last dying embers of the game. But they've got to be careful of this Arsenal attack. It's on a knife edge at this point.
We've seen today, time and time again, when you think the game is over, there's just that one last chance. Are we going to see something as dramatic as what's happened today? The final minute of normal time. All eyes on the fourth official as he walks towards the edge of the technical area. The board is raised aloft above his head. And it will be Semedo who's going to take the throw on the far touchline. Down the line. And it's going to go all the way out of play, and the fourth official's board says 4 minutes. One more chance, says Wes in my ear. He believes there's one last chance to snatch a victory here. Dembele in towards Griezmann. A terrible, terrible pass, though. And it's a chance for Arsenal. Ozil out towards Lacazette. Lacazette challenged by Vidal, and it's looking like the stalemate will go into the next game unless it's Mesut Ozil, it's Lacazette, it's into the substitute Martinelli, who can change the game but won't change the game, and it's surely going to finish here. Barcelona 1, Arsenal 1, and looking at that game, a fair result.
Yeah, we often say that about draws, and I feel like that's one of the truest representations of it. I feel like Barcelona pinned Arsenal back, and Arsenal didn't really have a response in terms of their counter-attacks. You know, didn't slow things down when they were in advantageous positions, pushed up in Barcelona's final third. And there were often times when I think back to that fantastic run that Alex Giardi made to the edge of the box with Guendouzi, I believe it was. I mean, if you pull it back to him there, maybe you get your second goal and it's a different result at the end of the day. So that's something I want to see more from Arsenal, you know, maybe calming down when they are in the final third in this game too, and maybe they can come away with 3 points against Barcelona if they do that.
So Wes, you predicted, was it 6 points to Arsenal?
I thought it was.
You predicted 6 to Barcelona.
So predicted
I
4.
predicted 4 for Arsenal. So the only one that's still in the running, guys. I hate to throw that in there, but it's. I mean, it could have gone either way, granted, in that first game. But as we said, I think 1-1 was a fair result. I don't think either of them did enough in the final third, other than potentially the Aubameyang chance right at the start of the second half, guys.
Yeah, I think looking at it, I think there wasn't too much to talk about in that second half, really. I mean, you had half chances here and there. It wasn't anything where you could say, yep, that should have definitely happened.
So, seconds away from the start of the second game in Matchday 4. Matchday 4? No. The fourth match in Matchday 3 was what I was getting at.
It's confusing. It's a lot of numbers.
It's a lot of numbers,
and a lot of matches. Game 2 of the fourth match of Matchday 3.
And my flight was delayed yesterday, so that's my excuse.
Oh, boo-hoo.
As we see close-ups there of Alex Giardi and S. Venom. And then the camera pans to the famous, really, on the scene, Christopher. He's been around for what seems years and years and years. When did he first win a trophy, Wes? That's why I'm going to throw that out there, unless Harry's got his stats right here, because I know it was around the 2009, 2010, I believe.
Maybe it was 2010 World. Oh, no, yeah, 2010. I think he won a world title. I think it was back in 2010.
So I got the year right.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that. Of course, another player, as we've mentioned before, in terms of early trophies, Etorito, I think the year later, winning his first. So there's players here in eFootball.Pro that have been around for almost a decade or more, but it's really coming to the fore now, and their talents are really being showcased on the biggest stage as Aubameyang has a chance for Arsenal to get them off to the perfect start, and the start that they didn't have in that opening game. Harry.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm very excited to see the second game against Arsenal from a Barcelona perspective. They showed glimpses of greatness, and to see with a rejuvenated Barcelona squad if they can get the first goal in this game.
Dembele twists and turns away from Medley. Half challenged by Mustafi, but whacked away. And Semedo dillying and dallying and almost got pickpocketed there by Oliver Twist as Gerard Piqué now plays it downfield and headed up towards Pepe. Pepe to Aubameyang. Lovely ball down the line towards Pepe. Support from Balogun. He's got in front of his defender, but the pass in, Wes, was a poor one.
Yeah, I mean, you could have gone with a lofted cross there to potentially give yourself a little bit more time to get onto the end of it, but again, you risk the keeper coming out and taking the ball there.
Luis Suarez finds Messi. Didn't see a lot of him. The Barcelona talisman in that first game. Potentially we may see a bit more in this one as Nelson picks it up for Arsenal down the right-hand side, down towards Aubameyang, who was certainly in and amongst the action in that first game and will be disappointed not to get more goals as Balogun almost shrugged off the challenge from Piqué as Rakitic now completes the clearance up towards Lionel Messi. Lovely pop off to Rakitic, now finds Luis Suarez, and that is just miscommunication there.
Yeah, I think someone was expecting Dembele's run to come much sooner just to, again, provide that release valve on that right-hand side, but better from Barca.
Bone-crunching challenge coming in there. And where's you surprised to see a more pragmatic start to the second game, or is this expected considering the higher stakes of pressure now?
I think knowing that the first game was a point, I think you would expect this of players to maybe play a little bit more inwardly.
Oh, it's in towards Lionel Messi. First chance really for Barcelona. In towards Dembele. Good header away. And Guendouzi completes the clearance. Balogun this time gives it away to Sergio Busquets, but wins it back brilliantly, but gives it away again. All got scrappy on the halfway line there as Arsenal win it back for a fourth time in as many seconds. And now Pepe finds Aubameyang, one back by Jordi Alba. Now Rakitic plays it back to him. Luis Suarez picks it up, and that's a really poor pass. That's 2 for Luis Suarez now in terms of poor choices of pass.
Yeah, I think it was De Palma who was the guilty party on that one. Needs to be a bit more precise.
In towards Dembele, back to Rakitic, gets it back though, and another chance here, in towards the danger area. Luis Suarez tries to get away from his marker, can't quite do it. And notice how Barcelona have changed their strip actually to the away kit in this game. As Jordi Alba picks up. Does that play heavily into the players' minds, Wes, in terms of psyche? Do they have superstitions?
Well, you could certainly find that some players may find a superstition playing with a better kit. Sometimes players might not.
Oh, it's lovely from Luis Suarez, and Lionel Messi with the first chance of the second game. And someone of his calibre, he should be doing so much better, Harry.
Absolutely, he should. And I think it was Henriquinho, the goal-scoring hero, who had that gilt-edged chance. Scored such a great goal against Juventus to snatch the 3 points. Their only win of the eFootball.Pro campaign so far. What a chance that was.
It really, really was, and it's gone all the way back to Guiafera in the Barcelona goal. And now David Luiz being controlled by S. Venom with the ball down the right-hand side. Now Jordi Alba picks it up, finds Rakitic. Barcelona, again like they did in the first game, just starting to click into gear as we approach the end of the first half. Dembele has a chance to pull the trigger, doesn't, goes left towards Lionel Messi, cuts inside, left foot shot, rocket into the far corner, and just when Barcelona were getting on top, they've capitalised.
And I think Arsenal were expecting that one more pass to Suarez, who was free just beyond the penalty spot. We'll see it again in just a moment from the replay, but yeah, it was a really well-worked goal, and I was about to sing Arsenal's praises in that they were closing down so much quicker than they were in weeks previous, but again, they're just maybe looking towards that one more pass towards Suarez.
And you were saying, Harry, that that one more pass was what they were thinking about going for, and where's it comes down to the risk element again, doesn't it? Because the risk-free option would be to play the simple pass, which is easily predicted sometimes, and they've done something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, sometimes it is just, like you say, take a shot, take an opportunity when it's on. Don't just go for the safe option. Have a bit of risk on it, and lo and behold, they come away with the goal.
That was a gorgeous hit as well, by the way, by Messi. Absolutely beautiful. Just struck it on the half volley. Lots of spin. Curls it into the corner, and it's 1-0 Barca.
35 minutes gone here. Barcelona 1, Arsenal 0. Dominated possession, 60%. And the 1-0 scoreline is all that separates the two teams in this second game. Passes completed also higher for Barcelona, as you would expect, with more possession. Played in towards Nelson, hacked away again. How do Arsenal respond here?
I mean, they have to somehow shut down the likes of Henriquinho, who with that goal has now become Barcelona's leading goal scorer. He'll be happy with converting that one after missing a real gilt-edged chance earlier on in the match.
Alex Giardi with a long raking pass downfield for Arsenal, and now Guendouzi pops it in towards Pepe. Oh, a chance that for Christopher, but he just couldn't quite angle the run for Aubameyang to take advantage. 4 minutes remaining in the first half. Just a 1 goal separating the two sides. Do you think it's a fair result, or do you think a draw is probably more fair at this moment in time?
I think it's fair for what's been happening. I think Barca have been the aggressor of the two, to use our boxing term. They've been the aggressor. They've been the guys that are wanting to engage and have wanted to take risks.
So if it went down to a points decision, you would say it's going with the team that are going for it more.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what and that's where, you know, when you look at teams and go, do they deserve to win it? If they're pushing the game and they're pushing the gameplay, then yeah, they deserve to be in front because they're being more aggressive.
Lionel Messi, lovely flick towards Rakitic. Another sign of this early aggression in this match. And as we tick towards the first half closure, it's another chance here for Arsenal, but the offside flag is raised, and that will probably be the last action of a pretty dour first half for Arsenal.
Yeah, they are in danger of becoming very, very predictable in this second half to come, purely based on the amount of times they've turned over possession. And if you think about if they were playing a team like AS Monaco.
Oh, it's another chance for Lionel Messi. Couldn't get anything on it. Just a flick of the hair and it was a goal.
Thinking about what this kind of scoreline would be if they were playing a team like AS Monaco, who are known to put teams to the sword. Arsenal, they need to take care of the ball a lot more. They can't afford to keep turning it over, otherwise Barca are going to get their second goal.
You can tell just how dominant Barca have been. No shots on target, no shots taken from Arsenal in the first half. You can see just how much they've had them penned in.
And that'll be quite disappointing for Arsenal, because they were themselves pretty dominant in that first game at times.
Yeah, and again they were pushing the issue in that first game. They were pushing.
What's changed? Why have they?
It could be the pressure of the fact that they've only gained a point out of the first game, and then all of a sudden now they're thinking, well, pressure's going to be on us now. We need to get a win, and they've kind of been consumed by the pressure. Or it can even be on the flip side of going, well, we're just fearful that we might not take a point from this next game.
David Luiz on the right-hand side of the Arsenal defence finds Reece Nelson, a long raking pass down towards Balogun. One back by Barcelona, and Lionel Messi winning a header against Mustafi, something you probably didn't think you'd hear, as Mustafi gets it back for Arsenal. And Kolasinac, they really need to start using the physicality more, you feel, Arsenal?
I certainly would think so. I'm just trying to pinpoint exactly what's going wrong for them, because they seem to be in their attacks just rushing it a little bit too much, but then also when they're on their defence, if something like that interception from Christopher doesn't come in, they're then totally exposed at the back. So maybe could be a bit more patient in both attacking and a defensive sense as well.
Like you said, it's all in danger of becoming very predictable from Arsenal. Every time they get the ball, it seems fairly easy to read. They need to do something a little bit outside of the box, find a bit of magic from somewhere, as Pepe can't quite keep it in there. 53 minutes gone and time running out for them. Piqué finds Dembele. Now, Lionel Messi for sure a second. Oh, what footwork that was from Lionel Messi. Wonderful trickery from the talisman, and almost produced one. That would certainly have been my pick of goal of the day.
Lovely little double touch there from Messi. Beautiful.
David Luiz finds Reece Nelson. Infield towards Guendouzi. Of course, we keep saying just the one goal in it. We've seen it time and time again. If you do not capitalise on your dominance, you will be generally punished at the highest level, as Messi can't quite get the ball. Messi, long ball downfield. Half an hour for Arsenal to salvage something here. Otherwise, It's 1 point for them and 4 for Barca.
At what point do you start thinking about maybe switching up the formation a little bit, maybe throwing some more bodies forward? Because you can see Barcelona in possession, taking care of the ball a lot more than Arsenal are when they have the ball.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be saying now would be the time, but they're under the pressure again.
Dembele tries to play it back towards Messi. That's another one thing I have noticed with Barcelona, their approach play has been right up there at the top of this tournament so far, but it's just that lack of final ball that's the difference between them and AS Monaco at the moment, as Balogun almost goes through. Good defending in the end from Arsenal.
The Palmer, I think it was, actually taking that one away from the goal, the potential goal scorer, the goal threat there. Amazing tackle.
Was indeed breathtaking stuff from the defender as the ball gets hacked out towards Henriquinho, who brings it down with Jordi Alba. Support from Luis Suarez. It is Guiafera, one of the best players currently in the world of eFootball PES. Not on this day.
I think what worries me from an Arsenal standpoint, if you're an Arsenal fan looking in on this, is that the formation that Arsenal are playing isn't suiting what Arsenal's strengths are. You know, there's a lack of a Hector Bellerin. There's a lack, you know, of putting Kolasinac in the right spot. They've got a very, very narrow team compared to the, you know, the wing weaponry that we talked about. They've got Pepe, they've got Reece Nelson, they've got Saka. They've got all these weapons, but they're just going down this
down the middle. They need to start. They need to start hitting the flanks and stretching. The way I'm seeing it, they need to stretch that congested edge of the penalty area. Place on the pitch, and it's just not coming off at the moment. Like you said there, we're looking at the two teams. You've got so much width for Barcelona on that right-hand side, and equally, like for Arsenal, it's almost like a pencil formation, isn't it?
Well, it's like we've spoken about. In terms of that formation, it's that or a variant of that we see a lot of pro players use. It's a cookie-cutter formation, but it doesn't always benefit you to play those formations with certain teams, Arsenal being one of them.
And you need to be adaptable. Yeah. Because if things aren't working, that's when you make changes. And we are seeing, granted, them making changes, but it's still very much personnel and not
the actual makeup of the actual team. Yeah. And that's the thing. If from an Arsenal perspective, that's what I'd be worried about. Is
seems like there's no plan B.
Yeah, there's no plan B, and it's surprising given the fact that you've got Christopher, who has almost an encyclopedic knowledge of formations and situations to go in.
So you're seeing close-ups of the players there. We're back to full screen, just as Lionel Messi looks to pull the trigger. Good header away from Medley, and now Martinelli finds Pepe. Back to Martinelli. This is better from Arsenal. Quicker, more direct as the ball gets played up towards Lacazette, and it looks like they forced a free kick for offside there. A good high line Barca.
A good high line, as you say, but it's a little disappointing for me to see Lacazette only brought on at this late stage of the game. On the one hand, yes, it's great that you have him now while the defence is tired, you know, maybe a little bit weary legs, but realistically, he's a type of player that I would be starting if I was controlling this Arsenal squad. He's such a great threat, and you know, you can see Aubameyang and Lacazette, I mean, last year in PES 2019, such a clinical threat as well. So surprising for me to see him not starting.
Indeed, but we are mere mortals and these are the experts, so we will save judgment, of course, until we hear from them in the mix zone. Maybe you can ask them that question in terms of the personnel that they used, as we see close-ups again here.
It's been a red card.
And there has been a red card.
That was Busquets sent off for Barcelona. Must have missed that one.
I certainly did. I was not looking at the screen when that happened.
From the challenge. That just happened.
So, as you know, in the blink of an eye, things can change. That's exactly what's happened here. It left us all pretty perplexed on the panel. It was only Wes who spotted it. The eagle-eyed Wes Meister General, as they've gone with still electing to go with that really wide right formation, but now they just don't have a focal point.
It's interesting to see them position the sent-off player in that top left-hand corner. Back in the day, it used to be a myth that the opponent's defence would play a little bit further back because they almost assumed that player is still on the pitch. So maybe that's something that Barcelona might try and exploit.
It used to be a case that if you'd deployed a man mark on that player, the game would still register the fact that player was on the pitch. So your left back or your right back would just be playing an incredibly deep line.
So even the things we don't see, the ghosts in the machine, can still cause some changes at the highest level as Vidal now finds Lionel Messi. 5 minutes are all that stands between Barcelona and 4 crucially important points in eFootball.Pro. In towards Perez, and now the goalkeeper hacks downfield. 3 minutes remaining, time running out for Arsenal. Have they got anything left in the tank to muster an unlikely equaliser? We've seen it happen time and time again from Celtic, from FC Nantes. Can Arsenal be the next team to go and do it? A ricochet almost found Martinelli, but Semedo hacks it downfield, and that might just be that. With only 1 minute of added on time, this is the last chance for Arsenal to get anything from this game. Otherwise, it'll be 4 for Barca and 1 for Arsenal for the day. And it looks like, as it's hacked downfield and back in Barcelona possession, it's a crucial 1-0 victory for Barcelona. And how important might that be?
Yeah, I mean, come the end of the season, those are going to be 4 points that will very much tell exactly what you needed to say in the table. I think Barca, again, will have needed those. And to be fair, it's going to break it up a little bit in that kind of pack that we said that was forming. You know, we're going to see that kind of open up a fair bit.
So we're just waiting to hear about when we can go and hear from the Dorset tones of Harry in the mix zone and the questions that are hot on the lips of the press. Where's anything from your point of view that you'd like to know from the two sets of players?
I think it was more for Barcelona, it was that it was an interesting choice of formation, but it worked. And more importantly, why have Arsenal identified this formation that they have as the formation that they need, or the formation that they're using? Because it doesn't seem to fit Arsenal as a team, and it doesn't seem to fit the way that the guys want to play either. And that's the interesting part for me, is what is Arsenal, or what are Arsenal's kind of plan B, C and D?
Indeed, that is a very topical question, because of course it was certainly formation that came up time and time again in comms, and we were a bit perplexed at times as to what the benefits were utilising Arsenal in that way. It got off to a pretty poor start for Arsenal. They went 1-0 down after just 3 minutes. They responded brilliantly, got back on level terms, and then it kind of, on the whole, fell away from them a little bit, because even in that first game, they managed to get a point, but they were hanging on a little bit towards the end, and barring that missed opportunity for Aubameyang at the start of the second half in that first game, they didn't create a lot, and then going into the second game, it was more of the same, really.
It was very passive. As 2 games of PES to watch, they were quite passive. They really were quite passive, and you know, it kind of maybe flatters Barcelona that they came away with 4 points. You know, really, should it have just been a stalemate on both games? Probably. But, you know, the fact that they've been able to dig a goal out as they did in the second game, it's kind of a testament to their mentality.
Yeah, and along those lines, we talked a lot about how this was, you know, from an Arsenal point of view, not a great day at the office. But for Barcelona, who weren't amazing, they've dug out a really solid 3 points in that second game to walk away with 4. That's impressive.
Yeah, and it ultimately, it's going to make their final standings at the end of the day look better than it did at the start. You know, getting 4 points is a brilliant result for Barcelona.
And it's a similar, Harry touched on the mentality thing for Barcelona. They dug out that goal against Juventus earlier in the competition. They've dug it out again today. I mean, could this be potentially the way to topple Monaco? To be on the day a little bit lucky, not play great, and dig a result out?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, if you can frustrate Monaco to the point of, you know, committing players forward or committing bodies or knocking somebody out of their stride, then that might just be the way forward. There's 2 schools of thought.
Because we've seen, well, we'll come back to that, because we hear the players are actually ready to be talked to from Harry. Tell us what's going on with the Arsenal players there, Harry.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I'm here with the Arsenal guys. Christopher, not the result you wanted from that. You get a point, but it could have been so much better. What went wrong?
Yeah, of course. I think the people saw the game. You deserve at least 3 points on the first game. But that's like in real football. You miss our chance. And so you took only 1 point. And second game, they were clinical. I was speaking with my teammates. They had a few occasions, but they were clinical. And so I think the good result were 3 points at least for each. But that's competition. You have to be ready about it, and you have to work more and understand what you did bad today to have a good reaction for the next game.
Match day 4, you play FC Nantes, who are above you in the table at the moment. What are you guys going to do differently against them? Anything you guys can do to prepare and maybe get 6 points against FC Nantes?
Oh, that's different situations. Today they lost 6 points against Monaco. They are leader on the leaderboard. So it's a physical team. It will be difficult. We know them a little bit. They are experienced players. So you will see. I think we have only to be clinical on our occasions, and so you will take more points than today.
Chris, thank you very much. Arsenal finishing that match with just 1 point. Adam, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. It's a difficult one to kind of analyse. They've got FC Nantes coming next as well, which they'd like to think that they could get something from. But was that a real bitter blow in terms of the competition as a whole for Arsenal in a game that potentially they could have got more from?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll look back at the game film of it and they'll certainly analyse where they could have pushed the envelope a little bit more. And yeah, to come away with only a point in a game where, you know, they, as we heard, they were expecting it, you know, or they said that they should have earned 3 points. They'll be disappointed. They'll be disappointed, and it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back against Nantes, and more importantly, how Nantes bounce back against Monaco. I think that now becomes an intriguing tie.
That, I mean, we've talked so many times about 6-pointers, but that really is now a 6-pointer because it can completely make or break the season now for both of those two sides. If they get nothing from the day in the next match day, it's almost as good as toast potentially. But equally, if they can leapfrog opposition with those 6 points, then great. We're now going to go straight to the mix zone again. I keep seeing your face, Harry, on my screen. It's not a pleasant sight. I'm joking. It's lovely. You are there with the lads from Barcelona. A great day at the office, really, for them, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, Adam. I'm here with Guifera from Barcelona. You guys must be very happy about that result. Talk me through those 2 games. 4 points for you. You must be quite happy.
Me and my teammates are very happy because in last match day with Bayern, we lose 2 matches and we changed some things for this match, and I am very happy with my teammates.
Match day 4, you guys play against FC Schalke. Are you expecting to beat them? How do you see that match?
They are a great team, and we training for evolve, and I think I will hope the victor always.
Awesome, Guifera, guys. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the 4 points. Adam and Wes, back over to you.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to hear from Guifera there for Barcelona, and he mentioned how they changed a few things. What did they change? Did you notice a change?
Well, certainly that formation shape. I mean, if you looked at that shape, I even mentioned it in commentary, that it wasn't something that I'd seen players do before, and it was a little bit. It was something that I don't think Arsenal were expecting either. I don't think I've seen that from any of them. So, you know, again, it's that kind of understanding that they've gone, okay, we understand that we need to do something different, and they've been kind of big enough to make that change. I think we're not seeing that enough from some of these teams, and they're not making changes where they need to do. And I think they really need to look at themselves, all teams, and go, is this the right way that we're playing? Is this the right formation we're playing? And do we need to improve this? And I think that's an honest conversation that some of these teams need to have.
Yeah, we've had an incredible day so far, but we have another one on the cards for you. We have Bayern Munich versus FC Schalke 04, a all-German affair. Hugely important again for both of these two teams. We can actually, before that, mention, of course, the MVP will be selected from the whole of today, next match day, prize winner given as well, and best goal as well. And stay tuned for all of the latest news on all of our social media channels. So yeah, the next game includes FC Bayern Munich, which consists of Alex Alguacil, Jose and Matchday, who I so wrongly called Mr. Pro Evo last week because they literally look identical. I'm joking. They look very similar, and I was very tired. So apologies to Matchday. Schalke have El Matador, Ghoul and Merriman as well. I mean, 6 players who all speak for themselves in terms of their experience. Another really, really important game. Bayern Munich had a terrific match day 2. Yeah, we're on 3 now. Match day 2, so they had 6 points, and Schalke not so much. They lost both games. Who's this game most important for?
I think it's for Schalke to regain some confidence. I think the tails are definitely up from Bayern Munich, having spoken to some of the boys upstairs and how they're preparing. I had a decent conversation with Lutty, who's their coach. You know, and as we said before, the way that they've gone away, they've pulled apart game film, they've analysed stuff to a molecular level, they've taken screenshots, they've had a look at video clips and are analysing it to that degree. And you can see that the particular choices they're making. For example, you mentioned Javi Martinez in Matchday 2 being so critical. And I can see that being the case again today. Schalke, quite a physical team. They're going to need Barcelona. Bayern Munich are going to need physical weapons at the back to hold them off. But I think on the flip side of it, Schalke are going to need to find something that is going to disrupt this Bayern Munich machine.
Indeed, they will. We're going to go to the game very, very shortly. But let's go and hear what the players had to say pre-match.
Well, we are really happy. I mean, after a really good match day 2 against Barcelona, we came really motivated for this match day 3. We know it will be a really tough one. Schalke is a very intelligent team, and they will do their best to trying to take points from us. Well, I mean, the training session was really nice. I mean, I think we are more or less adapt to the gameplay here. So, well, excited. I mean, it's a really good opportunity to take a really good point for the table. Well, you know, let's see how to give our best, and let's try to win the games. Let's see.
Yeah, tomorrow we play against Bayern München. It will be 2 tough games. I think they have a very strong team on pitch and also very good players behind the PlayStation. But for sure, every match day, we start with 0-0 and we try our best. Last time we didn't play very well, so we get 0 points. And for tomorrow, we're going to try to grab some points. This is the most important thing.
Beautiful words from the 2 sets of players. Harry, I'm going to ask the same question to you that I asked Wes. Who is this game more important for?
Let's see. Probably Bayern München, when you consider, again, you know, everyone at this point is chasing AS Monaco at the top. Bayern München, after, you know, maybe dropping points, I suppose you could say, to Manchester United, want to keep up that electric pace that they set last week. So I think probably more important to Bayern München.
Let's see if they can indeed increase or continue that electric streak. FC Bayern München versus FC Schalke 04. Let's go. So Bayern Munich, or Bayern München on your left-hand side of your screen. And within the camp, we have, of course, the world-famous Alex Alguacil. We also have the world-famous Mestre and the world-famous Jose from Spain. A wonderful contingent, a trio of players there. And on the right-hand side of your screen, we have Schalke 04. And those 3 players also need no introduction. So I won't give them one. I will, of course. They're wonderful players, Merriman and, of course, Mike Linden and, of course, Matthias Winkler. 3 players who have been known across the PES League over the years, and eFootball.Pro and eFootball PES 2020 as well this season, as being real top players. And collectively, they've looked like the real deal in terms of a team. And then they had last match day. Yeah,
that's where things started to go a little bit bottoms up, and not in a good way. They weren't celebrating afterwards. It was 4-0 and 4-1 they lost to Juventus last match day. So Schalke not in the best of form when you consider their first match day were 2 1-0 wins against Celtic FC, who, yes, are towards the bottom of the table, but those are still 6 valuable points in an eFootball.Pro season in which 6 points are hard to come by. So Schalke really, at this point, need to at least get a point out of this matchup when you consider FC Bayern München, who are a team last week which scored an incredible team goal, are looking towards to be the top of the table at the end of the season.
Indeed. Wes, of course, some teams come with 3 players, some come with 4, some come with a manager. FC Bayern München have, of course, Lutti, who's also there in the team. What's his role, do you feel?
It's a fresh set of eyes. We mentioned this in Matchday 1 in terms of it's always good that if you're not in the bubble of playing, you have a fresh set of eyes to give you some ideas, to drop something in there.
And what a player to have as those set of eyes, who's
know,
been in there and done it across the board.
Multiple-time Austrian champion, tactically knows his stuff around the game. It's good to have that type of personality around the camp. And interestingly, when speaking to the Bayern Munich guys, this is the first match day where they've came in and gone, do you know what, we've had good preparation. You know, match day 1, match day 2, they didn't really have great preparation, yet they still managed to come away with 6 points that last match day.
That extra set of eyes as well, the reason we say it is so important is because it's so easy, especially in a game like eFootball PES 2020, to get caught up in the moment. We saw earlier on, I hate to name drop him, but Eldridge O'Neill getting very emotional. I mean, that's who he is, but oftentimes if he had a player behind him maybe just saying, let's calm down here, lads, I'm seeing something that you guys aren't seeing because you're blinded by the emotion of the moment. So that's something that Bayern München bring to the table in Lutti that you know, could give them the X factor against other teams.
Because he's watching the whole pitch, isn't he? It's like almost watching, sat in the stands as a coach, as opposed to being on the touchline, or as a player. You're focusing on one specific element almost. Lutti's got the whole screen to take in what's going on, so therefore he has, like you said, that different set of eyes, which could be so crucial at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, it's like looking at us 3. You know, here we would look at things and see things differently.
We see nothing.
We see nothing. No, but we have the we have the luxury of seeing replays. We have the luxury of seeing the entirety of the pitch. But we'll analyse it in a different way. We've all had different predictions today. We've all had different ways of looking at the game, and that just goes to show that the more sets of eyes you have on it, the better it is. So to have a coach in your back pocket to be able to call upon is a great weapon to have.
Indeed. Well, all eyes are on the match now between Schalke 04 and Bayern München, and it will be Schalke kicking from left to right in the blue and white strip, and Bayern München in the all red. And we didn't do predictions. Do we want to do predictions?
I would like to remain impartial.
Okay, Wes?
I'm going to say that it's going to be 4 points to Bayern.
Okay.
I won't say in what order of game, though.
Okay. Ball gets played down the right-hand side. Caligari with the pass, but it's been blocked out of play for a throw. Ujalab finds shot. And good challenge by Hernandez. Good early period of pressure from Schalke. Is this something they need to do, Wes? Do they need to take the initiative in this game, or do they need to sit back, do you think?
I think they need to set the tempo quickly. Because once Bayern settle into that rhythm, it's very hard to stop. So I think they've got to establish this very quickly and early on.
In towards Omar Mascarell, and his ball forwards was not a great one, hacked away. Thomas Müller, who of course tweeted out the best goal from last match day, which was nice to see. A couple of little emojis there. And Lusance now has the ball down the right-hand side, and it's in towards the middle. They can't quite get the attack going, though.
I think one of the reasons that people are starting to look at Bayern München as a real contender is because of that team goal, because of the goal that Müller tweeted out. It was so precise, so quick, and a classy pass for the assist as well. If you're all on the same page, that's the type of goal that eFootball PES can produce, and Bayern München did just that.
They did do that with aplomb, and Javi Martinez, who was so influential in Matchday 3. And now Alex Alguacil controlling Hernandez. And now Jose with Thomas Muller. Just can't quite get the wrong side of Sane. A good challenge there coming in from Merriman. It's been a very cagey, quiet start, but can it spring to life here down the left-hand side? Whipped across the face. It's an easy claim in the end for Lange.
Yeah, it is. Almost tentative, I want to say, from both sides. You know, both showing signs of intent that they want to attack the other, but this could be a better opportunity here for Bayern München.
It definitely feels a sort of cagey all-German derby affair, even though it's not technically. It is on the eFootball.Pro, as Lange now claims another tentative, easy cross, really, Harry.
Yeah, and that's not something that we saw really as a hallmark of Bayern München's play last week when they did get those 2 wins against Barcelona that propelled them up the table.
Yeah, especially when you consider the players they have, the likes of Alex and Jose, you know, certainly known for their more of a tiki-taka style.
Yeah, it's not really their bread and butter when you consider crosses coming into the box. So maybe that's something they've identified here against FC Schalke.
And Wes, is that something that you've noticed the players have adapted to in terms of they'll all have their kind of playing styles, but if they're playing for different teams, do they change the way, do they change their philosophy?
I don't think they necessarily change their philosophy, but they'll certainly change their personnel. I again, was speaking at length to some of the Bayern guys, and you know, I asked the question, so where's Lewandowski? Why is he not playing? And they're like, well, although he's got a higher overall, he doesn't suit our style of play. His dribbling isn't the way that we want it to, and they find it more fluid playing with Rit and Xerxes. They find it better, and there's a mistake there.
Oh, he's in again. Chance to get the shot away. He's got numbers over the back post. Oh, my word. How on earth has that gone the wrong side of the post? It looked for all the world to see that it was going to be FC Bayern München 1-0 to the good, and somehow he's put it wide of the target, Harry.
Well, Mestre had the goal of the match day from Matchday 2. He now also has the miss of the season. That's a no-brainer. That should be in the back of the net. We should be singing their praises instead.
I mean, I know how easy it is to do in terms of me doing it, because I have done that before. When you've got your directional part, you know, you've got your direction going in that way, and you take the shot, you can often skew it. But for players of this caliber, Wes, that shouldn't happen, should it?
Well, you look at it and you just think, is that the pressure of it? Is it the fact that he had a defender right next to him? Could he have taken a touch to set himself instead? You know, you're seeing that Schalke are trying to grow back into this game now. They're sensing that, you know, one mistake has changed the game. They may be looking to ride their luck a little bit here.
That was a real let-off there for Schalke. Thomas Muller challenged by Sane and whacked away. 10 minutes remaining in the first half, still deadlocked at 0. A clash of heads there. Referee allows play to continue. Both players back on their feet as Harrit now picks the ball up, looking for Becker down the line, but instead it goes all the way through and deflected out off Pavard, and it looks like it will be a Bayern München throw-in, actually. Obviously came off the Schalke man last. There's a few groans around the stadium. Hernandez back to Manuel Neuer. He's had a quiet opening 40 minutes. He'll be relatively happy. To be honest, the Schalke #1 also has had a quiet opening 45 minutes. And the only real action came in the 6-yard box and went wide of the target.
Tension, though, is palpable here. You can really tell what this means between these two German clubs competing in the eFootball.Pro 2020 season. You could cut it with a knife.
I thought you were going to miss it. The cliche was there for all the world to see, and I've just added another one as Lange now plays it out towards Nastasic.
But I think one of the reasons it is so tense and why this is such a palpable match to watch purely is because we know how dangerous Schalke can be on the counter. Yes, Bayern München arguably favourites, but Schalke, they're no slouches.
And when we look at this at half-time and it says 0-0 and there's not been a great amount of goal-mouth action, a lot of people would be forgiven for thinking, well, it's not really been a great game. But it's been fascinating at the same time, Wes, because tactically, seeing the two sets aside and doing what they're doing, it's been a joy to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, from a tactical standpoint, Schalke are waiting for that knockout blow. They've kind of reverted to type as they had in Matchday 1, where it was they kind of bought themselves a bit of time, allowed themselves to grow into the game. They're waiting for pressure to come so that they then can get their one opportunity and they need to put it away. Obviously, it's a massive chance for Bayern, and you know, like we said, those type of moments can really change games. We'd be sitting here with 1-0 saying about what a great performance it's been so far. Instead, we're talking about the tactical kind of nuances that, you know, we picked up during the game.
Whipped in towards the near post, hacked away by Becker. It's been a bright start from Bayern Munich, but as you said, Wes, Schalke looking to soak up a lot of possession and look for that killer knockout blow potentially on the counter-attack. That's a pretty harsh challenge, but the referee's giving it a throw. I thought that looked like a free kick to me, but throwing it is for Bayern München.
Yeah, that knockout blow that they're looking for is something they did not once but twice against Celtic FC on the first match day. It's why they are sitting with 6 points in the table at the moment. That sucker punch is, well, it might be something come the end of the season. We know, remember, Schalke 0-4-4.
Harrit under the guard of Goul, and now in towards him again. And now chance to pull the trigger. No, El Matador just pickpocketed there at the last minute, and now Javi Martinez can't get on the ball either, and it's got really, really scrappy around the halfway line. They just can't seem to build any attacks at the moment.
One thing I like of what Schalke is doing, though, is that they realise how dangerous and direct Bayern can be. So when they sense they might have lost grip of the midfield battle a little bit, they just played it back right there, and it's so sensible, and it's something, it's a sense of maturity that we haven't seen really out of other squads. You think back to the match we just watched, Arsenal versus Barcelona. Arsenal constantly giving the ball away and giving Barcelona opportunities to capitalise. Schalke aren't giving Bayern that. That's how important this match is for both of these clubs.
Fine margins at this level, and certainly in this game, a moment of magic, a mistake, bit of genius can change proceedings as Pavard picks the ball up, races up over the halfway line in towards Hussens, and now pops it round the corner. One back by Harrit, and another chance for Schalke 04 to counter-attack here. Cagliari chased by Javi Martinez. Boujaleb, and now out towards the left-hand side. El Matador picks it up again and pops it off to Merriman. Merriman controlling Harrit, dispossessed though, and neither side still are able to create any inroads other than that one truly awful miss.
I hate to tempt fate, but I mean, if there was a goal to come soon, you might say it could be the winner. I hate to say that and maybe condemn one of these two clubs, but it could be the case in this type of game.
Certainly we need a goal because it's a real stalemate at the moment. Defences are on top as Cagliari saved by the left hand, a strong left hand of Manuel Neuer, and that was the first real chance for Schalke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And those are the types of chances, those sucker punch chances that they're looking for to just catch Bayern München off guard and surprise them.
Now Bayern Munich are one of the teams who probably were picks of Matchday 2 in terms of performances. They've not really been able to find that same gear, have they, Wes?
Yeah, they're struggling. They're struggling to hit that gear, but I still, as Harry alluded to, I think there's one goal in this.
You think there's a winner?
I think there's a winner in this somewhere. You can see that Bayern are getting slightly luckier down their attacking end of the pitch, and I can just see a mistake coming from potentially from one of the Schalke defenders.
Can you see anything coming from the fact that, again, we have the difference in formation between that almost cigarette or pencil-like formation on the right for Bayern München and the more width for Schalke?
Well, again, with Schalke, they're trying to use what they've got. They've got Schopp, they've got Brahman, that more than likely is on their bench as well. You've got Harrit. They're trying to use those guys because they're not exactly blessed with quick forwards. You know, you've got, you know, the players that they've got on the pitch at the moment, you wouldn't necessarily say are, you know, explosive in terms of pace. So they're trying to utilise their quickness in midfield. Bayern, however, know what they've got to work with, and they've worked on it quite a lot.
The referee plays a good advantage because that was a beautiful challenge first, and then the foul came in, and it looks like it's going to be a yellow card here.
No yellow. He already was booked. I thought that might be a second yellow.
I was heart in the mouth moment there. That looked to many people like that was potentially a second cautionable offence, but nothing doing, says a referee. Just a final warning, perhaps, as Hernandez. I mean, we don't like seeing 10 men generally in games anyway. It's always a more fascinating battle when you have 11 against 11, as Jaku tries to get onto his right foot to get the shot away. Sane, brilliant defending again. And how impressive are they defensively so far today, Schalke?
I mean, it's really been impressive when you look at the form table, at least, based on how Bayern were able to play last week. You would expect them to be winning this 3 or 4.
But all they need is one chance. There's 10 minutes, Wes, for them to find a winner, and it might come from a set piece.
Yeah, I think looking at it, it's one of their opportunities here.
Oh, Sane hacks away at the near post. Good defending in the end. The counter's on again here. You've got Harrit, they're racing forwards. It's 4-on-3 here. The pass was a little bit behind Cagliari, and Harrit maintains the attack out towards the right-hand side. Kutucu. Now Rahman and Will comes in to make a solid interception, because the danger, the threat was certainly there, but he couldn't do it.
Yeah, things certainly opening up as both teams are chasing the game at this point. They both sense that there are points on the table to be stolen away from the other.
I think they both know that a point they would feel happy with, but 3 points could be the difference between qualifying in that top bracket and not, as Cagliari dispossessed by Hernandez, and now Thomas Müller, left foot out towards Jaku. Perhaps potentially a last chance here for Bayern München out on this left-hand side. Support from Arp in the middle. That's who it's directed to. Plays it across the face, and we've got a late winner from FC Bayern München, and barring some real incredible more drama, that might be the winner. And did you see the shush from Bayern Munich?
Wow, you can tell what that meant to Bayern Munich. As I said, as we alluded to, one more chance. There was going to be a goal in it, and you can see exactly what it meant to them.
It was a very well-worked counter again, and it's something that we warned and prophesied about pre-match. I think it is Mestre in the end who delivers the final blow, which is good for him, considering that wide-open goal. The goal was gaping for him earlier on in the game.
I'm guessing from that celebration, it possibly might have stemmed from that miss in the first half. I'm guessing a few words came from the Schalke camp, and they were responded to. Not ideal, obviously, to see, but it just goes to show the passion, I suppose, at the highest level. And what a time to score, what a moment to, what a way to score. And it was very reminiscent of the goal for FC Nantes in that game against AS Monaco, the way they were able to reverse the pass back towards the on-rushing midfield player. Another brilliant bit of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's being aware of your surroundings at all times. We talk about how kind of some of these moves are autonomous, and a lot of people just kind of automatically do them. It's to be able to take yourself out of that, analyse the situation, and go, wait a minute, there's somebody here with a better pass on, and finding it. It was the execution of it, and the braveness to take it on as a first-time shot as well. They have the room to set themselves, but to take it on as a first-time shot, it doesn't give you the reaction time to go with a manual goalkeeper. It doesn't give you a time to really react, and by the time you've realised, it's too late.
And Harry, if Bayern Munich are able to get over the line here, creeping up the table, doing what Monaco have been doing, and sometimes winning when they're not playing at their best.
Yeah, that's something certainly that they'll be very proud of if they are able to seal this one out. But there is a corner here late in the game. Confirmation. Oh no, not even a corner.
No, it was a miscued cross there from Schalke. Disappointing.
Thought that just took a deflection, but confirmation it was not Mestre. It was Alex Alguacil to score that goal for Bayern München.
2 minutes of added on time. That's a really naughty challenge from Pavard. He knew exactly what he was doing, just trying to tick down the clock, but it gives Schalke, I mean, I've seen reds given for less than that, but another chance here for Schalke. The dying last chance saloon for Schalke. It's in towards Sane. He gets the flick on. It's ricocheting around anyone and everyone trying to get their foot on the ball. It's cleared away, and it's finished here in a really fascinating last 10 to 15 minutes. Schalke 0, Bayern München 1.
I don't know what Schalke will be more disappointed with their performance last match day, losing in the way that they did against Juventus, shipping goals left, right and centre, or an 88th minute winner from Bayern München.
I know which one I would be more disappointed about, and that's this one. That's
Certainly this one. But the good thing is they have a game ahead of them to turn things around. Still not over for them in this tie against Bayern München. They get to reset, they get to go again. But that club right there are in the driver's seat.
Wes, we talked about the Celtic game and how that last gasp equaliser for Celtic could be the most important goal of their season. For different reasons, that goal there for Bayern München, who have potentially different aspirations of going right to the top, that might be, you know, a huge goal.
Well, it's a massive turning point. We spoke about it, you know, as the German derby of eFootball.Pro, and it is these types of emotional moments where you kind of look at it and go, that will change your season, and that certainly will for them. And it could even have a real knock-on effect for Schalke, Harry.
Oh, yeah, that's it. I mean, Bayern München will be looking at that goal as I mean, obviously something that won them 3 points, but 3 valuable points on a match day where teams around them have dropped points. You think about Juventus just coming out with 4 points, I think it was, earlier on today. Manchester United not getting the result that they wanted against Celtic FC. So that's almost a game advantage for FC Bayern München over their rivals on the table.
So we're just seeing the players there, and
so you can see the debate.
Jose there.
You can see the debates going on between the two of them.
I mean, it looked like, again, my Spanish isn't quite up to what it should be, but it looked like Jose was actually saying, regardless of what's happening, don't make the shush noises. You know, let's not get him involved in that kind of sledging. And which, if that is what he said, I don't know. It would be nice to hear him say. At the end of the day, I mentioned it in the actual live comms that it's so difficult to sort of take yourself out of that situation, isn't it? When the emotions are there.
Well, you're in a bubble. You're in a bubble where you are trying to any little edge you can get on your opponent. We saw it. We've seen it historically from Eldridge O'Neill. We've seen it historically from many players who try and get a competitive edge by being a bit loud. You know, Venom, for example, with Arsenal, will shout and scream if he needs to one, try and get some emotion out, but two, it can unsettle the right players. It will unsettle them to a point where you'll go, oh, okay, well, I'm in that type of game now. And that's what you try and do. You're trying to get any type of edge you can.
So, here we are for the second game between these two hugely famous German giants, FC Bayern München versus FC Schalke 04. The first game finished with that late winner for Bayern München in the 87th minute, and giving them 3 points for the day. They'll be looking to get another 3 to finish with 6, but equally Schalke, after getting no points in matchday 2, will be looking to wrestle something from today. Calgary down the right-hand side. Good, solid defending there from Bayern Munich. And guys, I'm guessing we're probably going to see a fairly similar pattern of play unless we get an early goal.
We might see a switch in mentality from the Schalke boys. I mean, we talk about the M word so much, mentality. That cross is a little bit wayward. But I don't think, when you look at the makeup and the complexion of this Schalke 04 roster, I don't think they're the type to just sort of slump in their seats and, you know, get down on themselves after a bad loss like that in the very final moments. I think they're going to be energised. I reckon they might try and take the game to Bayern München here.
10 minutes gone here. Deadlocked at 0-0. Chance to cross it into the danger area. It's ricocheted around, just can't quite find a teammate in red. And now Harriet has the chance to play a wonderful switch with the outside of the right boot. And now Calgary gets it back. Hernandez with a crunching little snap challenge, as the Sane with a equally brilliant challenge. The slide this time as Storff now finds Calgary. Chance to cross it in. Challenge coming in from Cousins. Are you seeing anything so far, Harry?
I mean, just going to wait and see how this Schalke attack plays out. They still have possession, and this is better from them. Realistically, they want to remind Bayern München they are still in a scrap here. They are still in a game in which Schalke could surprise them.
The thing that worries me about this is the fact that the counter-attack is well and truly
Look
on.
at the pace.
And it's Bayern Munich to go 1-0 up, and that has to go down as a huge missed opportunity, because that is a gilt-edged chance.
It's Xerxes running with them. If you look here, if hopefully we get a different... No, there's a square ball. And granted, Xerxes got the run on his man. That's a blown opportunity at the moment.
Yeah, Jose.
Even without the pass, he's got to put that in the back of the net.
At least trouble the keeper, hit the target. Jose, the captain for Bayern München there, bit of a missed opportunity, bit of a fluff up.
But prior to that attack materialising, I was in the process of saying it's dangerous territory now for Schalke. They're 3 points down already. There's another chance here. They're wide open at the back, and a goal's been taken, and it's a great finish. And he pulls the shirt up, he pulls the name up, and they take the goal that they deserve, really, let's be honest.
Just as in game one, it's the man who missed an opportunity earlier on, making amends and getting a goal for Bayern München. Beautiful, beautiful play there. And realistically, Schalke can look back at that, maybe relaxing a little bit too on the ball here. I mean, that's again a mistake, too lax of a pass to be playing when you are under that amount of pressure.
Whereas you're shaking your head there, it's a real error, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, we heard about it all the time from United in their post-match about, you know, mistakes that they make. That's a real error. Like, you can't be that lax, especially when you know how Bayern press up that end of the field. You can't be that lax and try and play a ball where you shouldn't play it. You know, you have to play the smart options. Don't try and do anything cavalier, especially, you know, on the kind of the fault line of your 18-yard box. Don't be that cavalier.
Yep, Captain Jose, his first goal of the season for Bayern München.
23 minutes gone here. Bayern Munich 1, Schalke 04 0. Not the start that Schalke wanted, but certainly the start that was almost inevitable when they started playing such a high line against a team who like to press and win the ball back so high, and then they're on you like a flash. It's exactly what happened. It was a great finish in the end. I mean, we talk about the mistake, but let's make no bones about it. It was a great first touch to get it out of his feet round the goalkeeper and put the ball into the back of the net.
And it was that wherewithal. It was the wherewithal to not pull the trigger as soon as you get the ball. Instead, you round the keeper and you leave yourself a very easy opportunity. It's
a very different Schalke that we're seeing, considering the first game, how they played. So precise, careful with the ball. They are just careless in this first half of game 2, and they need to look after the ball, or you are certainly in danger of Bayern München doing just this.
I mean, it is understandable. Of course, you've lost a chance to get 3 points on the board, so the pressure's already on. And you know, on the flip side, Bayern Munich are full of confidence. They've got 3 points. They're off the mark for the day, and they're now starting to race through the gears. Thomas Müller deflected shot up and over the top, and at this moment in time, it's a matter of how many.
Yeah, I think looking at it, Bayern seem to have just taken the ascendancy again, and yeah, you're worried for Schalke at this point unless they can salvage something.
That's what I mean. I'm not saying it's inevitable. I'm just saying that if the chances keep coming like this, it's a case of how many.
They certainly can't keep up this sloppy nature.
Left foot shot, deflected. Oh, it's gone through the keeper's legs, and it's smuggled wide of the target, and half of the stadium thought that was in the back of the net. In towards the near post, flicked away. Still, they can't get out. Javi Martinez, chance to pull the trigger. Somebody shoot. Crossed in, blocked away. And they just can't get out at the moment. And it's only a matter of time, you feel, before the lead has doubled.
You can tell Bayern München just having fun on the ball at the moment. It's a complete contrast in mentalities. Look at that, back heel to Goretzka.
Playing with a swagger, headed down towards goal. Thomas Müller recycles possession. 5 minutes And a crucial 5 minutes, and one that Schalke want to see the back of. They want to get to half-time unless they can snatch an equaliser. Harrit challenged by Pavard, who was brilliant in that first game.
It's a ball played too early. He had room, he had grass in front of him to run, and I feel like Schalke, again, just rushing things, getting caught up in the moment here. Need to keep their heads about them.
It just goes to show, you mentioned keep their heads, but it is such a mental battle. Not only is it how good you are with the players on the field, but to deal with these situations that you are put into mentally is sometimes 80–90% of the problem, Wes.
Yeah, and it's like we say, we talk about all the skills that happen, you know, on the game and on the pitch. We forget about the kind of the intangibles, like as we've said before. There's determination, there's grit, there's desire, all of these kind of qualities that you can't quite measure. Those are those qualities that make champions. That's why we see Monaco are the way they are, full of confidence. They are kind of confidence personified. I think we're starting to see at the moment the real makings of Bayern Munich starting to get to that level.
We certainly are, and that first game was one that they had to dig out. No two ways about it. A very even affair, but you have to say right now they are looking a real force in eFootball.Pro.
Yeah, when they start having fun and play the way they did towards the latter stages of that first half. I mean, even thinking back to the goal, it was such a fun piece of football to watch because they were all on the same page, and that's something you have to be in this 3 versus 3 style competition. You can't just be a lone wolf trying to do everything yourself. You all have to be on the same page, and that's something that Bayern München certainly have been so far.
You're still seeing Lutzi there talking to the players, and it's they're really taking on board what he's saying. So clearly, as we mentioned, it is having an effect. Are you surprised, Wes, that more teams aren't doing this?
I'm surprised that teams haven't employed a coach or a manager to be up there, to be a full set of eyes, because we're seeing the benefits of it. I mean, even we saw it in the early match days with Manchester United when they had the almighty DS, who was chipping in with parts to those guys. It's of a great benefit to have, and sometimes you can have the blinders on and not really see what's happening in front of you.
Out towards Caligari, where you feel that Schalke need a really, really strong start to the second half, because if they concede any more chances, this game is as well as done as Manuel Neuer pulls off a smart stop. It could have gone more in the corner to give him more problems, but it's a good start from Schalke, but Bayern Munich survive and go down the right-hand side on the counter-attack. Support from Zerzi. Challenged away. Pulled back, and that is going to be a free kick on the edge of the penalty area. Right on the line for the goalkeeper. And a booking. You could say a cynical foul, Harry.
Yeah, certainly one that is just going to try and prevent a counter-attack. I must say that the chance we saw just moments ago from Schalke was so well worked, because I counted 4 Bayern München players surrounding the player on the ball.
Lovely challenge, lovely clearance there from Nastasic to clear the ball away from Thomas Müller. Here is Cousins, who has that yellow card to his name. Zirkzee now in towards the danger area. Chance to pull the trigger. Oh, the pass was on as well. Wes screaming at the monitor again there. What should he have done there, Wes?
Well, there's 2 players on. You can either go with option A, which is he's right on the penalty spot, or you go option B and he's at the back post. I think, personally, I would probably try to have dinked it to the back post, because that middle pass is 9 times out of 10 marked, because players expect that pass.
Yeah, Matchday was wide open. I was watching that passage of play thinking, yeah, we've got the second, it's job done for Bayern München. But as long as they aren't clinical in those types of situations, they're always leaving the door open just slightly for Schalke 04 to come back into this game.
Absolutely. Wes, we talked about risk. We talked about doing things that the opposition won't expect, and we're talking about free kicks and, you know, long shots, things like that. But also, formation-wise, should Schalke be doing something outside of the ordinary? I know they've changed now from a 4-4-2 to the 4-3-3, but it's still something that Bayern Munich will be very, very familiar with defending against.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that you have to play against what is in front of you. If I'm Schalke, I would be packing the midfield, because the midfield battle is being lost. You know, every time the ball goes into midfield, it's either Suissant or it's Javi Martinez or it's somebody just sapping the strength out of that lineup. They have to do something, like we said, and they've brought on Will now, which means they've got an extra anchorman on the pitch. Anchormen, for those at home, players that will naturally just sit there, and with Martinez and Will, that's a brick wall that's being formed.
Yeah, well, we talked time and time again about Javi Martinez in match day 2, and once again, he is proving a very difficult customer to get round. He actually got booked on that last attack, but he stopped the attack nevertheless, and the resultant free kick came to nothing as Harriet now turns, plays it down the line towards the substitute Rahman, chance to cross it into the danger area. Hernandez this time, oh, he goes down on the edge of the area. Referee waves away the appeals from the Schalke 04 supporters, but it's in towards Rahman, chance to pull the trigger, can't quite get it out of his feet, as I couldn't get the words out of my mouth.
Signs of promise though, Adam. Schalke still in this game, and you think back to those opportunities that Bayern München have had. If they get another one, they have to be clinical and they have to put it away.
Down the right-hand side, support in the middle from Thomas Müller, good defending, but they've won a corner. No, they haven't.
Wow.
It's a goal kick, and it's been a long day.
I thought for sure that was a corner as well.
Well, I did. My eyes have deceived me there. Wes, it's last chance saloon, really, for Schalke. What would you do in their position right now? There's half an hour remaining. They're 1-0 down. They've got no points from the first game. How would you rectify this situation?
If you're Schalke, you play to your strengths. If I was Schalke, I'd be looking at set pieces. Try and get it into the corner, try and work a throw-in, try and work a corner, because ultimately that's where they are strongest. The only issue with that, of course, is that Bayern Munich are well equipped to deal with that. The likes of Boateng, the likes of Pavard, the likes of Sula, they have physical weapons at the back. So kind of the strength that Schalke has is being nullified by the strength that Bayern has, and it's kind of really breaking down when they get into those environments.
Indeed, in a game that's lacked in attacking quality, but certainly not in terms of the tactical side of the game, are we about to witness a German efficiency masterclass from FC Bayern München, Harry?
Potentially. I still think that they might come to rue that chance that potentially, well, I mean, really should have been a goal. And as long as Schalke are within one, they've shown promise in past match days. You think about those 2 wins they got against Celtic. If they are able to get a goal here, then potentially they should be able to see it out.
Harriet blocked by Müller. Pressure starting to build here for Schalke, and that'll please them, but so dangerous on the counter-attack Bayern Munich can be, as Perisic gives the ball away.
You look at how Bayern Munich are setting up during that last little phase. There wasn't a single Bayern Munich player in the attacking half, so they're very much looking to sit on this now and sap the strength of those substitutes that have come on.
And do you think that's down to the fact that they're concerned by Schalke 04, or do you think they would do this against any opposition?
I personally think they'd do this against any opposition, and the thing is they still have energy in attack where they can break in numbers.
They can, and one of those numbers is Thomas Müller. It's in towards Art, he can't get the shot away, and the offside flag is raised, and rightly so. A yard at least, and the attack fizzles out. 15 minutes are all that stands between another 100% match day for FC Bayern München.
Yeah, I think the intention of that pass there was for the other Bayern München player there in support on the attack, but here is Riet through once again.
Riet finds Müller up on the overlap on the left-hand side. He's away from Sane, plays it back towards Riet, but it's gone wide of the target, off the defender. And you'd have to say a half chance, but you'd expect them on their day to take those sort of chances on the counter-attack. And a good block from Rahman. Another corner, but Bayern Munich will be very, very happy with where the ball is right now. Set-piece strategies at the top right-hand side. Are we going to see one of those right now? Oh, I mean, he's not that tall, is he, Art?
No, it's a little bit too short for that one. It's a little bit too high for him, but Schalke here just going to settle. I thought they might try and take it quickly and maybe try and hit Bayern in transition on the counter, but they're just going to take their time here, allow Bayern to get bodies behind the ball and try and break them down man for man.
Schalke 04 have had 2 very, very tough game weeks against Juventus and Bayern Munich, but it looks like they might possibly be coming out of both with absolutely nothing, which would be quite drastic at this stage in the competition as Nastasic plays it back towards Langen. Quite frankly, Bayern Munich will be very, very happy with how they've negotiated the last 20 minutes, because they've been very, very much, even without possession, you'd have to say, in control of proceedings.
Absolutely. And time is running out, but might there just be one last chance? PES can be such a fickle game.
A cruel mistress.
Really can. We'll have to see if the chance will drop in Schalke's favour.
Becker picks the ball up off Reit's back header, and now Sané has the chance to race up over the halfway line. It's last chance saloon for Schalke 04. It's into the dying embers, the last minute of added on time. Just 2 minutes, says the fourth official. And right now, Bayern München are just seconds away from all 6 points. Unless there's a late drama, it's in towards the danger area. Surely a chance to level the scores, and somehow it's smuggled away. And Perisic completes the clearance. And FC Bayern München have won the first game 1-0, the second game 1-0. And how impressive as a professional performance, Wes, was that?
It's perfect. It was perfect. They did exactly what they needed to do at the right times. They took the pressure, they then put them under pressure, and came away with 6 points. It's perfect. They kind of Schalke. It's very, very strange for me to say that.
Schalke.
They have Schalke.
It really was a very, very professional performance, and we will be going to the mix zone shortly to hear from Harry and the players. Be very interesting to see how the two teams, saw that one, because from us up here, it was a very, very tight one. That little bit of quality, Wes, that won it on the day for Bayern Munich.
Yeah, I think Schalke may look at the chances and go, well, we should have pushed a little bit more, but it was quality, even though there was glaring misses here and there, and there was at least 2 opportunities I counted between the 2 games there. It should have been a great finish, but it's the awareness of that type of touch and that type of finish there that we saw that it won the day. It was those 2 bits of quality, and I think Schalke are lacking a little bit of that at the moment.
Where does Schalke go from here now? Because they've had 2 game weeks with a blank.
Well, they need to look and find a system that works for that team. You look at the players that they've got in terms of the players they're utilising. Is it a case that a 4-3-3 or a 4-4-2? Maybe they need to go one up top. Maybe they need to start flooding the midfield. Maybe they need to look at those midfield weapons that they've got. Lack of McKennie was on the pitch today. Harit was largely ineffective. Rama, when he came off the bench, didn't really have that kind of impact that he'd had on previous match weeks. Maybe it's something they need to look at.
Not a great deal of goalmouth action to talk over. Just a couple of goals over the 2 games. We did have a glaring miss from Bayern Munich, didn't we? Which, luckily for them, didn't come back to haunt them.
Yeah.
Would they be concerned with the lack of attacking threat they showed, or do you think they played that game exactly how they planned due to the opponents they were playing against?
I think it was their game plan. I think we've seen Bayern Munich be able to turn it on. And the way that they looked at that today was, let's get in, let's get our points, and let's go. Yeah. And I think they played that to perfection.
End of the first game, start of the second game, 6 points for Bayern München. Do you see them as a real threat in this competition? Do you see them as going right to the top? Can they match or better AS Monaco?
I think when you look at it, I think they're borderline up there at the moment. I think when we do eventually see a Bayern Munich versus Monaco,
fascinating game.
It's that's going to be a tussle, because you'll have a counter-attacking high high speed kind of gameplay from Monaco. But you'll have the type of gameplay that Bayern Munich can produce, where it's slow but it's methodical, but they know where the ball wants to go, and I think that's going to be the impact. But certainly, I think they're announcing themselves as quietly as contenders.
And from a Schalke point of view, they have, of course, won the first 2 games in Matchday 1-0 apiece. So they scored 2 goals in that game, Matchday. They were pretty poor in the second game. Do you think the lack of goals is a concern?
I think for them it's a case of it's a lack of understanding, or it's a lack of knowing where their attacking threats are. You look at Rahman, you look at Harit, you look at those types of players, Are they utilising them in the right way? I've got no concerns with them though. I still think that they're an outside shot for top 6, and I think that today will be a blow and it'll be bitter because of it being a German derby. But they'll come again.
We'll hear from them right now. Harry's in the mix zone with the guys from Schalke 04.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I'm here with the boys from Schalke. I'll try and keep it brief because obviously it's never nice trying to dissect, 2 losses back-to-back, but try and give me your initial thoughts. What went wrong there against FC Bayern München? You guys were hanging in there for so long, but you lost both games in the end.
Yeah, I think we played very well. A good build-up. In these 50-50 situations, we were a bit unlucky, but yeah, at the end, it's obviously that our forwards and our wingers are too slow and not good enough. And yeah, we didn't create much chances, and that's why we lose 1-0, 1-0.
Maybe you're begging Schalke to do some business in the January transfer window.
Hope so.
Let's talk about match day 4. You guys play against FC Barcelona. How are you guys going to try and bounce back from 2 disappointing match days back to back?
Yeah, we trained us several times against Barca, beat them several times, so I think it's a 50-50 game.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you guys can get the job done, guys. Unfortunate there not to come away with any points against FC Bayern München. Adam and Wes, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Disappointing, obviously. Commiserations to Schalke 04. I mean, they'll be back. They're seasoned professionals. I don't think they'll linger on this too much. But do they need to dig deeper into the reasons why these results aren't coming, or do you think they've just come up against teams that are on their day just better than them? It's hard to read in a game that was so close.
I think a little bit of it, they still need to inspect, because whenever you lose a game, you have to go away and look at, okay, so how did we lose this game? And if it's a case that they come up and go, do you know what, Bayern Munich, they just took 2 chances and that was it. Although if they then go back and look at clips and they go, oh, actually there was passes on here, or I could have given my co-op partner a shout to say, oh, actually I'm on for a pass here, then you've got to work on those parts. Like I said, I've got no reservations that they will make top 6, but I think at the moment, and looking at the Barca game, that is going to be an intriguing one, because as we said, they're not really a physical team. Schalke have physicality all over the place. They've got Sane, they've got Stambouli, if they brought them in. There's players there that they can utilise to great effect against.
Could they utilise them in a more like an FC Nantes kind of way, with the likes of that focal point through Koulibaly and sort of play off there, or do you not think they have the same attributes as a squad?
I don't think they've got that type of player. I don't think they have a Koulibaly. I don't think they have like a Silimani. I don't think they have like a focal point. Or at least I haven't seen that yet. And like I said, in terms of the way that I would approach it, don't go and try and play the way that everyone else is. Try and set something up differently. Go 4-5-1. Go and try and make something happen, because they have players there that can lock down a midfield. It's just how they utilise them.
And from Bayern Munich point of view, what would you like to see from them in this interview? What's your dying question to them for their opinions about where they go from here?
I think for Bayern, I think it's just a case of kind of, were they happy with just 1-0 victories? Was it a case that the game plan was to just come away, get 1 goal and then sit back? Or was it a case that actually they wanted loads of goals and they wanted to really punish them?
Well, let's find out now. A disappointing first week, a electric second match day, and a professional double 1-0 today. Harry, how are the guys? What's the mood like?
Thanks, Adam. I'm about to find out. Guys, congratulations. 6 points against FC Schalke 04. You guys must be very happy with how that went.
Yeah, we are very excited, because it's very difficult to remain 6 points. Maybe the style of play of Schalke today was very hard for us, because it's like he looking for a draw. So we need the 6 points. We are now on the 2nd position of the table. It's very important for us, and maybe winning Schalke, it's a very important achievement for the club too. So we are very happy about the match day today.
Match day 4, you guys are going to continue, or try and continue your winning form. You played Boavista. Yep. What are your thoughts about that team? Are you expecting anything maybe surprising from Boavista?
Well, for me, Boavista, it's a very smart and technical team. It will be very, very, very hard, because with Pedro, it's a very smart guy. He's the captain of the team. They analyze the way we play, so maybe we are going to work hard, like all the weeks.
and we will see what happens the next match.
Awesome, thanks guys.
Enjoy.
Now's the time to enjoy it, exactly. 6 points for FC Bayern München. Adam and Wes, back over to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Whatever, that my German isn't that great. Yeah, no, a really, really impressive performance from FC Bayern München there. Another 6 points for them. Let's take a look at that action and the rest of today's action in a short highlight clip now. Lovely to watch all of the highlights there, Wes. And Harry, you're up on the stage now.
I am.
You're looking very tall.
Thank you.
Talk us through what happened today then, Harry.
So, as we saw earlier on today, I'll remember that jab, by the way. I don't think you're getting away with that one. It's the tallest
I didn't mean it
felt.
like that. It did come across like that. It's not how I meant
Match one seems so long ago, but I tell you what, Boavista did such a great job snatching 3 points against a very challenging Juventus team. Monaco just doing Monaco things in match two, beating Nantes 3-1 both times. Celtic with their first win of the season against Manchester United. 4 points for them, just the one for the United. FC Barcelona with a massive 4 points, beating Arsenal 1-0 in their second game with a draw in the first. And then, as we just saw, it's vamos for the Spanish contingent, I should say. It's been a very long day. 1-0 wins for both of the games in Bayern München's favour.
Yeah, some fascinating games there. Where's anything that stands out in terms of the match that was most exhilarating to watch?
I think for me, it's Celtic's performance. The fact that they've finally got the monkey off their back of getting a victory in eFootball.Pro. Obviously taking 4 points improves their kind of standing and kind of gets them back into contention a little bit.
That last-minute equaliser was pretty special, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How does that affect the table here, Harry?
Well, if you come with me, I'll show you right here. Monaco is business as usual for them. They remain top, still undefeated. That loss column remains 0. Just behind them, FC Bayern München with a massive 6 points today propels them all the way up into second place. Juventus just 3 points behind. United and Barcelona both tied on 8 points, as are Nantes and Boavista on 7. FC Schalke, still with those 2 wins from Matchday 1, remain on 6 points. Just behind them, Celtic on 5 in 9th, and then propping up the table in 10th place is Arsenal FC with just 4 points.
Yeah, you're starting to see where's a real a slight divide starting. You've got the 3 at the top, AS Monaco, Bayern München and Juventus, who look right now in terms of form and points firm favourites. And but look how important that result was today for Celtic. They would have been adrift.
It's massive. All of a sudden now it looks so much more positive. The fact that Schalke haven't won a game in 2 match days, even then they've still stayed in the hunt. And you look at Boavista, we're saying, oh well, it's a free shot for them, but actually, they're only out of the top 6 on goal difference, and all of a sudden, then, we were talking about not being in such good form, but now all of a sudden a double loss now puts them back in jeopardy. It's ever changing and it's ever evolving, this league table.
I think that's the beauty of having 6 points available for that match day. It can change so dramatically and swing in a day. Of course, remember, we are choosing an MVP and a best goal per match day, which will be announced in match day 4. We're on 3 now. But we're going to check now some of the stats for what we're up to so far in terms of the top goal scorer, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, it's AS Monaco, the goal-scoring machines, dominating the leaderboards, really, in terms of goals. All 3 players within the top 3 ranked players in terms of goals. Just behind, Luca Zubelli from Juventus, Roxa from FC Nantes, and Barbosa, all tied on 5 goals. A couple of players on 4 goals as well. Matchday, who we just saw for FC Bayern München, and Los Scandalo, who scored all of his 4 goals on the previous match day and match day 2.
Wes, I mentioned this in the last match day that I was surprised. I'm still surprised that Alex is only on 2. Are you, or?
No, I think the way that Bayern Munich are conducting themselves is they're not scoring a lot of goals, but it doesn't really matter to them who scores them. So the fact that it's Matchday and the fact that it's Alex that if you're looking at 4 and 2, and Jose kind of broke his duck today and scored his first goal. You can see that Bayern Munich are slowly creeping into it. I'm surprised to see Boavista are slowly announcing themselves as a team to watch out for.
Speaking of, I'm starting to see, and it's good to see as well, smatterings of Celtic players. I mean, we have Indijawa, Horcha in there as well.
Smatterings, I like that word.
Smatterings of Celtic players. Considering their goal droughts and their poor performances in previous match days, it's really good to see them start to be a little bit more competitive.
And Harry, who tops our assist column?
Well, let's take a look. I mean,
obvious.
It's the reigning world champion. I feel like if there's any doubt as who the best individual player is in eFootball.PES 2020 at the moment, top of the goals column, top of the assist column, it's AS Monaco's Uz Maccabil. Just behind him, Il Distratore for Juventus. Kills you from AS Monaco just behind there in 3rd place as well. A couple of players on 4, Giyu alone on 3, and then a bunch on 2 assists as well.
Any words of wisdom, Wes, or should we scoot right on?
I think just looking at it again, you just kind of creeping in for Boavista as well. Again, it's nice to see them starting to creep in a debut season as well. I think that's one to watch out for, is that Boavista side. I really do.
They've had 2 very, very tough game weeks. They've got games, certainly winnable games, they would feel. Best defence points, if we can grab that. If not, we'll scoot on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there were any changes, because Asbabis came in as the #1 ranked defensive player. He and Brox are actually solidifying the top 2, despite them playing AS Monaco today and shipping loads of goals. So interesting to see. El Matador 5,000 as well, the only other player outside of the FC Nantes duo to break the 5,000 mark. And then rounding out the top 5, we have Mestre from FC Bayern München and Barbosa, the captain of course, Boavista FC.
And Wes, just to explain that tally that obviously Harry mentioned, the fact that they did concede goals today, but they're still at the top, perhaps showcasing the fact that without those performances, it could have been a lot more. It could have been 6 and 7.
Yeah, and the way that defensive ranking points are kind of worked out is that it's on clearances, it's on tackles made, tackles won, loads of different defensive. So as the rule of thumb goes, the more defending you're doing, the more points you're going to be racking up. So naturally, I'm not surprised to see them back at 1 and 2, given the fact they were playing Monaco today.
Absolutely. Harry, what's up next? Match day 4.
Let's have a look. In 2 weekends' time, we will have another round of fixtures here in the eFootball.Pro season. You can see them here. FC Schalke coming off 2 losses against, I suppose you could say, local rivals, national rivals, FC Bayern München. They go up against FC Barcelona, a tough game for them. Second game, we will have FC Nantes taking on Arsenal. Both teams trying to bounce back after performances today. Elsewhere, we have Juventus taking on Manchester United, Boavista taking on FC Bayern Munchen, and then finally rounding out the day, Celtic FC, after getting a tremendous result today, finally getting some points on the board, then go up against undefeated, league leaders, goal-scoring fanatics, AS Monaco. It's a tough game.
It is a tough game. It's a tough competition, one that we have had the pleasure of talking to you about over the last few weeks, but it continues. We have Matchday 4 coming very, very soon. Matchday 3 is over for now. Make sure you follow us on all of the social channels for all of the latest and greatest updates on the competition as a whole. My name's been Adam Butcher, Harry Channon, Stuart Wesley. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you very soon.